Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of Antiwhiteism. Antiwhiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Köhne. Arm yourself with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best, within legal means, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spins in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
Yeah, that's it. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty for being white. That's an anti-white slur, miss. You're just saying that because I'm white. You're anti-white. There you go.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say,
because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your enemies, will see this as soon as it starts happening. You will be excited as hell, because this is going to be some of the most powerful moments in your lives. Some of the most powerful moments in your lives.
stay close to the separately apart. They say I'll never see your face again. I say don't ever say that to my face again. I haven't got time for your lies, so get away from me. You won't take my faith, won't make me shake, won't make
Start
me shake.
making a difference in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your enemies, will see this
they say
as it starts happening.
I say they say I'll never see your face again. I say
And we are going free. If you all can hear me, I couldn't help myself. I was too busy dancing in the office here. If you could see how quickly I had to run in here, how quickly I have to do everything to be able to get here in time and do the shows for you all, get together with our gathering of wonderful people here. So many magnificent victories. If you could see me, it would be like the cartoons where you have the smoke trail right behind me. Talk about like the road runner racing in here, blasting the tunes, drinking the coffee. Hyborian Dream says, strong coffee. It's the passion of the spirit of the West, my friends. That's what it is. You tap into it, and even in the most challenging of times, you can find the energy and the strength to march ahead and enjoy life and make the most of the opportunities that are going to be made available to us, no matter what happens in the coming months. And we're going to wait and see. Perhaps it'll be as late as, well, I guess I'll get started right off the bat. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. What should I do? December, maybe it'll be December before you finally hear anything. Maybe it'll be even later before things come through the courts. But we're going to see. Of course, it's all up to CNN. I guess they get to decide for us. Fraulein Dresden is here. Hello, my dear lovely lady. How is everything? Which coffee? Cuban espresso? I don't. Which one am I having now? I don't know. But it's the energy. Look, little Frig is here. Great seeing you, little Frig. Raymond, the great Raymond Van Buskirk. Thank you here moderating. Ulrich, hello to you. Frank, son of the sun. Eternalism. Streaky Bacon. Jesse, no offense. Hello to you. Kit Kat. And let's see. The great Brand Danger is here. You know what? Brand Danger and who was it? Roy, yeah, sent me some of that weird currency over on that LBRY, and it I don't know if it's the amount you all sent or if it's arrived yet or if there's something I have to do, but it says 0.16 in currency, And then I tried to upload a video. It said it required 0.1 of currency and said I had insufficient funds. So I'm getting close to this area for LBRY. Well, I'm gonna have to get with somebody on the phone to talk about it and to get some uploads going. Sebastian is here. Great to see you. We're going to be talking about the election deception or not. Ask CNN. The wonderful Southern Bloom is here, and the great Bartleby and Brand Danger, I say, are moderating. Brand Danger says that it's bull crap that they're doing that to me. Yeah, I don't understand. Lord Hendrickson is here, looking buff today. Well, thank you. Jarl is here. Says, hey, Jason, great to see you, brother. Yonash. So it's Dancing Jason today. It was Dancing Jason today. Let's see. Maybe we'll dance some more over the course of the gathering together. Let me scroll back through, see the wonderful people. We'll do some things here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Going Free. If you're new, and there are a lot of new people who are showing up daily. In fact, a lot of new people from this community. They used to be ardent followers of somebody with the last name Sad. And they're showing up and they're saying, my gosh, I can't believe this guy acts this way. And let me take a look at your work and you seem more reasonable. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to everyone from the Magosphere and elsewhere who are coming here for the truth, the light of reason, logic, and evidence, hope and love, and the protection of all people, the dignity of all people, even white people. And we have some wonderful non-white people who have taken up the cause of service to white well-being. They stand shoulder to shoulder with us in the protection of Western kind, and particularly the vulnerable members of Western kind, our children, our seniors, our sickly, etc., our ladies. So we're glad to have them with us. I see the wonderful Donning Armor is here, a great champion. And so is, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to have to get started right now. We'll just get started right. Let me just quickly say, if you have questions or comments, you can do so on I guess you can also do so now on D Live. I'll try to keep an eye on that. But I'm told you have to give a diamond points or more points because otherwise it'll just be too many comments to read over there. So thank you so much for those who are over on D Live, and help me remember to give those back at the end of the stream, please. We did remember last week, so thank you for that. Over there on Discipline with NWG, tag me as Discipline with NWG. You'll come up to the monitors on my left, your right. I already see the great and heroic Yiz is with us over there. And of course, Raymond is over there as well. BP laughing over there. Maybe that was the dancing going on in the background. I don't know. They had somebody said Vaseline lens, not quite Vaseline lens. It'd be hard to clean off right as we get rolling. Art Acrobats is here as well. Great to see you. No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt if you are here on that channel and you want me to see your comment or question over there. You can financially gift over the course of the stream by way of cryptocurrency. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org and you look at the cryptocurrency at the very top of the website. Click on that link. It'll give you the cryptocurrency links, top 4 of the top 5 cryptocurrencies you can financially gift on. You'll also see the snail mail address, a P.O. box that you can send me letters. And we have some letters from the mailbag tonight that we will be covering over the course of the evening. And we're going to be talking about wonderful things, ladies and gentlemen. You can also financially gift on Cash App, which is down in the description below. And you can do it on Entropy, which should be up now and running. Thank you to Raymond for that. Busy dancing and listening to tunes here and rocking out, listening to the great, of course, dancing to the great Raymond Foster with you all. I'm sure you all got up out of your seats and we're dancing. I love that particular piece that Raymond put together. It's fantastic. Won't make me shake. Nothing going on right now will make me shake. The anti-whites, they can't stop us. Whether they're called Republicans or Democrats or independents or whatever they want to call themselves, don't care. Cherubs, little baby cherubs, representatives of baby Jesus himself. I don't care what names they give themselves. They're anti-whites to us. And we just had a magnificent tap, a record-setting audience for that show yesterday. Magnificent. So many new folks, and we welcome them all to Going Free in service to white well-being. It's time to take up what works. It is time to take up this cause for white well-being and to stride forward into your communities with tools that get results, that with tools that have shown for many years, a great many years, 15 years, the majority of these specific tools in service to white well-being, showing results over all of these years. So tested and tried and true. Use these as others have, and we have so many testimonials. And one of the first testimonials we're going to get started with, ladies and gentlemen, is a magnificent testimonial from a working class gentleman. And we're going to pair this right now with the great success that we had. And we set a mission for ourselves, did we not, everybody? And everybody here deserves a pat on the back for the success that I'm going to reveal to you all in just a moment. We set a goal for ourselves to get out to at least, I think it was 200,000 people, 200,000, get into the faces of 200,000 with Crucible between the month we started and the election. Of course, the election's not over, but the voting was supposed to be over. In some places, I think they might still be voting. Who knows? But, and by the way, over the course of the evening, if something happens with the stream, please reach out to me right away. Let me know. You can do that on Skype. You can do that in the chat, on the different live chats. Reach out to me because I suspect we could be having troubles with the anti-whites. They've been doing this thing with my sub count again. I went up 40 subscribers in a day. And then in that night, lost about 45 subscribers. So this is absolute Bravo Sierra. The anti-whites, they lie with everything they do. Everything is La Cosa Nostra level, lying and cheating and manipulating and counterfeiting. Every single thing they do. How many subs would we have right now if they weren't busily deleting them in a day? In a day. I tweeted to you all what it looks like. Every time we get subs, they immediately delete that number or more or a little less. So, but what did we end up doing? We ended up setting a goal for ourselves of 200,000. I'm not going to reveal the people, and maybe I should. I don't know if I should or if I shouldn't. I might want to go back to those. There are two specific individuals, two gentlemen. They're in the live chat all the time, so we're going to recognize them as just two heroes. I might not want to say their names because we might want to go through them again in the future for help with promulgating the message, and we don't want to undermine them and their platforms. But we had those two individuals. We had so many of you came together to help get this message out to as many folks as we possibly could. The message of Crucible. This book, you can see the poster. It's not a poster. It's a sign that is out there in the community. We had a billboard. We had news coverage and the like. Ladies and gentlemen, not only did we do 200,000 impressions, we did nearly 500,000 impressions. That is how much ass we kicked when we put our minds to reaching out to our brothers and sisters across this country. Not 200,000, ladies and gentlemen, but in that short span of time, we got in front of nearly 500,000 members of our community across the United States. And this is not even calculating the others internationally as well. A magnificent number. This is what the kind of thing that we have to celebrate. This is the kind of thing that we have to keep moving forward. And I've got to see if I have any of that non-alcoholic champagne that we might have to break out over the course of the evening for that magnificent success. But more testimony. We have a hero here right from the very beginning. We're going to have a massive round of raucous emojis for all of us who participated in reaching out to our brothers and sisters and to strangers out there, whether they are white or non-white or whatever it might be, and welcoming them into the service of white well-being, welcoming them to go free, a practice that has been in place for 15 years. We're going to have a round of raucous emojis for all of those people. But one of our community, we're going to toss in there to celebrate with this. The great hero Sloths, ladies and gentlemen, who is daily on Twitter, engaging people with the tools of going free, with the lexicon and dialectics, doing absolutely amazing things for us. Just a couple days ago, because of the success that this hero has in service to white well-being, that he has finally, using this lexicon, ladies and gentlemen, using this lexicon, the success that he is having, he is seeing in the world, he just financially gifted $1,000 to white well-being. He just financially gifted $1,000, a working class gentleman. Another working class gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, last week we had Promethean promulgation. We had white student transmission. We had, who was the other person who had a very significant sum financially gifting? Working class people have to have their money ripped from their pockets, from their employers, then ripped every time they buy something out in the community, and under constant siege. If you are new to this, if you're new to this community, if you're new to the white positive sphere, you're wandering over from the MAGA world and you're wondering what in the hell is going on? How is the world coming apart, and terrified about what's happening? This is the place to be. We have what works. The regular legal mechanisms, the regular voting mechanisms, all of that has failed. It continues to fail. And you can see right now the writing is on the wall. The anti-whites who call themselves Democrats and progressives and cherubs and whatever else they want to call themselves, it's whatever else, Swamp Thing, whatever else they want to call themselves, the anti-whites, the writing is on the wall. They are going to steal it all from you, La Casa Nostra style. Got a nice little voting booth you have there? Well, you might want to keep it, and the only way to do that will be by voting for them, because they are going to be bringing forward the kinds of things we've talked about over the past couple of weeks, and much worse in the very near future, which means that we need to come together and form the substance through which all ideas are argued, all concepts are placated or championed. We have to form that substrate. And we're doing that here with Service to White Wellbeing. You will hear from a great many people over the course of this stream. You will see in the live stream, you'll see in the threads that they succeed. They win where you fail. They win in those conversations where you feel immoral. They feel like they're on the white horse. They will tell you with their own words, ladies and gentlemen, and I will tell you this, Slots, a working class, blue collar gentleman, just like the rest of us, just told everyone how right this is. Just told everyone how realistic this is. Just told everyone how great it works with a gift of $1,000 to the Service of White Wellbeing. A big please, ladies and gentlemen, raucous round of emojis for the great Slots, for everything he's doing daily in taking the lexicon and the dialectics of Go Free out to as many of our brothers and sisters as he possibly can, and empowering himself. He's tapping into the spirit of the West. Are you? The Leonardo da Vinci, he's inside of you. Planck, he's inside of you. Our greatest heroes in medicine, in warfare, in statescraft, they are all inside of you. And you have blinders on that the anti-whites have placed there, making you hate yourself, making you blind to all of the real potential that you have inside of you, that biospirit of the West. And that's why we don't have the great heroes right now. That's why you don't have an Andrew Jackson that stands up or steps out of the suit of Donald J. Trump, is because we don't have, until this arrives in your life, the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against you. I'm fired up because this is working. It continues to work. It continues to spread as a curative contagion. So that is another important thing when you come to this, is that you need to know that when you begin to go free yourself, it's a lifelong practice. When you begin to go free, you will become better than ever in all areas of your life than you ever imagined. And not only that, but when you teach this to others, it is easily communicated to them. And then it is easily communicated from them to all of those that they go out into the world, their circles of influence. This is how we change our destiny. This is how we recapture the destiny. This is how the seas of fortune are shifted for us, and the current then flows in our direction. And we can take the fight, metaphorical as it is, to those who would victimize us. So fantastic to see everybody here. Let me get a drink of some water. We're going to get right into, because I know we're not going to have everybody stay here for a long period of time. We got a lot of news. We got announcements. But really the two biggest announcements are the 500,000, nearly 500,000 impressions for going free, and $1,000 from Slots. Magnificent here. We're going to keep rolling, but we're going to talk about politics right now. Oh, and you know what? We'll also talk about this. Let me give a personal thank you. Take a look at this. The great Forno sent me a mug. I don't know if you can buy these. Maybe you can. If Forno is here, speak up, speak up. Tell people how they can get them. Isn't this magnificent? There's his avatar. This is his mug. He sent this to me. Fantastic. The coffee. Maybe that's why I couldn't help myself but start dancing for joy. Let's see. Is that Xenophoria is here? Ooh, well, let me touch metal. Lycomedes is here. and just walks through the crowd of heroes. DF is here. Hyperborean Dream. Oh, that's wonderful. That sounds like, I'm not going to say. That sounds like it could be a great title for a very dirty story. Who else is here? We mentioned Southern Bloom. The Great Slots is here, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you, brother, and thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Mark is here. I Got Worked is here. It says, I sent you an email through the Collectibles website today with an article link to Zero Hedge. I'll see if I can't find that while we are here live. And I'll leave that up so that I can hopefully find it, and hopefully you're still awake or you'll catch it in replay. Great to see you, though, good brother. Sliding through the crowd. Southern Stoic is here. Great to see you. Hallelujah. Another wonderful member of the community. Art is Life. Great to see you. Corey is here. Rooster is here. Great to see you. All right, let me jump right on to, and I'll say hello to many more of you. Let me just check quickly, see what we have here. The guy with no why guilt sign always makes me laugh. Got her to walk away like an idiot. Yeah, he's magnificent, isn't he? He made her look like an absolute fool. The important thing about that, you really can't tell because I had to blur things, was she immediately got on the phone, this anti-white pig that she is, immediately got on the phone, not to take a picture of him, because she just would have turned around and photographed him. She immediately got on the phone to contact violent anti-whites to have them come after this great hero of Western kind. And a great hero of Western kind is a great hero of all peoples, because we are where Western civilization comes from. Without us, there is no Western civilization. And there has been no greater civilization for world benefit. I don't think anybody could argue that. I mean, perhaps there are different opinions, but benefiting the totality of the world, in my humble opinion, has been Western civilization. So our well-being is the world's well-being, everyone's well-being. That's why we have plenty of non-white people, people of all immutable characteristics, join us here in service to white well-being, and we love every single one of them. JK160 is here. Great to see you, brother. All right, Fraulein Dresden says no white guilt. Barterby says Promethean hails, a big Promethean hails, and blessings to you. I think now let me just slide through the most recent, and we're going to talk about this election. Hey, if you have questions or you have specific articles, jump out at me right now with those, because I want to get to those quickly right up front while we have whoever we're going to have here who's going to want to hear the truth about what's going on, what they could do, what they should do relative to this, instead of just doom documenting and doom dissecting everything that is going on in the world. Absolutely ridiculous. What is being talked about on other channels, this waxing and waning. Ashley is here. Great to see you. She says, damn. I don't know what that's about, but applauding. Oh, for the financial gift. Yes. And for the 50 or 500,000. Yes, absolutely. I agree. 100%. Damn is right. Jerome is here. Great to see you. Thank you all for celebrating the success we had. The great Roy Danton is here. The success we had as a community, reaching out to our brothers and sisters. Huge success. Huge success. How much would this cost us if we had to go through typical channels in the regime's media? It would have been astronomical, well beyond our means, and we did it nonetheless. So a big salute and a big gratitude to all of you, and of course, a big thanks to Slots and that financial gift. Red Clogs is here. Great to see you. And I'll just say to my moderators, if somebody is new here, be gentle with them. They might not know. They might be they might be imitating the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. They might be a MAGA person saying, no, well, nobody has anything against white people. Be gentle with them. Tell them just to take a breath, sit down, listen for a while before they start trying to contradict. And if they have questions, I will happily answer those questions, and statements, I will happily speak to those statements, move to silence anything that is violent and could get the channel, of course, in trouble, and the typical violence. And then if somebody is a continual problem, let's make it like 4 strikes or even 5 strikes where you have to delete their messages. If they keep going that way, then go ahead and ban them from the channel. But otherwise, let's make it 5 strikes from now on for folks, because we're going to have a lot of new people showing up, and we're going to have to speak to them. And at first, they're going to be shocked. They're going to say, holy, reality. This doesn't make any sense. And so we want to make sure that they are able to be here long enough to get the message and we end up reaching them. Who else was that? Was a Promethean promulgation. There was white student transmission last week, and I feel like there was another person who had a pretty big, significant sum. DF says, "Nice mug. Thank you so very much." All right, let's jump right into this. I think I've got all the preliminary stuff out of the way. I want to get right to you can jump on over to Entropy. You can ask questions on that widget. The link is in the description below. If you're new, you never heard of Entropy, you're from the Magosphere, all of this is new to you. What is this guy who is clearly hyped up on life, and he's accessed some sort of spirit inside of him that you're not able to access just yet? Well, don't worry about it. It's in there. You can access it too. You can look down in the description. You'll see this Entropy with no white guilt link. Click on that, and that will bring you over to the Entropy. You'll be signing in just with your Google, your YouTube already. It's temporary access, I believe, for this software, so that you can get onto that software. You can leave your questions or comments in the question widget over there. They won't disappear. They won't scroll up. But if you do have a question that you're worried about disappearing that I might miss, or a statement, just copy and paste it, and then occasionally paste it into the live stream when I start to look over there, and then the likelihood that I'll catch it will increase. Either sets of the monitors to my right or left for different channels, and the moderators will help you with that if you have any questions. So I thank you, every single one of you, for that. I am so excited today. Well, there are a couple things we have to say, and we have to say them carefully about the news and what's going on. I think the most recent news that I am seeing right now is that the Republicans have filed, looks like more than 10 lawsuits that are going to be filed tomorrow in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, possibly Georgia, possibly elsewhere. And I want to give a big thank you to our dear sweet woman, Carlisle, for all of the assistance she has given me personally and our community and service to White Wellbeing. Thank you, dear lady. And there's also going to be some criminal fraud accusations that the Republicans are going to be making in Nevada as well. The vote count in Nevada, which is still, I think it's Nevada, which is still taking place, is actually shrinking. And the Republicans are reporting that that could or will flip. Of course, on the other side of the coin, Democrats are saying that none of these things will flip, that all of it was legal. Of course, not just the Democrats are saying that, but every single regime media outlet is saying the exact same thing. Even Fox News, as I was taking notes, trying to eat, listen at the same time, right over on the side, I got food in one hand, writing utensil in the other. Let's see, what was it? They're referring to, they on Fox News, even noticing that they continue to refer to Trump as yet to concede, yet to concede. It doesn't matter how many times the Trump campaign is pointing out that they have lawsuits, and they have the Republicans are claiming this, of course. But what the Republicans claim, apparently, and for those of you who are new, we are on YouTube, and YouTube is a really anti-white platform, and so we can't say anything definitive that they don't like. And so we have to say, and we do most deeply believe, Susan and the rest of you at YouTube, first of all, that I'm not speaking for YouTube, but also that there's nothing definitive here, and that in the end, you always have to look to CNN for the truth. I mean, probably CNN, rather than the electors, will be the one who decides who the president is. And if it's not CNN, it probably should be CNN. I hope you all are able to read in those spaces that are between the lines. I see Penguin's here. Captain Penguin is here. Great to see you. Shauna Shaw is here. Great to see you. So we've got this news flooding in. What did we talk about? What did we talk about here months ago, 6 months ago? This is important to revisit this very briefly when we're talking about legerdemain. Legerdemain. You all can look it up, but that AI might struggle. That big sister AI always leaning over our shoulder. We got this legerdemain going on when it comes to voting. But 6 months ago, we told you what? We told you who the Democrat nominee would be. Did we not? Exactly. 100% right. We told you exactly what was going to happen with this election. And what's happening? Exactly what we said would happen. Now, as far as how this rolls out moving forward, this is yet to be seen, because there are some steps that have to be taken that may be, and we'll talk about this in just a moment, may be parallel to actions in the courts. And indeed, they might be the actions in the courts. We'll get to it in just a moment. Those actions in the courts might be to justify the parallel actions. And we shall see. And if this is not what they're doing, then they really need to, they know how to reach me. They really need to find me. I'm sure it would take them 2 seconds to figure out who I am. They really need to find me. And let's see what's happening here. We got messages, all messages coming in all the time. They really need to reach out to me and get some ideas, because if they don't end up succeeding and they don't employ these efforts, it'll be because they had ignorant people advising them. Let's see, who else do we have here? Southern Stoic. Yuri is here. Great to see you. Southern Stoic's a great name. Thea Hodge is here. Great to see you. Comes a Horseman. Great to see you. All right. Fornull is here. We were just looking at your mug, so you'll have to rewind and check it out if you weren't here in time. Jesse Link 2 is here. Great to see you. Saying smash the like button. Absolutely. Ashley is here. Just said hi. Well, hello to you, sweet lady. Great to have you with us. Let's keep running through this news, and I will shift through all of these different media that people are reaching out to me over. In places like Brazil, maybe, or Venezuela, when there are major voting irregularities, in Venezuela, they refer to this as a coup d'etat. In Venezuela, when there are major voting irregularities, they refer to it as a coup d'etat. So in Venezuela, you often see, as I was saying, La Cosa Nostra level, so mafia level, armed gang level, crime, deception, and the like. We have, I'll share this with you, some of the things that are being said right now, just the most recent news that's going on, that's being reported right now. Let's see, we have legal battles. Okay, we have the Republicans are claiming to have now mounting numbers of voters who not only voted after dead for Biden, but voted and registered and voted after dead. Now, the Democrats say hogwash, that didn't happen. And the Republicans are saying that they have the evidence of it, and they're accumulating this evidence right now. So keep that in mind. There are two sides to this story. They have the Republican Party and Trump are reporting that there are around 500,000 votes that went across the country, that went for Biden, that the only vote on the ballot was for Biden. So, and of course, the Democrats are saying hogwash, that didn't happen. The Democrats are also saying let me just rephrase that. Some Democrats are saying you may not recount, you may not observe in the way that you would like to observe. Some Democrats are saying this. Some Democrats forced Republican observers from positions of observation to 20 feet away, to 50 feet away. Republicans are claiming that this is the case. Some Democrats are saying that the election is over, that Biden is the president-elect, and the media says so. And I guess maybe that's the legitimacy of their claim. No electors have said so. The apparatus in the federal government of the United States that disperses funds for transitionary teams has not dispersed those funds to Biden yet. Those are all facts that CNN would back me up on, and therefore I know that it's true. Every time I think about CNN, I think about a bush on fire, and that's the voice just comes out of the bush. So this is what they are saying, 500,000, the Republicans. The Republicans are also talking about a company called Dominion Software, and they are saying that the Dominion Software, the Republicans are pointing out that either Nancy Pelosi, well, let me rephrase this. chief of staff for Nancy Pelosi and or others, and potentially Nancy Pelosi herself, and you all can give some more information about. You all can provide some more information if I am going wrong here. Please do. That perhaps Nancy Pelosi herself as well have vested interest in this Dominion software, the vote counting, tabulating software, in a great number of states, including the ones, according to the Republicans, not according to the Democrats. They contest every single thing the Republicans are saying here. They're saying that Nancy Pelosi and her chief of staff and some others have holding in Dominion software, and that this is where we had the Republicans are saying, well, they have already pointed out the Dominion software, that Democrats and these different polling stations are saying, well, yes, we actually caught an irregularity here where it flipped 6,000 votes or whatever the number is from Donald Trump to Biden. And yes, over here it did flip some votes from, but we caught those. So are those the ones that were caught by Democrats and the people who were operating the polls? Or are those the ones that the Democrats are owning up to because they were caught by people other than Democrats, or by Democrat people who happen to be honest? I don't know. You'll have to check with CNN for the final verdict. But it's very peculiar that a software could be used for voting. And there is even claims from some Democrats. It is rumored that some Democrats have claimed that this software was responsible for Bernie Sanders losing and et cetera, that these things were manipulated. And they apparently, the Republicans, whether true or not, it's rumored right now, the Republicans are claiming that they know exactly, or they even have the algorithm that was used in Dominion software. So there could be quite some bombshells coming out. It's probably not true, because we know that the establishment really does not like Donald Trump and does not like the Republican. We don't like them either. We don't like Donald Trump or the Republican Party either. Whenever they go anti-white, we dislike them as much as any other anti-white, no matter their name. So there's the Dominion software issue, and we could look into that over the course of the stream news as well. We have two extremely important seats, Senate seats, right now in the state of Georgia. There's going to be a runoff in Georgia that will be coming up soon. These are critical, not just for Georgia. In fact, forget about Georgia. I love Georgia. I love the great people of Georgia. I love the different Southern accents from Georgia. Wonderful folks. But the point I want to make here about Georgia is that if these two seats end up in the hands of Democrats, even if we do end up with T-Rex in office, the Democrats will control the House and they will control the Senate. Nothing will get done. You can then go ahead and do the tabulation for what will happen to Trump and many other things. If T-Rex does not end up in office, and instead Biden ends up in office, and the Democrats are able in this runoff to take the two Senate seats away, to win, I'll say, the two Senate seats in Georgia in the runoff election. If they do that, then the gates of anti-whiteism are going to be wide open. You'll have a rabidly anti-white Democrat Senate, a rabidly anti-white Democrat White House, a rabidly anti-white Democrat House. You'll see DC and Puerto Rico made into states. You'll get 4 more senators out of that. You'll see a great many of those bills, et cetera, come forward. There will be no resisting it. Those two seats in Georgia must be won, period. If you are in Georgia, you have to participate. If you have family in Georgia, or you are near, or in some way you can support these candidates and what's taking place there, you need to do everything in your human ability to do to ensure that these two, of course legally, to ensure that these two Senate seats remain in the hands of Republicans. It is not it would be nice. It is not we hope, we really hope. Hope is not a plan. Get rid of hope. You never wish, because that's a curse. Then it won't happen. You make it happen. You make it happen. We have been losing across the West our identity as a people. We have lost our identity, our destiny as a consequence of being polite. We have lost our destiny as a consequence of being tolerant. And they demand tolerance, the anti-whites, because that's how you lose everything you care about. The time for tolerance is over when it comes to anti-whiteism. Zero tolerance for anti-whiteism. Lovely if you are, you're down in Florida and the Cuban, wonderful Cuban person wants to open a restaurant and they want to sell the foods that their grandparents used to make before they had to flee from the anti-white communist bastards down there. Whatever it is, wonderful, fine. That's a lovely thing. And maybe you don't like the music coming out of the restaurant. Maybe you don't like that kind of food, but we tolerate it because these are good people, and you don't have to be at that restaurant. You don't have to eat there. You don't have to go sit outside and listen to the music all day, so you can tolerate it. We do not tolerate anymore anti-whiteism, period. Period. Anti-white, you get in their face. Anti-white, you get them fired. Anti-white, you shut their website down. Well, I don't know how to shut websites down, but I had mine attacked twice and completely destroyed. Anti-white, you shut it down. This is the only way that we're going to recapture our destiny. Do you really think that if what the Republicans are claiming is true, if what they're claiming is true, that this theft of votes that is always every goddamn election, I apologize, every election we go through, the Republicans come out wringing their hands and whining, just pissing and moaning about how, oh God, the Democrats are stealing here and the Democrats are stealing there. They're just whining and complaining about it. Enough whining and complaining. You make sure that it doesn't happen ever again. And that means whatever step you have to take to ensure that it never happens again. You know who's going to end up in the White House if we recapture, we're going to recapture our destiny. You know who's going to end up in power? It's going to be somebody just like me. Because it's going to be somebody that'll play hardball with the anti-whites, no matter what they call their names. The same hardball that they're willing to play. It's not going to be these petty, mealy-mouthed, old-school Republicans, or what the genuine Republicans will call rhinos or whatever. You have Mitt Romney come out. Why isn't his ass immediately shut down out of the Republican Party? Why doesn't the Republican Party immediately eviscerate this bitch who is coming out undermining the Republican Party? Take all the funding away. There are plenty of things that we can't even say that are perfectly legal, that I'm not even going to say, that are perfectly legal, that are perfectly ethical in today's environment. Because we're not playing by Queensberry rules anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like you're playing bingo at church and everybody is going to be fair for Christ's sake. You are locked in a prison, and it is time to start acting the way that the other prisoners behave. Because if you go to jail, I've never been there, thankfully. You go to prison, you go to jail, and most of you might have heard this second or third hand. And if somebody comes up to push you around, you are going to be had for the rest of your time in prison. You have to come out like a rabid animal against those who are rabid animals. That is how you're going to have to fight for your destiny. Georgia, these senators in Georgia, this isn't a question. Mitt Romney, he should have every one of his businesses attacked by other Republicans. He should have lawsuits by other Republicans against every one of his holdings. Everything he has in his life should come under attack by the Republican Party. This is how you're going to have to operate. You have to clean house if you're going to be able to take on the anti-whites who are flying under the umbrella of Democrat right now. Mind you, now there are going to be good people out there who are Democrats. I've known some. They still think the Democrat Party cares about the white working man because it cares about all working men. Horse shit. I'm in the union. I hold a union card. I'm not going to tell you where, but plenty of these white people hold their union cards. And you sit there and watch as your union undermines you and your families and everything you care about as they bring in wonderful people, astronauts, to do your jobs from other countries because they're going to do them cheaper. They'll do them without the protective suit. They'll do them without the protective breather because that's far better even than where they came from. So you're going to have to play hardball with these anti-whites, legally, ethically, morally, going the distance in every conceivable way. Georgia has to be won. We'll be able to serve white well-being no matter what. But because we'll find we're crafty, we're sly, we'll be protean when we have to be protean, and we'll be hard as steel when we need to be that way. But the reality is that if this goes, it's going to make the senators in Georgia go. It's going to make things a lot harder. So support the efforts there in Georgia. We have Rudy Giuliani and some others in the Republican Party have now come out, and the Democrats say that they're lying. The Democrats say that they're lying, and that if they open their mouth and breathe, that it's only for the purpose of lying. But Rudy Giuliani and the Republicans are now saying that as many as 10 states were stolen from Donald Trump. The Republicans and Giuliani are saying that as merely as 10 states were stolen from Donald Trump. The Democrats are saying, and Biden and Kamala are saying that absolutely no states were stolen. They are also saying that any recount or any pause to immediately concede is the culmination of all of their predictions and predictive programming, and we'll talk about that in one moment, that they made coming up to the election. All right, I mentioned that even Fox is referring to Trump as yet to concede and doing that again and again. Here's one of the things I wanted to ask. I was just speculating about, are the Republicans, is there really a legal contest for these cases? Can they be proved? And if proved in such a way, I haven't seen any of the arguments that are being made by their lawyers yet, so I can't speak to them. I can't speak to how they would like to see this redressed in these states. Do they want a recount wherein every single vote is going to be scrutinized in these contested states and maybe in other states as well? According to Giuliani, I'm sure he's a criminal, like the Democrats say. And even though, Biden's son has suddenly disappeared, who knows what the truth is, though. We'll wait for CNN to tell us, or maybe Susan, or maybe the AI will just step in over top of me and tell the truth. That's the kind of thing that we'll see in years to come with a Biden, Harris, and Democrat held government. But let's see. My question is this. I haven't seen these yet, so right now it's just speculation, but it's something to think about, something that is very interesting possibility, and that is, are we going to see arguments made in court, a great many arguments made in court, to develop, instead of a specific outcome, not saying that the outcome, the stated desired outcome, the redress in these cases are fraudulent or not desired, but because they want a multi-pronged approach. And it might be that the Republicans are moving forward with a great many arguments in court so that they can then take a parallel action to the courts, which is to order a revote in these contested states. Now, if Trump were to come forward, and this is something I was saying, what Trump needs to do, I believe, I could be wrong. I know he's got 6 and 7 figure. I got messages coming in here. Let me just make sure we're okay. Okay. So 6 and 7 figure people working for him, and they're terribly bright, and they've gone to just wonderful ivory towers in the heavens, in the Elysia. They're just floating above us. Maybe where Gad is hanging out as well. And they're telling him to do whatever he's doing, or maybe he's coming to the conclusion that this path is the way to go, and he's proven to be a great success in his life. So maybe he knows what he's talking about. And of course, they have information that I don't have. But my opinion is, from the information I'm able to gather, that Trump should get in the Oval Office from the seat of power, and he should force and he can. Remember, you have the emergency broadcasting. Do you think the Democrats would hesitate to do this? Let's be realistic. This is the level, the seriousness here is the level of World War seriousness. This is not let's just play it out in the courts, and we'll talk about that for a moment and how that's absolutely futile. But he needs to get in the Oval Office. He needs to take control of all of the networks, because you saw what happened on CNBC the other day with this absolute freak. What is this guy's name? He got fired from Fox. And in the middle of the president of the United States talking, they cut him off. And this guy said, this absolute useless talking head, this empty suit, who's filthy rich, by the way, Shepard Smith, I think his name is. This empty suit says, well, we're not going to let him talk anymore because everything the president is saying is lies. Could you imagine people doing that to Barack Obama? Could you imagine a network saying, no, he is lying, so we're not going to play any more of what he just said? The reason why in your head you just thought to yourself, my God, in one case, yeah, they can do it because it's a white man. And in the other case, if you had done that to a black president, the world would have blown up. The reason why is because the substance of our lives, the substance through which we move, the narrative through which we move is the anti-white narrative, which imbues people with an anti-white morality. That is why we have to go free. That is why going free works. This is the substance we have to change. And it's just too damn bad that other people didn't hit upon it, and now they want to complain. And we'll talk about some of that as well, about these idiots going out in the streets, and they want to focus and they want to videotape some freak from the internet screaming about some particular group of non-white people on video and laud him. He better not come to DC. We'll talk about that. And I welcome him to, because I'll go meet his scrawny little freak ass out in the streets and put an end to his ability to shout things in such a way that undermine our ability to recapture our destiny. No more standing idly by while people undermine the good work that we are obviously achieving for white well-being, so that they can play the villain inside the anti-white narrative. So that is why when we think about, could they shut Obama down? Oh my God, no. Could they shut Trump down that way and insult the president? The office, when you know what, when you're in the military and if you read Born Guilty, you'll know a little bit more about me. But when you're in the military, when you're in law enforcement, you learn that the office is what gets your respect. You can hate the SOB in the office, but you have to, it's a tradition of Western kind to say that the office is the thing that you respect, so that we maintain the stability of Western civilization from one leader to the next, a bad one to a good one to a bad one, whatever it is. But the anti-whites are not going to respect the office. They're not going to respect the founding fathers. They're a bunch of white guys. They hate white people. Anti-whites do. Not all Democrats, anti-whites do. So they're not going to respect any of that. They're not going to respect our customs. They're not going to respect our norms, because they came from the West. All that is going in the shredder. So Donald Trump needs to take control of all of the channels, because he has the ability to do that for 30 minutes, prime time, and maybe do it twice, re-air himself, rerun himself. I know that's what I would do. I would say, oh, you don't like it, MSNBC? Too damn bad. Not only am I going live now, but I'm going to rerun my ass 3 times on your network today. And I don't give a damn if you don't like it. So I would make sure that every American, this is what Donald Trump should do. He should get there. He should have a sober, a calm, a straightforward conversation with the American population about what is happening, his party, and what they are planning to do relative to vis-a-vis this election. And he needs to do that, in my opinion, ASAP, because the anti-whites are building momentum with this lie. Now, you don't have to worry about, in the lie, the lies that they're telling. You don't have to worry about arresting their momentum. This is you need to get into your world, and we'll talk about exactly what we can be doing and what we should be doing. We've already talked about if you're in Georgia, near Georgia, family in Georgia, some way to help Georgia, whatever it is with the runoff of these senators, you've got to get involved. They've got to win. The Republican senators there have got to win. But he needs to get on air with a sober, a sedate, a calm, a reasonable argument. Share this with the entirety of the American public so that there's no way to contradict him until after he's done. And it should be written in such a way as to anticipate the arguments that the totality of the media is going to make. He should say to the American people, this is what they're going to say about me. This is how they are going to frame it. This is how they want to make me look. He should name the people involved. Tell the American people who these anti-white people are. I don't care if they own the biggest banks on planet Earth. Give the American people their names. Tell them, I don't care if they're just some actor in Hollywood, whoever the big folks are with the big money who's making this happen, whoever the tech giants, name these SOBs for the American people so that we can say it's not just something that's in the ether. There are actual bad actors that are behind this. He needs to name these people. Stop playing this, behind the curtain bullshit. And apologize for my French. Name these people. Say exactly what they're doing. And then he needs to say that he is going to clear the streets, and he needs to do this so that this election can be decided in a reasonable and a calm way, in a way that all reasonable Americans and people around the world will be able to see as a just, fair, and legitimate election. And if necessary, if there are so many disputed situations in this state or that state or whatever, force a revote in those states and say that in forcing the revote, he is going to provide military personnel to ensure that both Democrat and Republican observers are within 1 foot of all of the vote casting, of all of the whatever it takes, so that both parties. Now, the argument is not for the rabid anti-whites out there. They're going to say, oh, no, it doesn't matter what you say. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go for it. That's not who he's arguing for. He's arguing for a sizable chunk of the Democrat Party who are going to say, you know what, this is pretty reasonable. He's going to allow our observers, they're all going to be up close. And we do want this to be considered something and observed and known to be something that is fair and legal and just from start to finish. No legitimate, reasonable, honest, sane person could object to a full and fair, uncontestable election. No, none of this Bravo Sierra of Dominion software and all of this sort of garbage. Break it down to the way it should be done. And here is the document. Fill it in and on a piece of paper, and then a human being is going to say, okay, there it is, and it ticks in this category. And there'll be observers from both Republican and Democrats 1 foot away saying, yeah, he did that right, or she did that right. And behind them will be soldiers who will ensure the integrity of the vote. And who gives a damn what these other networks, what these other individuals are going to say about ensuring a full and fair playing field? Because if they decide to stir revolution in the United States, that is insurrection. And that, my friends, is punishable in a military tribunal. Forget civilian courts of law. That is punishable. Stirring insurrection against the government of the United States is punishable in a military tribunal. And those individuals stirring that insurrection could be have their asses dragged right into those tribunals and a very swift decision made. No protracted appeals. And you know damn well and good that the Democrats are going to do that to us if this doesn't happen to them. So forget about this playing this patty cake while they're willing to slit your throat. You are either going to use the power of the state while you have it to ensure that things are fair, that things are just, even for those people of all races, of all backgrounds who consider themselves Democrats and they like the Democrat Party for whatever reasons other than destroying the United States. You are ensuring that it's fair for them as well, because you know damn well and good all of these white imbeciles out there, and my apologies to the imbeciles that are out there voting and they're celebrating right now the celebration of Beelzebub last night. Thank God we got this into office and now we can have everything fair. You know damn well and good nothing's going to be fair. You know damn well and good everything they do is to the detriment of Western kind. Every single time they have the least bit of power. There is no hope. There is no sanity in giving them a second of breath. This is the time to save the nation. There is no time to allow insurrection. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, the state of Pennsylvania is in full rebellion, according to some, not according to me. It's not in rebellion according to others. But according to some, the governor refusing federal edicts is rebellion to the United States. According to some, the courts and law officers in Pennsylvania refusing the edicts of the Supreme Court of the United States is full rebellion to the United States, according to some, not according to others. Many of those others are people who want that rebellion because it gets them what they want. The same anti-white conclusions that they want. The same people who have no problem saying you can have a city where the law can be disobeyed. Somehow the federal government can't stop this from happening. Somehow you can have a city where immigration law doesn't have to be obeyed. But you can have a city where abridgments of the right to self-defense can be ignored. No, then, my friends, the Democrats will go in there with soldiers. Then they'll go in there and they'll say to your employers, well, we're just going to tax to everybody who resists the edict of the state of whatever or the federal government of our abridgments on the Second Amendment. We don't care what you think about the Constitution. Anybody who's going to continue to defy us in a sanctuary firearm zone, sanctuary city for right to self-defense, anybody who's going to do that, well, your employer is going to be taxed at quadruple the rate until they get rid of you. And then they'll just order the IRS to do it, and it won't matter whether it's legal or not. There are not enough nodes of power. You know, we had Greg Johnson on yesterday, and he's super educated guy, nice guy, does a lot of good work. But this idea that, well, 71 million people, they'll be able to resist. With what? With what? If the Democrats take the White House, they take the Senate, the troops will be at your house. And we have already seen time and again that individuals are not going to stand up. There isn't an oppositional poll. It's not like during the War for Southern Independence, where Southerners could say, well, my state first. And so when their state seceded, that population went with their state. That's what was most important to them. That was the oppositional poll. There is no oppositional poll. People will be disappearing like this. I just want to, I cannot believe that there are so many people out there. You have all of these examples of, first of all, reason, logic, and evidence. But you have, I can compute this like this. You have all of these examples as well on top of computations that I can do instantly throughout history that show when there's no oppositional poll, well, they just they're like piranha. They just eat you up one at a time. Christ's sake. There is not going to be a resistance without an oppositional poll. Donald Trump, T-Rex, needs to do this right now, or he will lose this office. Then this is why. Well, the Democrats would say that he'll lose this office because he was rightly voted out by more people voting for rigor mortis than voted for Barack Obama. Now, if that ain't some horse shit, you think about every person in this country. Almost every non-white person voted for Barack Obama. Not literally. The statement is hyperbole that's justified because it's almost universal. But almost every single one voted for Barack Obama. The white population, they thought Jesus Christ himself. They've been told for so long about how bad they are, how wonderful non-whites are. And they thought, well, this is going to be a way to placate my guilt. This is going to be a way to assuage my guilt. Can't get rid of it, my white guilt that I've been infected with. Can't get rid of it, but I'm going to feel good for a good couple of months. And so I pull the lever for this guy. Everybody and their mom practically went out and voted for Barack Obama. And not only did they go out and vote for Barack Obama, just like when this couple of years ago, it just happens at every university. It happens in every professional team. When a non-white athlete gets a position that is traditionally or up to present has been given to white athletes, white people begin naming their children after the guy, or the female, even before they've accomplished anything. That's how sick the white population has gotten. So it was a tidal wave for Barack Obama. And on top of that, that guy could read the hell out of a teleprompter. I've seen people recently, and this is always the distance, time distance, and romanticizing distance, whether it is through time or over land. But always this romanticizing. And they say, well, Barack Obama, he was really a brilliant orator. Bravo, Sierra. Does nobody remember the couple times that the prompter died on him and he was a stuttering imbecile? How about all of the times when he didn't have a teleprompter, wasn't meant to have a teleprompter, and he stuttered through, literally just stuttering through his thoughts? But he could read a teleprompter like a champ. And he went on like an actor. And then he went on to campaign coast to coast, north to south. And he got X for a vote. Rigor mortis, a white male, that anti-whites, there's no group they hate more than white straight men. And here you have an old one who has said disgusting things about non-white people in the past. Absolutely disgusting things about them in the past. And the non-white people, they know this. They hate him. He does zero campaigning. Again, justified hyperbole because it was so little, especially compared to Barack Obama, who was jet setting all over the country. Comes out, he reveals to us he stands for things like and introduces himself as the husband of Joe Biden and all of these other gaffes. And we are supposed to believe that more people voted for him than voted for Barack Obama. Pull the other one, jackass. Pull the other one. So, if Trump thinks that he's going to file some lawsuits and it's just going to be this legal wrangling going on, and then with all of the appeals that they'll make, all of these nodes of power, these judges, I mean, you have the judges in PA. What's he going to do? What's he going to do for those judges? I know what Andrew Jackson did when the judges found a case against him. He said, let them find America's survival was in jeopardy. We wouldn't have it today, what little we have, if it wasn't for Andrew Jackson. And then when the judges found against him, he said, let them find whatever they want. I control the military. That is the reality. So if he's going to think that it's going to be this march through the courts, and then if necessary, he'll step out of the White House and he'll still be he'll be able to claim, well, I'm still the, legitimate or whatever. Buddy, the moment they get in, all of your cases are going to disappear. All of those friends in high places are going to disappear. All of it's going to go away. They're all going to lose their jobs. They're all going to be taken right out of office. Some of it will be done by the appropriate means, but still a little screwy. In other cases, it won't be done by the appropriate means, and no one will care. The entire regime's media will write it in the sky how legitimate it was, even Fox News. And then you know what? Paul Ryan on the board over there at Fox News hates Donald Trump, and Fox News is the only holding left, I think, that hasn't been bought by Disney. Massive pressure on what's left there at Fox News. They could have given a hint of something elsewhere. You know, there'll be other heads rolling over there like this. No, this is a life and death, metaphorically, but you can take it any way you want, scenario for the Republican Party as you understand it to be today. Now, that doesn't mean that that name Republican won't disappear or that it will disappear. It just won't be what it was before all of this. It'll be no more the same thing that it was than somebody else in the world who also has your first name is you. I hope that drives it home, because the only way the Republican Party will be able to exist if he leaves, if this T-Rex leaves, turns power over to Biden and Kamala and the rest of them, and especially if the two senators fall in Georgia to Democrats. If that happens, the Republican Party will just be Democrat Party, not even Democrat Party light. They are going to be as hardcore anti-white to survive as the Democrat Party is today, as hardcore. And then it will become an instant competition between who can be more anti-white. And that will happen for many different reasons, not just because if this election, or if any elections have ever been rigged by anti-whites, you damn well know that everyone thereafter would be rigged by anti-whites. Every single one. So you're going to have to prove to the other anti-whites that you're more anti-white than the other person who wants that office. Doesn't matter whether you have a D or an R. What do you think is going to happen to all of the white people who are participating in politics? Gone. Why? Because they won't need them anymore. The anti-whites won't need them. There'll be some for the next decade or so that'll be hangers on. They'll keep around as vestigial from the past, but they'll be gone. You also have the fact that if you are a Republican in that dystopian anti-white outhouse that they will make of the once was the United States, whatever we believe it to be today and whatever it objectively is, those Republicans will have to be more anti-white than the Democrats to not get killed, to not get raped, to not get murdered. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, right now, this may be true. It may be not true. It's not getting reported, as far as I know, on any of the regime's media. And, if Snopes says it's not true, then it's not true. If CNN says it's not true, it's not true. I'm just going to tell you what some people are saying. Some people are saying that, again, it might not be true, that duly elected national level Republican office holders and their families and their staffs and their families are currently and have been now for the past couple of months under siege at their homes, in their places of work, and when they go grocery shopping, when they want to go get pick up a container of milk at the 7-Eleven or whatever it is. Physical attacks, terroristic attacks. None of it's probably happening. It's probably just all lies by these Republicans. All of the police reports, all of those are probably lies too. All of the video and the photographs of their wounds, probably lies as well. The offices being broken into by anti-whites, carrying guns into these places, while the staff cowers in secure rooms for their lives. Probably not happening. Probably just more lies. Police reports are probably all lies. I'm sure, in fact, that it's all lies. But they're saying that this is happening. And if it is, what do you think it'll be like in that anti-white dystopian outhouse that the anti-whites dominating the Democrat Party will make of their lives. Police protection for Republicans, or specifically white people in general, will be considered by the likes of, I won't say any names, but by the likes of some of those anti-whites in high positions right now, will be considered an inequity, because those will be dollars unfairly spent on the white oppressive race in the United States. And those who care and those who are in any way troubling the fruition of all anti-white desires to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization. How many people do you think will remain? That Republican Party will still be called Republican, at least initially. But if your name's Bob, it's going to be that person that stands beside you, also named Bob, is no more you than that new Republican Party will be the Republican Party of the present. It'll be a one-party state. And forget about this idiots that step forward and say, well, it's already one party because they're all going to give money to Israel. Well, you are such a midget wit dipshit with your head so far up your ass. You just get the hell out of this community. We have gone over again and again and again the difference between what the Republican, and it's not Democrat light. The Republicans fight the Democrats on every single one of these bills, not for your benefit, idiot, because you're playing the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. They don't like you, and I don't like you. Unless you redeem yourself and you come back to something pure and noble and good. They're fighting all of these things that the Democrats want to do on all of those bills that we've talked about, and we can talk about again for the people the folks we're talking about whose memory is as sharp and his attention span is as sharp as a hamster. We can come back to those and talk to you about all those again. But that has been what the Republicans have been holding back for the general white, normal, and non-white normal population in the United States. So it's not for your benefit, although the benefit will accrue to your dumb ass when you want to go out there and then shout out in the streets and ruin things for the rest of us, shouting ugly, stupid things so that you can look like the ne'er-do-well in their story. You're such a clever little prick. You've got them all figured out, and they have you on puppet strings. That is what Donald Trump needs to do, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, I don't have access to all the information that he has access to. But I offer my services if they want to get smart, if they want to bring me on board and provide the money that I should have been paid, that so many white males should have been paid in this goddamn anti-white Western world. The maximum suicide rate, white males, because we pay our dues. We're born with talent that works well in Western civilization. Maybe not everybody else's talent works well in Western civilization. Maybe it works better elsewhere. Good for them. But born with talent, born with abilities, pay our dues, get our education, and then shut down every goddamn direction we go. Discriminated against on the basis of our race. And then, not only do we not have the success and the money as a consequence of it, we can't have families as a consequence of it. Our women out there taught that we are the lowest of the low, that we're pathetic compared to everyone else, that they can be happier with everyone else, and that indeed all of these other people are getting the jobs that they don't deserve. They cycle through these places. Everyone knows the joke is over. The white guy in the office ends up getting a little bit of the work that all of these diversity hires have to do that can't do. And then me and all of these other white men out there end up being the diversity fires. And the diversity fire also stands for whites who are not hired because they're taking on non-white people who don't deserve to be there. And I wholeheartedly support non-white people who have the talent, they pay their dues, they everything else, they deserve to be there. They deserve an opportunity at bat, and if they are the ones who succeed, then good for them. That's the way it should be. That is not how America is running. That is not how Western civilization is running. That is not what Camelface has said in the video where she said, we want equity in this world. And I'll also talk about the other video by Kamala, who made a video where she said that, well, in this world, it's not enough to let everybody have the same start. No, you have to actually give benefits. You have, and where do the benefits come from, sweetheart, cupcake? Where do they come from? Guys like me having to be sacrificed. There is nothing in existence that comes out of thin air, you absolute just twit of a bitch. And by that I mean the technical name for a female dog. She's not very handsome. Where do you think this comes from? You cannot give people preferential treatment and special privileges without taking it, without discriminating against others. There is nothing in the world that is something from nothing. They're discriminating against us, and that is what should piss you off. It is your father that suffers, your mother, your son, your daughter, your brother, your sister. That is what should animate you. You should be righteously pissed off and never look at these people who pretend to care for us and what we're doing, who pretend to care about white people and then go out there and play the bad guy. You give them an opportunity. You say, look, here's going free. This works. It works so well that the guy who does the streams on Sunday can't even remember who his name is. He can't even get through. He has 40, where is it? He has 45 pages, this show, of people's testimonials of success in their lives. And he didn't even get to all of those. And then he has working class people who $5 means a lot to. They give $5 because they see it works all the way up to making $2,000 available. That's how well it works. So here's your option. You can stop being the ne'er-do-well. You can stop playing the bad guy like an idiotic stooge for the anti-whites and go free, or you can continue doing that, and we're going to make sure that no one hears any of your comments. We'll shut down your platforms. We'll shut down your websites, and if you want to get in our faces, we'll take the teeth out of your mouths because there's no more goddamn time. When are you going to wait? When are you going to finally say enough is enough? Are you going to wait until the Democrats are in the White House? Have you heard what Biden is saying? They're going to implement the task force, the HEROES Act, by decree. Presidential decree. He's going to pluck out the entire COVID-19 part of the HEROES Act. Where is it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Get to me on that text message if I'm naming the wrong one, the wrong act. You know what that's going to do? That's going to put people who are going to track and trace you. All of you. Are you going to act then? When somebody gets out on the street corner and they want to start shouting about some little community of puppies, acting like the absolute dumbass bad guy in their narrative, are you then going to try to say, hey, buddy, shut up? Are you then going to say to that cousin or that uncle who wants to be anti-white, hey, buddy, you go straight to hell? I got somebody now standing outside watching everything I do because of you. Don't wait for that. You tell these SOBs straight where they can go. And if necessary, we will send them there. I am not going to sacrifice any more of my goddamn life to be nice to idiots and intentional folks out there who are intentionally doing misdeeds. They know exactly what they're doing. That is ruining all of our lives. And I'm not going to allow the stupidity to get in our way anymore. Where are you? funders out there, white people with the millions of dollars, where are you? It's coming to your house. If you don't back people like us, it's coming to your house. You won't be able to be anti-white enough. God damn it. I'm fired up. Let's keep rolling. And I'm not taking any shit anymore. We have to use going free to recapture our destiny. This works. The lexicon works. The dialectics work. Anybody gets in the way, it's the steamroller. Anybody gets in the way, it's shut down. Period. Metaphorical steamroller. Anybody gets in the way, I'm not putting up with any more of this shit that I've had to deal with for decades in this godforsaken, idiotic, white positive sphere. Everybody wanting to listen to the next goddamn peacock, academic peacock that shows up. What about the last academic peacock that showed up? Started talking about COVID catharsis. Everybody started showing up saying, Jason, well, how do you know it's not just COVID catharsis? You, buddy. You. I mean, I'm really getting tired of this. Why is it not? Well, is it still COVID catharsis? Dipshits? I've had enough. And those who have also had enough are with me. And you can either go with what has been proven to work and is protecting children and is doing the right thing, or you can be out there and be neutral, or you can be part of those we put in the history books as the losers who got in the way. And we have conferences moving forward again, God damn it. Nothing is going to stop us. We are not going to surrender our destiny, our identity. I am not going to live like a craven in my house, struggling, trying to get job after job, working, my God, how many rungs down the ladder of where I should be. I am not going to live the rest of my life like that. And so are millions of other white people are not going to do it either. We are not going to put up with this. And we are going to legally, morally, ethically do every single thing that is capable of being done to recapture our destiny. Anybody, and that goes to not only those people playing the bad guy with the verbiage that they're using, but anybody out there playing the bad guy talking about violence. Anybody out there talking about violence, call the police on them. Make a note of who they are and then turn them over to the authorities. Because you know what's going to, and then tell all of the white positive sphere who they are. Because you know what's going to happen. Just like what happened with Gretchen and with the punk here in Virginia. They'll insert some undercover narc or FBI agent or CIA or whatever agent. That person will record these idiots talking about doing something violent. And then the Democrats will say to the population, look at what they almost did, or even allow them to do it. And then they'll say, look at what they did. Time to go arrest Jason. Time to go arrest Roy Danton. Time to go arrest Ray and Brant Danger and everybody else. Because that's what these people do. They are looking to do this to us. You know, sometimes to make sure that the tree grows strong. You know, it's like the sequoia forests is a great analogy. Out in California, these great trees that live for what, 5,000 years? They said, white people, Westman said, my God, this is glorious. These trees live for thousands of years. It takes them forever to get this size. We don't want them to burn to the ground. So we are going to preemptively do controlled burns through these forests. And then they noticed after a couple of years that there were no new sequoia trees in the forests. And they wondered, what the hell is going on? And then they finally discovered that raging forest fires were needed for their seeds to be able to come out of their pine cones and germinate in the soil, and that the trees themselves were protected against the forest fires. Sometimes you need a baptism. And sometimes, in the case of Sequoia and maybe other things, it needs to be a baptism by fire. Let me see what you all are saying. We'll get back on the other issues dealing with the So Monday, Biden is going to be announcing the task force that he is plucking out of the bill that I read to you all, the HEROES Act, plucking out of that, and is going to, should he assume the office of presidency, he is going to then, by fiat, make that a reality for the world. Like seeing people's faces, like having a job, like seeing the economy going up again, well, you better kiss all that goodbye. Because that is what absolute rigor mortis is organizing. Let me see what you all are saying. I can't. You better be sharing. I am so sick of it. Share this URL with everybody in your circles of influence. Start the practice of going free. Don't just read Go Free. Don't just buy Go Free. You have to read Go Free again and again, and you have to practice the practices that are inside of Go Free. You have to implement the strategies in your life, because by doing this, you know how you benefit me. This is how this works. This is how this works. I'm gonna tell you right now. This is how this works. You benefit me. What's Jason getting out of this? All of this is modern day plastic salesman bullshit, and all of these self-promoter, aggrandizer ass talkers that we see across the white positive sphere and in politics and the rest. They've so entranced everybody with their own motivations, with their own pettifoggery. Everybody's saying, "What's Jason?" You know what this gets? If for no other reason, you want to be cynical as all hell. So it's not that Jason. You want to say, "Well, Jason couldn't possibly care about me." Jason hasn't come to tears on this on live video feed. And I'm a guy who, my father never shed a tear. He said at any point, he said, if a man tears are going to get moist, he just gets away from everyone so they don't see that. And I have held them back here for people getting off of suicide. I've held them back here for stories about our children. You all have seen that, who have been here for a long time. But if you want to say it's not because I care about and love our people and I care about and love our vulnerable members, you want to say it's purely cynical? Fine. Here's how it's cynical for all of you cynics out there. This is how it's cynical. If you go free and you become a better you tap into your talents as a Westman physically, mentally, and spiritually, and you go out into the world with this lexicon and these dialectics and this curative contagion, and you share it with others, it works like a boomerang. And it just comes right back. And then suddenly Jason finds himself in a world where it isn't shit. He's able to find himself in a world where when people that are close to him and they need to go see a physician somewhere, they're being treated by a physician who actually passed their tests and who actually deserved their medical degree, deserves to be working at the hospital. Jason then gets to go out into an equal playing field of a job market. Instead of driving a car that is practically dragging pieces on the ground, Jason can actually get what he deserves out of all of his investment of time and self and energy and talent. So if you want to say, well, it's got to be some kind of cynical, what's the cynical route for this Jason? There it is, buddy. That's how it benefits me. God damn. All right. We're going to keep rolling, and we'll see what you all are having to say. Let's keep making this happen for all of those heroes out there. Let's keep making this happen every single day. Grab this URL, You go out to your circles of influence and you say, watch this now. Don't be a dumbass. Hey, you know what? This guy, maybe you say to your friends, you say you're in circles of influence. You know, I get it. I get it. This guy doesn't just tell a bunch of jokes. He isn't just like some snarky crank. He isn't very pretty. He doesn't appear like he's from some upper class and he's just going to come down to you with, in some very fancy vest and cigar and whiskey or so whatever he's going to drink in front of you. He doesn't have some sort of a quirky, weird. He's not dysfunctional in some sort of way, so that therefore you can think that he's super intelligent for his dysfunctions. Look, I get it. And I get that he gets really passionate about Western kind and Western civilization. And I get that he's talking about a view, a lens on how to view the world that's very different from the one that you've been using all along. But you know what, person in my circle of influence, the lens you have been looking wraps all the way around to your ass. And you have been an idiot for your whole life as a consequence. And it is time for you to go free before it is too goddamn late. Before you see them come and drag his ass off to prison for what you should have stood up for. No mourning for Jason by any of these bitches out there who had the opportunity and did nothing, said nothing, moved nothing when they knew who we were and what we were doing. Too many people in the white positive sphere could have already spoken up. A decade ago, how much would we have done by now? A decade ago, going free was almost exactly what it is today. How much further along would we have been? And now I've got to get started with no goddamn time any day. I got people trying to steal ideas. I got people taking ideas for their own. I got people ignoring me and ignoring all the work that we're doing. I got the government, stuff you don't even know about, to deal with. And I got to get back to work on the second iteration of Go Free, more powerful even than this iteration, so that some other fat slob idiot can come along later, I'm sure, and say that, well, it's 10 years later, it's 20 years later, well, it's actually mine. I've got to get to work on that. Fortunately, with folks, others behind the scenes that are going to make it even better than it would have been, because they're going to help me with it. And they're going to be acknowledged for their participation of their time, their talent, their education, their genius, where they want to be named, if they want to be named, after their death or whatever they want. I'll make sure that if I'm here, I'll be the one who gets out there with the stonemasons and works on their statues. My hands have calluses. We're not going to, even with no time, even with no money, even with whatever we can put together. And thank God there's all of you here with us. We're going to make this happen. But you have got to get out there. You've got to shame these total pricks. I cannot believe that we have not been spoken about in so many more places as the goddamn house burns down around them. All right. We're going to see what you're saying, and we're going to roll. I tell you what, they decide to have their little get-togethers. If somebody's going to get together, I live outside of D.C., and you have this absolute, I got sent this video. I'm going to say it right now because I'm fired up about it now, and then I'm going to be done with it. I've been sent these videos. No, none of you better share these videos. If you have any sense, you're not going to be sharing these videos of this absolute degenerate freak, cat twit, who's out in the streets getting himself videotaped, screaming like a psychopath about some little group of people who are by no means the only anti-whites, and by no means are all anti-white. But that little imbecile is going to make it harder for me, for you, for all of you to do something positive for white well-being, to do something positive for our people in all of our countries. So I'm going to tell you, if they're going to show up in Washington, D.C., and they're going to show the little video of him or anybody else acting like an idiot, let's make sure that I know and some other heroes from White Wellbeing know, so that we can go out there and we can show the rest of the white positive sphere what happens if you undermine the good work that's being done for white well-being. You think that the worry you have about Antifa, well, you better think again. Because we got some legit folks. I'm going to tell you what, I'll go out there by myself. But we have some legit folks. And we're putting an end to this bullshit in the white positive sphere. Imitate the bad guy, talk about violence, and you're going to end up with a straw for the rest of your life. Forget about Antifa coming after you with a 120-pounder. Forget about that fear. And as I said, those with the technology, shut these SOBs down. And if they're talking about violence, give them right to the authorities, keep their name, tell everybody in the white positive sphere who they are so that we can all denounce them, so that when they go out there and they get arrested or they do something or they're planning something, it can be long known that we knew exactly who and what they were. I'm not suffering anymore by people's lack of vision, lack of intelligence, lack of integrity. Financially gifting over here on entropy. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis. Raucous emojis for one of our great champions. Millennial Honky, financially gifting $50, 50. Millennial Honky, thank you so much, brother. 50 US dollars. Cheers, brother, he writes. Thank you so very much. We also have Scrappy Doo, financially gifting $11. Thank you so much for that. $11 financial gift to White Wellbeing. Yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, that we reached. For those of you who financially gift, that we reached nearly 500,000 people with Crucible. We got in the faces of nearly 500,000 people. DF, financially gifting, great dear lady, wonderful woman here, financially gifting $5. Thank you. And writes, here is a tithe in Mr. Sad's name. Well, thank you so much. We'll talk about Mr. Sad. I'll be making another video, a part 2, because he had more words about me and all of you that he decided to write. And we'll take care of that. Thank you so much. $5 in your name, Gad, to White Wellbeing. We have Isabel. I guess that's California. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, sweet woman. And writing here, thank you for saving my life. I had been with a non-white boyfriend for 2 years who had been physically abusing me. I planned to kill myself on the 4th of this month. I wrote a suicide letter to an old friend. I wrote a suicide letter to an old friend before he gave me go free. Thank you, Jack. Exclamation point. I am going free. Broke up with my non-white boyfriend and feel better. Now do you see why I get so animated. Isabel, you are most welcome. And we love you, dear sister. You come to us, be redeemed. And if you would like, let me send you an electronic version of Crucible. If you have a Twitter, DM me. If you have, if you go to Crucible, or no, I'm sorry, if you go to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, you can write me there right now, and I will send you a link for a free Kindle version of Crucible. I'll pay for it. It's yours. And I'm going to read what you wrote here again. Thank you so much for that magnificent sharing with us something so personal. How many people have had something so personal in their lives? This is not something that people regularly talk about. When we talk about when women or men get raped, only a fraction come forward to admit it. When people reach the point where they're at the end of their rope and they're going to take their life, and then they decide to steer away from it, only a tiny percentage speak up. And so I really deeply thank you for your courage right now in the midst of this community, for sharing this with us. $10 financial gift from Isabel, and the gift of your life. There isn't a dollar amount. Doesn't matter where you've been. Doesn't matter what was in your past. You can be redeemed with us. This is a movement of redemption. You all are welcome. Isabel writes, "Thank you for saving my life. I had been with a non-white boyfriend for 2 years. He had been physically abusing me. I planned to kill myself on the 4th of this month and wrote a suicide letter to an old friend before he gave me go free. Thank you, Jack," she writes in parentheses. She continues, "I am going free, broke up with my boyfriend, and I feel better." We want to get a big round of applause for Isabel, a big welcoming round of applause. You're welcome here. There's going to be a long road, sister. It's going to be a long road. And you're going to have times where you're going to be, and I hope folks who are with us right now will speak up in the live chat about this. We recognize that we're fallible. You're going to have times when you're going to trip and you're going to have to pick yourself back up. All that matters is that you pick yourself up and you keep going toward that western sunrise. Talk with us. Be here with us. This is your family now. Pick yourself back up. Big round of applause for Isabel, and welcoming, warm round of applause. And also add to this the raucous emojis for Jack. Jack, I don't know who you are. If you're here, speak up. Look at what just happened, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody named Jack, some hero, non-Perel, and that just means that beyond equal, some hero beyond equal, going free, just saved someone's life in his sphere of influence. How is everyone, how is every single entity in the white positive sphere not talking about this? I don't get that. I salute you, Jack. Thank you for going free. I don't know if you found us on your own, or maybe somebody else even introduced you to going free. And now you introduced your friend here to Going Free, Isabel, and now it saved her life. God bless you. I hope to God one of these days I'll be able to throw my arms around the both of you. Thank you both. Thank you both. Let's make sure if you make videos, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make a video about this. I want you to tell the world. If you do podcasts, I want you to do a podcast about this. I'm begging you. Tell the world about this. Somebody in the white positive sphere, some absolute hero in the white positive sphere. Can somebody message Jared George and tell him so that he can immediately message this, so that he can bring his authority on Twitter and talk about this? Somebody started Going Free by the name of Jack, this absolute hero. And then he saw someone who didn't know about us, and he said, this works. My friend here is getting close to being in a really dark, in a really bad place. Actually authored the suicide note. Gave her Going Free, and now she knows that she can be redeemed. She knows that the best and the most talented and the most pristine of our people, your flesh and your life and what you've done, folks, it may be marred. You may have gone down ugly paths, but that biospirit of the West, that spirit of the West that's inside of you, it's pristine. You need merely pull down everything that the anti-whites have built up around it so that you can see it and access it. God bless the both of you. All right, let me keep going. DF, dear lady DF is with us. And again, she's back with another. This is a $10 financial gift. And thank you so much, sweet woman. Another financial gift. Writing Lee Rigby was what forced me to open my eyes. Lee Rigby. Well, thank you so much, Lee, for helping DF, bringing DF around to Going Free, I guess, or maybe to the white positive sphere. I don't know exactly. DF, if you could provide maybe a little bit more info in the question widget so that it doesn't disappear if you have access to Entropy. If not, then maybe just tag me a couple times with it on, well, I guess you must be able to access the question if you're financially gifting on Entropy. Although I did have one instance where somebody couldn't write, but I think Roy figured that out months back. So yeah, provide a little bit more context. But thank you, Lee, for helping our dear sweet DF. And thank you, DF, for the $10 financial gift. DF again, ladies and gentlemen, with another $5. Thank you so much. And writes here, a little more for your squeaky struts. Thanks, sugar. That's very nice of you. My squeaky struts. She's talking about my car. She's talking about my car. Thank you so much. William Runner. Everybody get some raucous emojis together for this hero. And he is financially gifting. Another one who's here all the time. Financially gifting $50 US. 50 to White Wellbeing. 50. Thank you, brother. And writes here, thanks for doing your part, Jason, for all of you in getting this most important message out to the masses. Well, you are most welcome. And I extend the exact same, with as much intensity as I can, gratitude to you, brother, for all that you are doing to help us get the message, to promulgate that message, to get it to as many of our brothers and sisters while we can, and all that you do in your circles of influence. I salute you. J.M. Johnson, financially gifting here, $10. You are right about losing your temper. That works for people who need a kick in the pants. Yes. It does work for some people, a lot of people who need a kick in the pants. You got to get the anti-whites are not winning because they peacefully request and then they are tolerant of your objections. Nobody ever gets anything by being merely mouthed. Anti-whites scream like maniacs and then they get what they want. And they do it again and again and again. And we need to be as intolerant as the anti-whites are, as intolerant of anti-whiteism. We are tolerant of all people, not tolerant of crime or criminality or anything of that nature. But we are utterly intolerant of anti-whiteism in every form, in every shape, no matter what name they put on it. It's gone. We won't stand for it. Thank you very much, J.M. Johnson, $10 financial gift. DF is back again. Wow, $5 more. Thank you, sweet woman. And she writes here, another life saved, another soul going free, with some little heart emojis. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. It is indeed. And all of that love goes out to Isabel. Thank you so much, DF, for that kind financial gift. And here we have the great Yiz the Eunuch, who is like an absolute firework during the Independence Day, heading for the skies. Just a brilliant participant in the community, and she financially gets $10 here. Thank you so much. And she wrote, streamed 20 hours this past week with US and UK folks, she writes, covering the recent events. Reached over 10,000 views in total. Wow. Congratulations and well done. Well done. Good lady. She goes on to write, I used our lexicon as much as I could in every stream to help viewers understand anti-whiteism is the core of all of this, as well as how to talk about it properly with others. Go team. Amen for that. Amen for that. Well done. Let's get a round of applause for Yiz the Eunuch, getting out into the world with a lot of communities that have no idea what going free is. And those communities are absolutely peppered with white people who are ready to hear the message, ready to go free and do something really productive with their lives. So thank you, dear sister. A big salute to you for the great work that you are doing. Sven, financially gifting with $40 here. Let's get a round of applause for Zevin, $40. Thank you so very much. $40 US dollars, and writes, beautiful passion today, Jason. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate that deeply. This is all very meaningful to me, and I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of being a nice guy about the people's self-aggrandizement. People, there's a guy who is who has been a friend of mine for many years. I found out the other day, all glad handing me big smiles, and genuinely, I think genuinely a friend to me when we get together, and it's probably a couple times a year in the white positive sphere. And he is mired in other vehicles that have proven to be abject failures for our well-being. And he has been a source of keeping older folks who are in the white positive sphere from endorsing what we are doing. He's been bad-mouthing going free. So I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of people. I'm sick of us losing. I am sick of people being harmed. I am sick of the anti-whites taking more and more power, while white people in the white positive sphere, they get together to preen each other's feathers and talk about all of these exotic academic issues so that they can tell each other how foxtrot smart they are, and feign about how smart they are, and talk and use all of the verbiage of the only the verbiage that the anti-whites permit. The anti-whites call themselves Marxists. Well, then these people will call them Marxists. Call themselves communists. They'll call them communists. They are totally obedient to the anti-whites, to the anti-white narrative. And I am tired of showing them that what we're doing works, and them just saying no thanks. If it takes us shaming them by name, if it takes people in this community shutting down their websites, shutting down their blogs, shutting them down until they decide that they're not going to continue to be a self-promoter or to be, and I know, don't think you're hiding from me. It's not like we welcome all. The reality is true here that we welcome all ideas that are moving toward the objective of white well-being. Aside from those that are trying to undermine what we are doing, and you can either be intentionally trying to undermine us, like this fellow who is busy telling all of these older folks that no, it's just, that doesn't work. Just stay away from, these old folks. I've heard some about this going free. No, don't listen to that. Don't listen. You can do that way. You can also undermine what we're doing by being the bad guy in the anti-white narrative, because what you do reflects on us. What you do is why we go to jail. What you do is why our speech gets censored. You also undermine what we are doing, and anybody else that can have a different idea about how to get to a white positive objective service to white well-being than what we're doing that's proven successful. So be it. But if you're talking about violence, you're going to be undermining what we're doing here. The reason we get shut down, the reason we get censored, the reason we lose our right to speech, the reason we go to jail. So anybody that's doing that anymore, there's no more patience. I have had decades now of rubbing people's faces in it politely, defeating them intellectually in argument, and having them just walk away and say, it doesn't matter. I am just going to stick with this because I love black and white footage, or I'm going to stick with this because I have always stuck with it and I'm obligated, I just feel, to continue. If I change now, I won't be able to stand on a rostrum above everybody else. Sick of it. So, and we'll call them out for it. That's where the passion comes from. All right, and I've yelled in hotel rooms after conferences with these after party get-togethers after conferences, and I've said, look, everything that was said in that conference today was absolute Bravo Sierra. None of it will accomplish anything. Why in the Sam hell are we listening to these people? Why are there people still endorsing this shit? Show me one example where this has been successful. Show me one example where any of this could work. Use reason, logic, and evidence. Tell me how it will work. Stop talking about how it will aggrandize you. Stop talking about how it makes you feel good and tingly inside to terrorize the population by looking like these really ugly demons from the anti-white narrative. And then they say, well, I guess there's nothing. I guess you're right. And then the next day, it's right back at it. Like I didn't win any argument. Like I didn't make any point. Like this was all there was. We've got groups starting over the years. Groups with good people. I'm not going to burn these people down, at least not yet. Good people starting groups, and good people starting groups that are for white well-being, and then those groups being co-opted, being pressed into service for old school nationalist endeavors. I'm gonna read this again. I hate putting numbers to this, because a single person's life is of infinite value. A single Westman's life, male or female, is infinitely valuable. As long as they're not anti-white. If they're redeemed, they're coming, their life is of infinite value. So I hate putting a number on it. But we have now had, ladies and gentlemen, live 6 people talk about getting off the path to suicide. And today, the absolutely just grabbing my heart with both hands, Isabel, thank you for saving my life. I'd been with a non-white boyfriend for 2 years, physically abusing me, planned to kill myself on the 4th of this month, wrote a suicide letter. And then Jack gave her the book Go Free, and now she is on the path of redemption. I have been in the white positive sphere for decades. That has not happened anywhere. Nowhere else. Not one time was it a practice that caused somebody to say, I'm going to stop down this road. I'm going to reclaim my life. I'm not going to commit this ultimate act of white flight. Not one time have I seen an ideology, a practice going free, motivate people to have children. I've seen people meet at conferences and then get married and have children, but it wasn't the ideology, it wasn't the practice that motivated them to do this. They know with this practice that they can defend their children, that they can use the meme curatas as inoculations, and their children can grow up loving themselves. That's why they come together and say, let's have kids. We know we can inoculate them against this evil anti-white world. And and I'm going to read it right now. We had D.B. Cooper, because of the success of going free in his life, what it did for him, what it's doing for his family, what it's doing for his community, what it's doing for our people as a whole, his observation of that. The D.B. Cooper and his magnificent wife naming their third child after me. And I could not be more humbled. And if getting up here and yelling and taking on the people who want to play the bad guy in our narrative and taking them down, and taking on the people who want to commit violence and taking them down, and taking on the anti-whites in all of these years, if that is what it takes to be so honored with something like this, I'll do it 10,000 times over. This doesn't happen. People name their children after family members. They name their children after, or friends that are very close to the family for many years. They name their children after historical figures that were great. And then vapid people, insipid people name their children after a sport hero or so. They had no contact with this person. But normal people don't. So to fall into a contemporary, to be a contemporary of these people, that is a testimonial. So I'm sending this to Jason, who was just recently born. And I'll maybe read you some of what I have for Jason. I wrote, Jason, welcome to the world, son of the West. Your magnificent father and mother honored me by giving you the name Jason with me in mind. Know that your wonderful parents and I and many others heroes are doing all that we can to make this a better place for you. When you are ready, I look forward to you becoming one of our most magnificent champions. Promethean blessings to you on your birth, son of the West. That is headed out to that young man, and we're going to have many more like that we're going to protect, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do glorious things. Doesn't happen anywhere else. It's not happening by some fools buying a tower somewhere and running up and down the tower so that with weapons so that they can get arrested and look like they're straight out of a villain casting. It's not going to happen by lauding ideologies and the black and white footage that has failed in the past. It happens here. It happens only here. Everybody in the white positive sphere should be talking about it. Not for me. For them. For them. Sound Killer. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, brother. Here's my weekly contribution to White Wellbeing, he writes. I appreciate it. Thank you for everything you do, Jason. Keep up the excellent work. And thank you, brother. You're out there working for White Wellbeing, and we appreciate you. Middle Class Twit. That's a great name over there in the UK. Middle Class Twit. Financially gifting 10 pounds. 10 beautiful red squirrely pounds. I love those little guys. They're cute as all get out. And he writes here, greetings from England. Well, greetings from the once great state of Virginia. And if I can have my way, it'll be a great state once again. Sound Killer is back with another $5. Thank you, brother. Have you and Mark considered having Nick Fuentes on PWR? I believe, thank you for the question and for the financial gift. I think that Mark has attempted to reach out to him several times. And I don't know, Nick certainly doesn't need, he's doing fabulously. I think he had some, like 50,000 people watching him live during the night of the election. And he certainly does not need, and I don't know why he, might even bother talking with us over on PWR. And it might also muddy the waters for him about where exactly he stands relative to us. I don't know, but if I'm sure Mark will probably reach out again at some point, and maybe he will. I don't know, but wherever Nick does good for White Wellbeing, whatever he's doing ends up good for White Wellbeing, coming the direction of White Wellbeing, I laud that without question. Thank you for the question there, Sound Killer. Let me swivel around this way and we'll see what's on the, I cannot even tell you how good this feels to have Isabel in our community now. What a glorious victory. Everything was like wiped from my mind as soon as I started, my eyes hit those words. How absolutely glorious. Okay, let's take a look over here and see what's going on. We have talk about the DB Cooper, and he shows himself. Financially gifting $3 earlier tonight. Thank you, dear brother. Salute to you and your lovely wife. I hope to meet you all one of these days, and especially to get a picture with young Jason. Let's get a big round of applause, raucous round of applause going. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, let's think about this also. How many times have at your church, I went to church for many years. I'm not against Christianity by any means. And I've walked away from the established church because of, and you'll find in Crucible, the story, because Antiwhiteism came through in all of the teachings. So not only was Antiwhiteism said outside of the church to be the ethical thing, but in the church it was said to be the moral thing. God actually wanted it. And I was just like, screw this. Goodbye. And it was at every church I went to, every denomination, Protestant and Catholic, Mormon church. But even at all of these churches, I'll have to think about it. There might be one time that I have to think that I think, but it's not fully coming to memory just yet. So I say this with the little, little caveat that maybe I'll remember one instance. I can't remember one instance of anybody saying at the church, thank God I found your church because I was going to commit suicide. And then I came across your church. Your church specifically. I did hear on like television and stories about people who were on the path to suicide, and then they had a spiritual experience, or they started reading the Bible, and then they thought, well, I'm going to start. But I can't recall a single instance of somebody saying at church, thank God I found your church. So, which is to say, that's anecdotal. It's my experience. But churches have been around a lot longer than Going Free has. And they also have a lot broader of a reach. It's kind of a popular book, the Bible. And so I think I think we can safely say that we're doing a lot of good for a lot of people here, without question. And we're going to get a big round of applause going for the First Lady of the American Theater, who just financially gifted $50 US. $50. First Lady of the American Theater. Thank you so much, sweet woman. $50. And she's here all the time. And she writes, thank you for protecting us ladies. God bless you. Well, you are most welcome. Absolutely. You are most welcome. I would not be able to do otherwise. And the great Nathan Latini, also a skyrocketing to fame, doing great things in service to white well-being, has just shown up here, financially gifting on Cash App $5. Thank you, brother. And he writes, amen, brother. I am way down because of, says I'm way down because of the multiracialism. I'm way down. I am way down. Does that mean you're depressed by it, or you're? I'm. That's maybe some slang that I don't know. If you can jump into the question widget on Entropy, or tag me a couple times when I'm looking back at discipline and give me the what that means. I'm not exactly, but great to have you with us, and thank you so much for all of your service to white well-being and those $5 in service of white well-being. All right, we've got Joe here, ladies and gentlemen. Another great champion, financially gifting $25. Thank you, Joe. $25 from Joe for white well-being. And he writes, keep up the excellent work, exclamation point. I really should be telling you all that everybody where they're saying, like, keep up the great work and well done, and it's always exclamation points. I shouldn't leave those off, because you all are putting it there because you mean to amplify your sentence. So thank you, with an exclamation point. Joe, $25. Keep up the excellent work. And I extend the same to you, brother. Keep up that excellent work. Hey, 41 BMC has shown up always with us, a great champion. $25 from 41 BMC. Never to be outdone. And writes, Promethean hails. Well, a big Promethean hails. And greetings to you, my good brother, and all that you're doing for white well-being. Isn't it a wonderful thing to be able to come together, ladies and gentlemen? I think, you know what? We have some more to go through over here in Cash App, but I really have to say that we've got to turn on some wild, raucous tunes here. You know who's great at that is Imminent Rain. So we need to rock out with Imminent Rain to celebrate a couple of magnificent things here. The entirety of our community coming together as we had planned to do, amplifying the message of Crucible, up to nearly 500,000 impressions. 500,000 impressions. A masterful victory, if there ever was one. So thank you so much to everybody. We got to celebrate that. We have to celebrate everyone who is coming together right now and gifting financially over the course of this show for white well-being. Everybody who's coming together right now, like Yiz, who's talking about all of the videos that she made over the past week, using the lexicon, using the dialectics, introducing people to this, getting them comfortable with it, changing the substance in which we move through our lives, changing this narrative so that we're not in this anti-white narrative. You have that. The financially gifting I'm talking about as well over the course of the night, beginning with the great hero Slots, who is out every single day on social media, combating anti-whites, introducing our vagues out there, brothers and sisters, to going free, and beginning the night with a financial gift of $1,000 testimonial to the service of white well-being. $1,000 beginning the night. What a magnificent, and we really need to be applauding again for all of this, raucous emojis for all of this. And then by far the one thing, then we have the talking about the gift of the testimonial, naming their third child after yours truly. Absolutely beautiful. Little Jason, who is new to the world, going to be one of our great champions in the future, and we will be protecting him and his mother and all of our vulnerable members. And then absolutely the most glorious thing, one life is of infinite value. Our dear Isabel, who has saved by Jack and celebrating Jack as we celebrate Isabel. Jack thinking, what can I do to help Isabel out of the state that she's in? And she wrote tonight, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for saving my life. And you heard the rest. So beautiful from Isabel. Wild, raucous emojis. This, we're going to get we'll get a Promethean imminent rain rock tune together to celebrate all of this. And so I specifically want Isabel to know that this is going out to her. Let's see, did I pick the right one here? I've got to see it at the same time you see it to see if I've got the right one. Yes, I did. So we will celebrate, and then we will be right back. drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Now that is asking. Now I got this crazy, what a great song. I got this something on the screen. Let me know that you can hear me okay as usual, because there's something on the screen that potentially should not be there, right? Why is that there? What is that? It's now trapped on my screen. Well, I hope everything is going okay. It looks like it is on this end. But let me swivel over here. We've got a lot of great things to talk about, not the least of which, ladies and gentlemen, is White People's Quarterly. We'll talk about that shortly. It's out, and you don't want to miss it. But we might have some more. We might have some more questions about the. Okay, sound is great. That's good. Video coming through. Okay. Let me get to these. And if you have any questions about the election and what's going on, we will talk about what we need to do. And just a moment. Got to keep rolling. We got to keep rolling. We have the splendid touch metal, so we throw electric. I just said it there, the way we do down home. Instead of electricity, I just said electric. If you're from down home, down south, you'll know what that means when we say electric. The great Promethean promulgation, such a champion from last week, ladies and gentlemen, has just get those raucous emojis together. We're gonna have to get together some a whole new. We would have had a great set of our own if we weren't demonetized by the anti-whites. But get out whatever they will allow you to have as far as emojis, because Promethean promulgation, who like $1,600 last week, a working class person who whatever he does is he gets tips for it. So this is a working class person. You're not getting tips when you are moving a pin around in some high rise and getting onto Lear jets to travel from here to there. Has just financially gifted another $100. $100 this week. God bless you, brother. Gosh, please don't put yourself into a bad way. We need you to be able to be secure in your living situation. You have all your bills paid. You have and I know you're doing that already. I just have to say it. We love you and we thank you so very much. But we want everybody to be secure where you are. Make sure you have all the money, the food you need, everything that you need, the self-defense tools that you need to have. We want you to be situated, that you have some money for auto payments, things break on your car, whatever it is. Do a lot of the work yourself too. I still have that changing battery video to put up, but to show folks how to do that and save some money. But thank you so very much, brother. Every single penny is deeply appreciated. Promethean promulgation writes, I've had enough too, and I'm pissed off. That is commitment, ladies and gentlemen. Here you have a guy that works for a living, financially gifts last week, like $1,600 or whatever it was, and now is getting so fired up about everything going on. That is the spirit of the West inside of him. You can feel that spirit too. It can animate you. You can have abilities you can't even fathom right now. You could do things that you think you're not even capable of doing. Glorious things that you thought you didn't have the talent or the ability or the tenacity to be able to do. Promethean promulgation saying, here's $100 more because he's had enough and he's pissed off too. Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you so very, very much. And listen, keep those raucous emojis out. Keep them going, please, ladies and gentlemen. For Quebec, ladies and gentlemen, just financially gifted $200 to White Wellbeing. I'm going to tell you what, we're going to have this organizational entity without all of these older people that I'm talking about, like this guy, my age or a little younger than me, keeping all of these older people and the money that they have. we could already have the organizational entity. I don't know. I'm sure it wasn't just him, but he's playing a role, and others from us having up and rolling already an organizational entity with employees and the like. And here comes Quebec, a working class guy, been here for a long time, a great hero and champion, financially gifting $200. And he writes here, for the bad times that are coming. He writes, for the bad times that are coming, Quebec. Thank you so very much. Well, they've been, brother, it's true, they've been bad, and they are bad, and they will continue to be so. It's a challenges where there are going to be a great many opportunities, and we're going to keep overcoming the challenges, including those in the white positive sphere. And then we'll worry and simultaneously, but then also worry about those outside the sphere. And every single one of your dollars is going to be able to go to that. So thank you so very much, dear brother. $200 from Quebec, a great champion. Here we have Art Acrobats is financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, great champion. We're going to see great things coming from Art Acrobats. He's working on it. And for this $10, he says, is in honor of Isabel. Well, thank you so very much for that. Isn't that wonderful? So we've got 2 financial gifts in her honor, and we played the rocks of Luke Mason. It doesn't get any better, right? Wonderful way to bring this woman into the community. Let's get the round of raucous emojis out again. We're gonna have to come up with some more colorful names for those. Maybe some inside joke emojis that we'll be able to call on. The great Ezra St. White, a gentleman who's making videos in service of white well-being. He is an artist. He can draw beautifully. His artwork is in the beginning of the Prometheus Rising. The first couple of pages, you'll find his artwork there. When we come out with the artist edition of Prometheus Rising, it'll be the totality of that work that he did. But this guy also works with his hands, and he makes videos. I think he showed in the one video, correct me if I'm wrong, you're showing folks how to put up sheetrock or something like this. Magnificent hero. And he just financially gifted, on top of all of that, $50 US, $50 US to White Wellbeing. Specifically, he said, for the Billboard Fund. Thank you so very much. And we're going to have more billboards in the future, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be making it happen. And I don't think they'll be in that same spot, but they'll be in other places. Potentially on property that is possessed by those who are going free, and will make it very hard for anti-whites to be able to get to those billboards in the first place. And the best they'll be able to do is try to shoot at the billboards from the highway, which is always a risky behavior these days with all of the cameras. You know, back in the day, out in the country, people used to shoot the road signs, and I guess they still do, way out in the country for fun. But on most American highways now, you shoot at a sign, and they're going to have your license plate. Thank you so much, Ezra St. White. Great champion. White Student Transmission, financially gifting again today after last week's, what was it, like almost $500, financially gifting $10 more today. Thank you so much. And you know, with a name like that, this guy is not sitting at the top of Trump Tower wielding a pen for a living. $10 US. Thank you so very much, brother. And he writes here, $10 toward a book for Isabel. Welcome to the family. Well, look at that, Isabel. So if you can get me your info, I've got a book. I'm paying for Crucible, a digital version for Crucible of you, for you. Pick out something else. White Student Transmission. Just put up $10 for you to get a book, and you'll have to provide you already have Go Free. You'll have to provide, nothing else is, well, no, that's not true. I could get you, It's a Comedy, damn it, digitally. The others are not digital yet. So wait, no. We do have Prometheus Rising as digital. We did make that available. So that's an option too for you. Just let me know. Reach out to me. Let me know. We'll make it happen. Good sister. And thank you so much for doing that. White Student Transmission. Good people in service to white well-being. What a great family we have. What a great community we've built here. Continues to grow. And did you hear Sarah Dye on yesterday with us on tap. This woman, her husband, her family, they are miraculous. They're going up against the odds. They immediately have adopted the totality of the lexicon and dialectics of going free because they know it works. And then after coming on and saying everything that she had to say before she left, she's like, by the way, I just have to say, read Prometheus Rising. It is such a parallel for what is going on in our world. And thank you so much for that. I don't know if she's here now or she'll listen later, or maybe she's got a whole family and a farm they run, hardworking people. And she came from, and Isabel, this wonderful woman, Sarah Dye, came from an anti-white place. She was anti-white. She has come on and talked about how she knew how much she hated. She realized that this was a hatred of Western kind and Western civilization. So there's nothing, you can be redeemed. You can come back. And we have Joe here. Thank you. Another financial gift from Joe. Thank you so much, brother. $1. And he writes, God bless you, sir. Well, thank you so much for that, Joe. And God bless you as well. Now $2 more on Cash App from Joe. Thank you so very much. And those who are gifting on Cash App, that is at no cost to you or me. When you financially gift on Entropy, it is at a 15% charge, and that is to ensure that this magnificent free speech platform stays in place, that the people who built this platform, that they have some income from this, they can pay for the work that they are doing, and that they also have some remuneration, some reward for the work that they are doing. You know, it's not going to be an easy job. So know that when you financially gift on Entropy, 15% of that is going to the folks at Entropy for the hard work that they are doing. And I thank you for that, and we're grateful for them. Joe financially gifting $2 over here on Cash App. Thank you, brother, again. And he writes here, hail the Westmen. Absolutely, hail the Westmen. I agree completely. Wonderfully written. And another financial gift from Joe, one more dollar. He writes here, pressure state legislature to choose T-Rex electors. Now, this is another option the Republican Party is looking at, and we can talk about that. Thank you, Joe, for the financial gift and your service to White Wellbeing and those good words. We have the Republicans have an opportunity. When a state votes for president, essentially what they do is they send what are called electors to DC, and these individuals, I believe they go to DC, right? And these individuals are the ones who cast the actual electoral vote and for their state. So it is not illegal. And in fact, it is legal for an elector to disobey what the voters of a state called for, if, I believe the verbiage was, if it was a matter of conscience for the elector. So the state representatives will choose the electors who go from the state to DC to actually give over the electoral college votes. Now, one could imagine that there would be a magnificent injustice in a system like that. Hasn't occurred yet. It has happened in history. The injustice hasn't occurred yet. It has happened in history where electors have gone and then cast their vote for something other than they were tasked to, a person other than they were tasked to give their vote for. But it hasn't happened in big enough numbers for it ever to overturn, at least as far as I know. Perhaps there are some historians out there who spend their time looking in the rearview mirror. I'm too busy making sure that white people who are in front of us aren't getting run over by the anti-whites. And if you're one of them, been looking in the rear view, knowledgeable about this, speak up, and we can talk about it. But technically, if there is such a case, and maybe this is in the minds of some of the Republicans, they're thinking, there's this chicanery. We'll go back with legerdemain. Prestidigitation. How about we'll go with prestidigitation this time? Going on when it comes some prestidigitation with going on with the ballots and voting, and the Republicans make a case that there's a lot of illegality or whatever it might be involved or could be involved, and then these electors then are selected for the purpose of voting their conscience, handing over the electoral college votes based on their conscience, that wait, something wasn't quite right, something's amiss, so I'm going to give instead of what my state wants me to give these for, I'm going to give it instead for a different candidate. That can happen. Now, the problem is that these people are have to relive the rest of their lives. And so the anti-whites are there's no rapprochement, as we say. There's no quarter for them. They never forgive you, and they won't just let it go. They're not going to be like the conservatives and say, "Oh, that was so unfair," and just scream to high heaven about how unfair it was, and then go home and go live the rest of their lives. So these sorts of individuals, whoever's going to do this, if the Republican Party were going to do this in a fictional scenario, not in the real world, but if this were going to be done in a fictional scenario, I would think that the party who would want to do this would want to pick electors who were nigh upon death, so that and maybe without other family members, other people they wouldn't care about being attacked or what have you. I mean, just people who are alone and near death, and they couldn't care less about what happens afterward. If they could just maybe give one final finger to the Democrats in this case, and it wouldn't be telling them that they're number one. It would be a different finger. So that is, thank you so very much for that. Let me turn around back here, and we got to talk about, let me just roll here. Let me just look quickly. Okay, I want to make sure everybody gets this. We had military grade psychological warfare in Venezuela that was used on the public, and to prepare them for the victory of one candidate and the defeat of the other. And in that military grade psychological warfare that was used on the population in Venezuela, they said that the candidate in office would refuse to leave. And this created what is called predictive programming in psychological warfare. And that then engenders confirmation bias when they see a trace of what they learned ahead of time in the real world. And this is what is happening, of course, in Venezuela. And the military grade psych warfare is going on right now when they say that the challenger candidate in Venezuela is actually the winner. And they want to convince you of this so that you end up submitting to it. It's a story that you knew was going to happen. And then when you see it happening, well, that's the confirmation bias. Yes, it was going to be this way all along. It's the manipulation of the human animal. So you need to be aware of that. It's demoralizing, and it is you need to not let it demoralize you. We do not have the ability to pose the question for ourselves as individuals who are here now watching live or watching in replay. We do not have the ability or the power to actually make a big change, revector the debate, revector the challenges and what's going on, vis-a-vis these two individuals having it out. We can only do, and we must only look to our immediate lives and how we can influence those around us, and we can change those environments in our immediate lives. Now, where you can, for example, if I think you send $5 or whatever it is, because a lot of people are sending money to, if that's where you feel like you can help by sending some money to Trump's legal team. I don't think it would end up like it did with Rand Paul, where they asked for all of this money and then they just lost on purpose. And then now they still have all the money that they've asked for all of those years back and they got from people. I don't think, but I can't say for sure what's going to happen with your $5 contributed to this, but maybe that will help. Maybe you're a lawyer. Maybe you could offer your assistance. Maybe you've come up with some great ideas, but challenge yourself with things that are, task yourself with challenges that are achievable. What we all, vis-a-vis the current election chicanery or challenges, or the Democrats say that it is totally legitimate and the Republicans say that it's not. If you're able to participate in that in some way, then do so. But otherwise, or at the same time, even if you are participating there, you need to also participate primarily in helping our people to go free because of the great reward that this work has for our people, the great changing of lives, the changing of the tapestry in which we live those lives. There are also some of you out there who can and you must participate in the runoff of the Georgia election for these 2 Senate seats. However you can participate, be a wild person for the rest of that time and participate in that to ensure that the Republicans, if you feel so moved, to ensure that the Republicans end up winning those 2 Senate seats in Georgia, because if they don't, then there is a lot of changes, a lot of very challenging things ahead. You can also, I imagine, if it were only to send $5 to their legal team, you can imagine how much money they end up with so many hundreds of thousands of people sending $5 here or there. They end up with quite a few dollars to use. But research it, find out if you are near, you are in Georgia, you want to participate in this, find out where they need help, and then provide help in that way so that the challenge you put before yourself is something that you can act upon and feel positive about. Never challenge yourself, and we talk about this occasionally, never challenge yourself with something that you can't take steps to resolve, because that is when the deep depression sets in. Whatever you do, don't sit down and say, if I were Trump, I would do, or this has to happen for Trump. I gave my thoughts on what Trump should do as part of our gathering, as part of our education, edification, and who knows, maybe the Trump team would reach out. I think it's unlikely. I'm a white guy, and that won't look good. So you need to help there. But primarily turn your attention back to the work that we can do at hand. No matter what happens outside of this ship that we are in, heading toward white well-being, no matter what goes on, no matter how tumultuous it gets, no matter how turbulent the waters get, we on the inside, we on this ship, we need to remain bold. We need to remain determined. We need to be decisive and tenacious in our service to white well-being. We need to keep a cool and level head. We need to have, as I said, I think on James Edwards' show, I think it was there, I said we need to have sang-froid. We need to be composed. We need to keep our composure while all of this while this maelstrom is wildly roaring cacophonously around us. We need to keep our heads and stay focused on the objective of going free and serving white well-being. That is where we will find that cold, cool rationale and resolve that will keep us true all the way to the victory and the recapture of our destiny. It is guaranteed. It has always worked this way for the human animal throughout all of history. It will work for us now. Whenever you think that you're being swept away in all of the noise, in all of the cacophony of what's taking place, turn your attention back to going free, back to this community, back to what you can actually do right now, and then get busy. That stress that hits you, that haunting sensation that hits you and then quite literally haunts you everywhere you go, that is because you have given yourself a task or duty for which you can do nothing. You can't dismiss it because you feel that it's dismissive from your mind, because you feel like it's too important, but it's also something for which you can take no steps to remedy. Do not entertain such thoughts. You can do a little bit, and your little bit, with my little bit, with Yiz's little bit, with Promethean promulgation little bit, with Salt's little bit, with all of us coming together, Salt's, we can all do this. Being individual molecules of H2O, become the tidal wave and recapture the destiny. You have to know that your efforts are joined with a great many others, and then you will feel satisfied in everything that you do in that service. So we have just mentioning to you all, we got a lot of crazy stuff going on. I'm right outside, if you don't know, the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., United States of America. Many degenerate people showing up here wanting to celebrate, wanting to destroy. We have these groups called Protect the Result and Indivisible, many millions of dollars accessible to these people. They were responsible for many of the riots in 2016, the destruction of Western civilization, riots that took place, military actions. These groups are also, it's like a web, just like the mafia. It's like this plexiform of anti-white entities, money trickling down. That's why I said they know who these actors are. They know where the money, where the organization, where it's all coming from. They can name these people, and they should name these anti-whites. Name the enemy for us. And Trump, if you're listening, if any of your people are listening, the enemy are the anti-whites. Go to the American people. Tell the American people that there is a diseased thought in the United States, a whole spectrum of diseased thought. It is called anti-whiteism. Get somebody to get you a dictionary that has anti-whiteism in it. For the longest time, I thought I came up with it because it wasn't in any dictionaries. It's in dictionaries in the past. Anti-white is in the dictionary. The ideology is called anti-whiteism. The moment you speak it to the American public, everyone will know. The glass will shatter. They will see the emperor is nude. Say anti-whiteism. Say that these people are anti-white, that they want to destroy America, and that good people of all races need to oppose them. And that is why you are going to take the steps you're going to take. Say this, and you have a chance. All right. We also have, we still have House and Senate seats being refused to be called by the anti-whites. That's in the news as well at the moment. We talked a bit about what Trump needs to do, and I'm still absolutely aggressively encouraging President Trump to act in a decisive way from the Oval Office in a way that there is no resistance. And you know what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you are in a time of war, and it's happened many times where you have people in authority in military who decide that they're not going to obey orders, whether it's in the field or whether it's even at an office somewhere down here by the river. When they refuse to obey orders, you get rid of them, and you get rid of them fast. So decisive action needs to be taken. And this is what of course, what the Republicans would like to see. The Democrats on their side, what they would like to see is the military used to remove Trump from office. So you have what the Republicans want, and you have what the Democrats want. And CNN will tell you what's right when it comes down to the two of those. But the Democrats would like the military. They've been asking the military, what will you do if he refuses to leave office? Speculating. They even had one guy I saw, and of course you check this out for yourself, but one, maybe, I don't even know if he considers himself, I think he does consider himself a Democrat. I wish I had his name, but he said, check it out with Snopes and you'll know if it's real. He said that the question is, what happens if Donald Trump tells the 71 million who voted for him to get into the streets with their weapons, as though that's something that Trump would do? And he said, well, I guess was speculating, would the military be called out? This is, of course, the Democrats talking to themselves, individual Democrats, not an opinion of the Democrat Party, as far as I know. So again, look into that for yourself. And we're giving on this channel no definitive statements on any facts of news taking place in the world. We share both sides as best we can, and we tell everyone, if you don't feel, or even if you do feel like you're getting the whole picture, please go look elsewhere. And I am not a representative nor speaking for YouTube. So we talked a bit about what we needed to do. And I think we have covered all of those bases. The final thing I'll say when it comes to what we need to do is that, and I think I've said it in so many words before, is that all of this, as bad as it is, right now, or whatever you think, as good as it is, depending on where you are, right on the spectrum, whatever you think it is, there is a maelstrom going on. There's a lot of turbulence going on right now. This is all going to pass at some point. And there is going to be a you down the road that's going to look back at the you right now. And are you going to be proud of that person that you are being right now? Are you running around with like a chicken with your head cut off and on fire and unable to act, unable to be heroic, unable to do the right thing? Are you taking ignorant positions right now? Do you have to rethink what you're doing? Be the person that when you look back in the history at yourself, that you will be proud of. Be that hero. Do the honorable thing. Because I can guarantee you're going to have to look back on this day. I've done this to myself many times in my life, and thank God I figured it out when I wish I could have figured it out earlier, but when I was still younger, I figured out that, wait a second, what I do right now, eventually I'll look back and then I'm going to either feel shame, I'm going to feel regret, I'm going to be proud. I'm going to say, man, I did, or I did all I could do. That's all you could ever do, is all you can do. However this or any of this turns out, all you could ever do is all you can do. Be and do that, and you'll be happy with yourself. That's advice that'll serve every aspect of your lives. So let's get rolling. Let's see what else we have here, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see. Who has come in here? We have Casual Cruising with $5. Great to see you, Casual Cruising. I appreciate the strong appeal to a smarter and more long-term form of resistance. However, I still find it hard to give up on those who are currently mired in blind anger. For I was once there myself. Do you urge us to have no patience as well? Well, I mean, it depends on the person, obviously. If you have somebody, Casual Cruising, that is thinking that they're fired up, maybe they're just angry, they're just focused on some group here or some group there, whatever it might be, but you think that person, you'll be able to get through to that person with just a little bit more time, then yeah, stick with them. But on a general basis, you give these folks the chance or shut them down. I mean, you tell them, look, this is what is working, what you are advancing, and let's just use the colloquial, sucks. What you are doing sucks. What you are doing is wretched. What you are doing is losing, and it is making you a loser. So here's what works. Stop being a loser. Start doing what works in general. But absolutely, if you have like an inside with somebody, or you think you can, or a couple people, or whatever it might be, a group of guys, and you think, well, I might, with some more time, another 6 months or whatever it is, you think that you can get through to them with going free, then by all means, you better. Please do that. We want to redeem these folks. What we don't want, though, is to waste time on nursing dead branches or diseased branches on this tree of life forever. I mean, you'll know, whoever you're talking to, whether or not these folks are going to potentially start going free and give up stupidity and give up losing. You'll know. And if you can have contact and then back off for a while and have contact again and measure again and see, and maybe try to bring some other people to help you speak to these individuals to help them go free. But ultimately, your time is much better spent with people who are likely to go free, who are more amenable to going free. And if it's somebody that you have to overcome their absolute idiocy and desire to lose, and you've got that giant mountain to climb, it's better to spend your time on somebody who doesn't have a mountain to have to climb, because we don't have the time for you to climb the individual mountains of each of these individuals. Unless the person is, a $1 trillion banker or something, and you just need a little bit more time to talk him into it, then yeah, go for it. But my guess is that it's a normal person, and you could spend 8 months on this normal person and maybe bring them away, a little bit away. And if that's the case, versus 8 months of bringing, how about saving a life? How about getting out there and finding new folks? Then you should be doing that. Know where you should reap what the anti-white world has sown. But thank you very much, Casual Cruising, for the $5 financial gift and that great question. Thank you for that, because it does help clear things up. Maybe some folks could have been confused. Obviously, I'm a human being, and I'm trying to convey the totality of a message and a meaning. And there are only so many words, and they're only so fast. There's only so fast I can talk, and only so many things that I can think of for each different scenario. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Blatant Arrogance, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much for that. Blatant Arrogance. Right. Sorry, I can't watch more often. I am usually at work when you are on. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, you are most welcome. And thank you for appreciating this, for going free. And what a surprise, ladies and gentlemen, that people here are not able to watch occasionally because they're working. What a surprise. So thank you for working too, for helping the wheels of civilization turn. My guess is you didn't get your job because of your race. That's my guess. So thank you, Blatant Arrogance. We have the great Heidi is with us. Heidi and Ray, a magnificent couple. Heidi has just financially gifted. Get those raucous emojis together. Get those raucous emojis going wild for Heidi and Ray, financially gifting $50 US. Thank you so much. Ray is here moderating. So this is like a superhero couple. And she writes, a big hello to everyone, especially my lovely husband. Love you, dear. I love it when I read statements that if cut out, and then the anti-whites could put it, he has a husband? So $50 US. Thank you, Heidi. And much love to Raymond, your husband. He's doing a great job. He's a great guy. And you are a great lady. Thank you for being with us. And the great Richard Wagner is here, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. Financially gifting $5. And he says, I have decided to stop gaming and use that time to make clips of you on my YouTube channel. God bless you, Jay. This is fantastic. Let's get a round of applause going, please, for Richard Wagner, ladies and gentlemen. He's decided to stop gaming. So he's spending time of his life. And of course, all things in moderation, ladies and gentlemen. But these things have become addictions for people. Roy Danton can speak to that, a real addiction. It lived their entire life in fantasy while our entire civilization burns down around us, instead of being the heroes that they were born to be in an age that calls for heroes. And here you have Richard Wagner stepping up to be a hero, saying he's going to stop gaming and he's going to make clips of what we're doing here to share those widely with folks. God bless you, brother. And of course, if those who don't remember, Richard Wagner is the fine, talented, and wonderfully trained pianist who, after reading Crucible, said Crucible brought tears to his eyes because it reminded him of his persecution, physical and mental persecution in his youth that he experienced. And we say this time and again about Crucible, that it enables you to turn around and finally in your life see those demons that are haunting you, that continue to lash you with the whip of anti-whiteism, lash your back so that the blood runs down your backside and your legs. This pain that follows you, agonizing pain throughout your life. You finally, with Crucible, are able to turn around and see those eidolon, those demons, haunting you every step of your life. And for the first time, for many of you, are able to begin to heal and go free. And as a gift to me, Richard Wagner sent this. That was a hero of Western kind, Richard Wagner, playing another hero, Chopin, and that was Crucible up on the top of his piano. That's what you find here, ladies and gentlemen. And now this great hero is going to pass up some of that gaming to make video clips of the work we're doing here, to spread that far and wide so that we can save more lives and take back our destinies. Thank you so very much, good brother. And thank you for that financial gift. We have Angharad Celtic, ladies and gentlemen. She's with us. She's in the house. And she's financially gifting $21. And she writes here, it looks like, is that how old you are, Angharad Celtic? You're finally old enough to drink? She writes here, this is in honor of Isabel and Jack, your friend who truly is, all caps, is your friend. And you, Jason, welcome home, dear Isabel. Welcome home to your family. We love you and are thrilled that you have found your way home. Love, love, love. And I think that's 4 exclamation points. Thank you so very much, Angharad Celtic. Beautifully written, a wonderful sentiment. Thank you for that financial gift. We'll make sure that Isabel gets all of the books that we have, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so very much, Angharad Celtic. And yes, indeed, for both Isabel and Jack. What a wonderful act that was for him to give, for him to reach out to her in that moment with Go Free. Casual Cruising is back again with $3 more. Perhaps this is some clarification. We'll see. $3. Casual Cruising writes, thanks for clearing that up. I love you, man. You're like the big brother I never had. Let's hope we can meet up across the big pond sometime. That is fantastic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you for clearing that up, man. I love you. You're like the big brother I never had. Well, that really warms my heart. Thank you so very much for that. And we will 100% will meet up. We'll throw arms around each other, and then we'll head right out onto the town, and we will save as many people as we can with our lives that we choose to make heroic lives. What an honor. Thank you so much. It's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Casual Cruising. All right, we have some in the question widget, and we'll be getting to those, but let me flip around here, and we see that White Student Transmission is back. And what is he transmitting to us right now? With $10 more for White Wellbeing. Thank you, dear brother. And he says $10 toward a book for Isabel. Welcome. So this is $10 more. Isabel, you've got all the books, honey. You've got them all. They're all coming your way. You'll have whatever way you want them. They're all coming your direction. The community, the family has absolutely come together. What a glorious thing this is. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we got Joe back again with another $1. And thank you, White Student Transfer. Thank you, everybody who's stepping up. This is how we take it. There is no that radical individualism, this psychotic individualism that has been pushed on the West. Listen, genetically, we have this a predisposition for individualism. We don't need to nurture it. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to put it into law. It's just going to happen because it's inside of us. It's what we do. For whatever reason, it's just there. So those out there who get very, they get very delicate about this. They get very nervous. They need to be, kind of like patted gently on the back. It's going to be okay, hon. It's not that bad. We're not suddenly going to become, like uniform. Everybody's the exact same. That is the anti-white narrative talking. Where you got that? Where have you seen that in life? I'm going to ask you all to heal. This is going to heal everybody really quickly. Where in your life have you seen white people come together and then suddenly everything is uniform, and any deviation from that uniformity and suddenly the individual life has no meaning anymore? Where in your lived experience has that happened? Right, nowhere. But where it has happened throughout your life is in movie after television show after novel that you've read. It's happened endlessly in entertainment, which your subconscious mind can't tell the difference. Real and entertainment, real and fake. So you think, you feel just now when I started talking about it that, yeah, well, if white people get together, it means that we lose individual identity and the individual doesn't matter anymore. That's coming from your subconscious mind. That's a meme. That's a set of meme pathogens that are causing you to think that right now. You have never seen that in the real world. That never happened in your real lived experience anywhere. Anywhere. It only happens in the theater given you by the anti-white narrative, by anti-whites making entertainment. So we don't have to worry about our individualistic nature. It's just there. We need to come together, you know, and I think we have a comment about this somewhere, maybe in here, and I'll speak to that then. But we need to come together and take care of each other. That's what we do in service to white well-being. So God bless every single one of you. And Joe financially gifting $1 more. And he writes here, God bless you, sir. Well, thank you. And God bless you in return. And the great Slots is here after gifting, pardon me, just 2 days ago, this great champion, all of his hard work, and then financially gifting $1,000 as a testimonial to the efficacy of going free, as a testimonial to the efficacy of going free. $1,000. He just financially gifts $10 more. And then he writes, for Jack, getting a book. All right, let's do this. Jack, who are you? Who's the Jack? Can we? All right, let's do this. Isabel, you write me. Go to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. There is a connect, a way to write me there. Let me know in the title of that who you are, so that I can easily identify. I get lots of messages, and I will go to yours right away, so that you don't have to wait. Regrettably, the customary folks can end up, some of them, I apologize, still getting even like 2 months late. I know I get your messages and get to you, and I apologize. I wish it were sooner. I wish there were 10 of me, but let me know, or direct message me. Let me know who Jack is, or get on, or are we connected on Facebook? Let me know who you are. Let me know who Jack is. And you both have all of the books. You have all of, just let me know. That's no problem. We'll make it happen. The entire community has come together to help the both of you out, to get all of the books. You'll have it all. And you'll be empowered. You'll be entertained. You'll even have It's a Comedy, Damn It. So you'll be able to have a few laughs. So thank you so very much, Slots. That is fantastic. Okay, looks like we're good over there, and we're going to keep rolling. Let me take a quick, I haven't been able to look at you all and walk through this gathering of such great heroes over the course of the show yet. Bobby is here. Great to see you. Alex. Let's see, who else is here? Magpie, Reese, EVCG3, great to see you. Piazzi, Hansa. Let's see, trying to see folks I haven't seen yet. Roy Danton says, an anti-white is playing the stream. What do you mean, like on their D Live? Is that what you mean? Ursa Major is here. The Orange is here. Anti-white Mark Woke is anti-white Mark Woke is streaming us with a video reaction to our stream. I don't know who that is. So fill me in with some info. Tag me right now and tell me who Mark Woke, if that's his name. If he's anti-white, he's a scumbag. And those who are following him need to come away from anti-whiteism. It doesn't matter what your immutable characteristics are. Everyone is welcome here. We have people from every background in service to white well-being. We are not the bad guy in your anti-white narrative. So there's no use in looking for that here. We are protecting the vulnerable members of Western kind, our children, our seniors, our sick, our women, etc. We are protecting them from the harm that's inflicted on them Not everybody in the world is a fabulously wealthy, beautiful, healthy, well-connected white person. Not everybody in the white race is such. There is only one thing that is destroying the West, and it is your anti-whiteism. That's what's destroying the West. That will destroy the world that you count on to live in, the fairness that you would like, ostensibly like. You all need to reflect on the fact that the reason you're anti-white is because you are jealous of the white race. You are spiteful. You do not feel a connection to the history, the glorious history of Western kind. You know the truth. I know it. You're not going to say it. You need to move away from these godforsaken misleaders, these misrulers who want to lead you down these paths against Western kind, and begin to defend those who are actually being victimized. You know the actual data. We all know the truth. We know that you all know that you call on the anti-white superstructure to come after us all the time, to get us kicked off of platforms. And it works because you all are not fighting the man. You know that all of these people in charge of society are anti-white. Not even Trump is white positive. So there is no use in playing this charade with us. We know you for who and what you actually are. Come away from anti-whiteism. You're welcome to go free with us, serve white well-being. We say dignity for all, even white people. And we regularly say on these streams that we want everybody of every background to build wonderful memories with their children. And that's part of the reason why we have people from every background. We are the real thought revolution. We are the real revolution of ideas. You are stooges, and you're being led around by the anti-whites, and you're being led around by your own jealousy. You need to drop the guy at the corner of the street who's a plumber or who is an accountant or who's a lawyer who happens to be white becomes the avatar at which you angle and target all of your hatred, at which you shoot all of your hatred for everything that you have failed in life for everything that you're miserable in life, whatever it might be. We all have shortcomings. You have done something unhealthy with your jealousy and your envy. You need to move away from it if you want to have a decent life. And rest assured, I was just talking a little bit ago about Sarah Dye, a wonderful woman who was in your ranks. She was one of you. And then she came to the truth, light, and hope of what we are doing here in service to white well-being. You can too. Move away from that disgusting sphere. There's nothing there but hatred for you. There is nothing there but evil for you. There is nothing good that's going to come by the outcomes of anti-whiteism. It's all going to burn down. You don't have people coming into your community whose lives are being saved. People's lives are being saved here because white people over the course of our lives are taught to hate ourselves. We have, and these are, you want to make excuses. You want to say, well, white people from other generations and all this other kind of stuff. Just come to grips with your own hatred of Western kind. You anti-white SOBs. Come to grips with that reality. That standard that you would set up for some little white baby born 5 minutes ago, that they are responsible and they need to make amends and they need to suffer for what white people may or may not have done at some point in the past or at some point at some level in society. You don't apply that standard to the brother of a non-white rapist who's currently raping a white woman. You don't say that he has to suffer for the crime of his brother. So don't give me this. All you have is excuses. These are called the myths of pretexts, moralized, intellectualized, and sentimentalized pretexts to do what you were going to do anyhow, you vile little pieces of shit. And that is to inflict harm on Western kind. That is to tear down Western civilization because you know that Western kind needs our projection to survive. Come away from that, or you'll never be a healthy person. This will never work out for you well. It never come to anything good fortune for you. It will never go well. This prick or whoever it is that is providing response, you know this is some jabbering, low-class, nonsense imbecile who has nothing of any value to say. He just wants to mock like another snarky loser. And you know how many of these punks these absolute reject, dickless wonders that I have put in their place over the years, come away from that. You don't need this loser. These are the wretches of society. This is the underbelly of society. Be something better than that. I encourage and I offer my hand out to you, as I do to every group of people who is good, of any background, of any immutable characteristic. This dickless wonder who's talking to you over top of me, he's going to say, oh, he doesn't mean what he's saying. He's actually this. He's actually that. There's no point in my history that I've ever been any of those things, he would say. There's no point in my history that I've ever waved any of those flags or worshiped any of those, any of that nonsense. I have always served white well-being. You can read my books. You can see what I'm all about. You can come and be one of us and be healthy and actually stand up to right the wrongs that are taking place in society. Because if these wrongs aren't righted, you're going to feel good in the moment, like your little selfishness is being fed. That little seed of hatred that you keep secret, that you try to hide behind all of this facade, all of these excuses of, well, they're going to bring into the world a fascist government of some sort of design, or so. We don't speak of any of that. You're going to carry that all the way up to the moment that they eat you alive. You'll carry that all the way up to the moment when your speech is not permitted anymore, where all of these rights that you think that you take for granted are taken away from you in the name of this anti-white doctrine. You're an anti-white. The doctrine you're following is Antiwhiteism. The people you're following are misfits. Those folks who set themselves up as leaders in Antiwhiteism, they are degenerate, misfit pieces of shit. Every last one of them. You need to come away from them and go a healthy route, and we offer that to you, just as we do to everyone else. We also are going to make a promise. We are not the conservatives. We will not let you beat on us. We will not let you victimize us. We will not wait for somebody in some position of authority to swoop in and do the right thing when or if you try to harm us or take us down or whatever it might be. We reject violence, and we claim, we assert, we aver that every act of violence, supposedly in the name of white people, always redounds to the harm of those who are trying to do good things for white well-being. But we promise, you come to harm us or hurt us, and that'll be the last time that you'll make such an effort. So don't go that route. Go the route of the open hand that we offer you, and just ask yourself and ask these misbegotten leaders, these anti-white leaders. Ask them why are they so anti-white? Why do they want to harm white children? Why do they want to teach white children to hate themselves? That they have some sort of evil seed inside of themselves that they have to make amends for? Would it be legitimate to do that to non-white children? We think not. It would be wrong to do that to any children. What kind of effect would it have if in education, entertainment, everywhere, just as it is for white children, everywhere non-white children go, they learn how evil they are and how evil their history is, how they are infected as a consequence of being born into this evil race, and that the only way that they can be a decent person, make a little bit of amends, is to wage war on their own kind. What would that do to those non-white children? We think, and we absolutely state, that would be horrific and a monstrous thing to do, because it is. But it's also a horrific and monstrous thing to do to white children. Come away from that bullshit. And this person, whoever he is, I live outside of DC. I live outside of DC. I doubt you would be honorable, so I keep my head on a swivel. But if you want to be honorable, then you can be honorable, and we can have a conversation in person. So let's see what you all are saying. And we have Okay, blatant arrogance X. It's financially gifting $5. Thank you so much. Good to see you back again. And are we still working? Did the anti-whites, are they still with us or not? What's going on? Blatant arrogant X. Writes here, the X is very important. Okay, the X in your name. The X is very important. It stands for excommunicated. Ah, okay. The way they try to make us feel from the first day of school to now. Precisely. Thank you very much for that. Blatant arrogance X. Excommunicated. I'll do my best to remember that, brother. Thank you. $5 more. And that $5 will be in the name of the prick that is live streaming. Thank you for doing that, by the way, buddy, so that we can reach your fans and change the world. Let's see. Heathen Reckoning, financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much. And he writes here, $5 for Mark Jokes weekly donation. For Mark Jokes weekly donation. Now, is this who is Mark W sends another $5 for White Wellbeing. They're from DF. Okay, so this is for this. Now they're donating in your name, dumbass. They're giving White Wellbeing money in your name. They are financially gifting White Wellbeing in your name. How do you like being such a winner? I'll go. You know who is it? Fuentes. We'll go with the big guy that Fuentes uses. How does it feel, big guy? We got $5 from Heathen Reckoning and $5 more from DF in your name. One right after the other. And then you know what's going to end up happening. You know what's going to happen. As happens every time there is some sort of interaction between our sphere and other spheres, like this Gad Sad individual, I end up getting written to by that person's following. People come over and they say, Jesus, thank God I found you. And they come right over to our sphere. So you know that's going to happen with this guy. Thank you very much. The both of you, both $5 more. And let's see, I'll turn back around this direction and see what you all are saying. All right, that looks good. Okay, Brand Danger has just chimed in with some info. Thank you. And a big thank you to everybody. Great, HB 2014 is here. Big hello to you, brother. Great champion for our community as well. So many heroes. This is absolutely the top-notch, the advanced placement. This is where the best come. This is where the people get the fancy berets for their service to White Wellbeing, because they actually are doing things that are efficacious. So Brand Danger says that this guy, whatever his name is an anti-white, non-white person with an incredibly low IQ. He's not understanding any of this. That's fantastic. Good. Well, I hope he understands that people are giving White Wellbeing money in his name. Hey, there's the lovely Misty. Great to see you, dear lady. It's so great to be surrounded by people who are activated, people who are doers, people who are effective. Yeah, could somebody send me this guy's, put it in the question widget, his link on D Live? I would just like to get a look at this moron. John over here, D, says, okay, I'm done with that moron. What a joke. I remember, I'll tell you all, I will keep the names and places. I will keep the names and places private to protect this young lady. But years ago, there was a woman who was young woman who was anti-white, and lovely lady. She had gone down the anti-white path and absolutely hated herself, white person, and absolutely hated the white race, hated herself. Very jealous of white people who were wealthier or more connected or better looking. I mean, there's a whole range of things. And she ended up, I think the first time she heard from me was at a speech. It might have been actually, she heard of me before, and then that's why they ended up at one of the places I spoke. I can't remember exactly, but ended up at a place that I spoke, and she was there to potentially cause an issue with another person, and didn't end up causing an issue. Ended up hearing my speech, and I was very impassioned, and the crowd was passionate, and the person she was with decided to, I guess, not implement the strategy that they had planned to implement. And anyhow, she ended up, after that, I had said some things that obviously had touched her, and she ended up coming over to the white positive sphere. She had tattoos that she had to have other tattoos put on top of because they were just rabidly anti-white and disgusting. I never actually saw those. She just told me about them. But she said to me, and it was very touching, about how she had to face the hatred that she felt. She had to, and the biggest thing that she felt was the fear of the anti-white narrative and it not being real. So she was absolutely taken with this anti-white narrative that we're forced to live under, that is in every movie and book and etc. And the belief that at any moment there was going to be some sort of ugly flag raised over top of every single country or whatever. And then innocent non-white people and whatever, they were all going to just be horribly harmed by this. She was really believing that. And she was afraid that it wasn't true. So for her, it was overcoming the fear that everything she had been taught, and the reason why there was the fear there was she had cognitive dissonance from reality. Like everywhere she went and they shouted about these things potentially happening. Well, the fascists or whatever they are going to just do X, Y, or Z. She never saw evidence of that. What she did see was a lot of white people scared, talking about their rights, white people losing their jobs. And she just saw this again and again. So she had this big cognitive dissonance between the anti-white narrative and reality that she saw out in the streets. And she actually was afraid that the anti-white narrative was false. And for her, she had to overcome that fear that it was false and accept that, oh my God, it actually is false. And I've made a lot of bad decisions, is what she ended up saying. And she came into the white positive sphere. And you know what she's doing? I haven't spoken with her for a long time, but I guarantee you she's doing a hell of a lot better than if she stayed in that den of vipers. Let's see what else you all have here. Richard Wagner says that I guess he's talking about this anti-white, non-white person, says he wants to call in. Absolutely not. Especially right now with the focus on the election. This scumbag would come on here and he would instantly say, and there's, you can't trust these anti-whites. Come on. And by the way, it doesn't matter, buddy, that you are non-white. We have non-white people serving white well-being. The problem is that you are anti-white. And I and everyone who's going free just simply acknowledges your decision to be a piece of shit. You want to be anti-white? We will acknowledge that you are anti-white. There's no way in hell I'm going to allow you to jeopardize my channel. You know very well. See, this is what's going through this guy's head. He's thinking, I know that anti-whites run YouTube. I can get this guy thrown off of YouTube like this. That's what he's thinking. You know very well this is what he's thinking. I was born at night, but not last night, dumbass. He would come right on this channel and he would immediately say a couple things that he and some other very slimy miscreants would immediately, they would contact YouTube and say, this was just said on his channel. And then you would see this stream disappear like that while you're watching it. There would be nothing. The channel would be gone. Forget about it. I'll tell you what I will do, though, with this anti-white is we can have a debate at another time on D Live, and I won't stream to YouTube, and I will destroy you as I destroy every anti-white, especially if you're dumb. It won't be as fun if you're as dumb as everybody is saying, like Brandt is saying here, but it won't be as fun. But I will destroy you. Brandt says the troll that our people keep mentioning is a hateful, low IQ, anti-white, non-white. You may as well try talking to a brick wall. Yeah, thank you. Well, we're going to keep moving with success here. Raymond pointing out exactly what I said that this anti-white would be doing. God, you guys are such a broken record of midget wittery. I mean, it's unbelievable. Just go back to your opium or heroin den and get focused on what sex you want to determine you are for today. What a joke. Immediately. Well, he's actually this guy. He's this guy. And has he said literally yet, Raymond? Has he said that I am H literally? Because if he hasn't, you know that's coming. He's H literally, even though he says that he should shut down everybody who's acting like the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. He's got to say that I'm something other than I am. White Wellbeing writes here, Mark Woke. So that's his name then, Mark Woke, is an anti-white on YouTube. Richard Wagner says Mark Woke is physically threatening you on his stream. Really? What did he say? Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Roy says he's just making fun of the stream. Yeah, just a typical wretch of society. Let's see what else we have here. Hello, Brother Jason. Going free is the antidote to the anti-white virus. The care for white well-being. Thank you so much. That is written by White Wellbeing himself. Your Yankee is here. Unknown Soldier is here. Great to see you all. Kim Bear is here. Great to see you, dear sister. All right. So many fantastic champions. Let's just keep moving right along, and we'll see if there's any more information. And Richard Wagner could provide, or anybody could provide to me the threats. Let me know what the physical threats are, and I take those seriously. And I won't say whether or not I have training, but I'll say that I take those seriously, and I'm definitely not a conservative. The anti-whites, we are the graphite that the white population of the United States is the graphite that the anti-whites have been putting pressure on for a long time, a very long time. And most of those pieces of graphite, their molecular structure breaking down. Look up what that is there, Mark Woke. Molecular structure breaking down. Just like you see so many white people fleeing, being beaten and fleeing. But eventually, as that pressure bears down, something very hard and brilliant comes through. And that is what you now have to fear. Mark Woke and team of wretched losers. Big guys, I'm sure. Big guys. Sebastian says no white guilt. I won't tell him. Don't tell. He doesn't know what comes about from pressure, and just don't even bother to tell him. He's not even sure what he's going to be from one day to the next. So let's see. Whiter Essence says going free with no white guilt. Thank you, good brother. Raymond says, he said you had a German flag behind your American flag. What an idiot. What an idiot. Fraulein Dresden says, he said to lift the flag and show him. I am not going to do anything that this prick says. Everyone knows damn well and good that that is the stars and stripes, baby. And when that flag is not up there, there's not another flag up there. I have an idea. How about you prove that it's something other than the stars and stripes? You need to get out of your chair and, like a seal, do some seal tricks for us and prove that that is not a stars and stripes, or prove that there's something behind the stars and stripes. Prove it, dummy. Go ahead. The onus is on you. Do you not know how this works? Oh, I guess you don't. Yeah, go ahead and try to prove that that's not the stars and stripes, and that there's anything else behind there. Let's see if he proves it. Doesn't understand where the onus lies. Fraulein Dresden, we have a new member. Sister Rachel, she is having success using anti-white in her circles of influence. Well, welcome, sister. Great to have you. And thank you, Fraulein Dresden. It's wonderful to have another participant in service to white well-being going free. So glad to hear. So glad to hear that you're having success using the lexicon and dialectics in your circles of influence. Remember, the real goal here is to help our brothers and sisters go free, and to welcome anybody of any background who would like to participate with us in service to going free. Dignity for all, even white people. All right, let's see. Jesse, no offense, has a bunch of face emojis. What's that? Did something happen that I missed? And Ardent White is here. Great to see you. That's funny. Yeah, I should have wouldn't it be great if psychic friends were real? Remember that old, I don't know if you all saw this stupid scam where you would call up and then these people would tell you, you're going to meet the love of your life. Or, Mark Woke would call up psychic friends and they would say, oh yes, don't worry about it. You will actually grow a penis one of these days. I can see it in the stars. And so if that were real, though, they could have reached out to me and they could have said, hey, go ahead and hang the current national flag of Germany behind your stars and stripes and have a button ready to press so that it will the stars and stripes will be lifted, and there you'll see the current national flag of Germany. A big salute to all of our brothers and sisters in Germany right now who are also going free in service to white well-being. Chloe, that was her name, wasn't it, Ezra White? Good memory. Chloe. The Orange says, Mark Woke thinks you are afraid of him. He is talking to his audience. They are all rabidly anti-white. Definitely not afraid of Mark Woke, of any anti-white. Seal tricks. Yes, indeed. We'll have him doing seal tricks before the end of the show. I think he's afraid of trying to prove that there is something wrong with the stars and stripes. Mark Woke, something wrong with it? You don't like the stars and stripes? Why don't you just admit that? Just admit that for you, the stars and stripes means all evil things and that you want to destroy it. You don't feel any connection to the founding of the United States, do you? All those white men, all those Western motifs, you don't feel any connection. Is that why you want to destroy everything in the United States? Thank you for your admission. Now we know where you're coming from. You idiots used to listen to the anti-whites who had some smarts, who were actual professional con artists. And they said, hey, dummies, you have to use these pretexts or you're not going to get anywhere. Now you all have dropped the pretexts. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to go well for you. You see, you need white people to feel white guilt for you to be able to victimize us. And when we don't feel white guilt, it gets really hard to victimize us. And I mean really difficult. Sets him off, doesn't it? Fernald says, no need for brinksmanship. The guy is a complete loser. Nordic Iron, it was a little fun. Miss Cleo, that's right. Miss Cleo. Wasn't she a black lady? Or was she like Hispanic black or something? And she had a bit of an accent? Or am I mistaking her with another psychic reader? You mean if you were in front of her, I'm sure she was very convincing. But for the network, you're just like, come on. It's not you, Miss Cleo. I'm going to be getting some fraud on the phone. And Mark Woke won't even grow his penis back. Brand Danger says she pretended to be Jamaican. Ah, okay. Jamaican. All right. We have Rachel is with us. Miss Cleo was Jamaican, she writes. Well, thank you so very much, everybody, for getting back to me. Everybody can remember Miss Cleo better. I guess I didn't see the commercial as much. JK160, Jamaican. Everybody's jumping in. Good Lord. How many of you were up late calling psychic friends? Just admit it now. Just admit it. JK160 says Trump is going to start having rallies again. Well, wouldn't that be something? Do you have a news item that says that? Could somebody jump over into the question widget with a news item? I will read that. If Trump is saying that he's going to start having rallies again, we're going to get out there in force and get Crucible out to every one of our brothers and sisters. Promethean Promulgation says, what happens if they watch each other's streams? A tear in the time-space continuum, my dear friend. And I don't want to do that to Mark Woke because he'll lose the only 2 IQ points he has left. Is he furiously typing in, what is a space-time continuum? All right, we got to get to the news. Maybe we'll get back to, I just want to get, the one thing I was looking for just now was the actual threats. William Runner says, I think the guy is mental. He probably is. Most of them are. Remember, we had 2 big in the United States, and it's happened elsewhere in the West, 2 big deinstitutionalization movements. And that was when they said, we're not going to keep insane people in insane asylums anymore. We're just going to let them out on society. The majority, and when you see the photographs, and I've thought about from time to time sharing the photographs, these arrest photos of these absolute miscreant, defective people that are anti-white. They get out into the streets and you see it right on their faces. There's no doubt that you're seeing a broken, messed up person that absolutely wants to destroy all that is good and noble and innocent in the world. They get off on it, and in healthier times, they were put places where they could not hurt themselves or other people. Now they go out, they hurt themselves, they hurt other people. There's nothing humane to it. The deinstitutionalization movement was intended by anti-whites to provide anti-whiteism with foot soldiers. That's where these people came from. They would be in a safe environment, and I would much rather have them in a place where, number one, they couldn't hurt good or healthy people and moral people, good people. And number two, they wouldn't be able to hurt themselves. That's the humane thing to do with crazy people like this. Not use them as foot soldiers. The anti-white oligarchy, they don't care how many of you imbeciles end up getting maimed or dead in their service. They don't care about you. You're idiots. All right, let's roll. White Rider says that the guy's just threatening violence. Well, all right. If he says anything specific, then could my mods, if somebody says, grab that, put that somewhere, and then I'll take a look at it later. Brand Danger says, when you say our names, this Mark Woke is so dumb, he thinks that I am speaking code to everybody. Oh boy. All right. We got a lot of wonderful things to talk about, and we're going to roll with it. We got news. We got big news items. Let's see. First thing I want to talk about is we've got this thing going on with Gad Saad. And what I want to do is I want to grab his link. I'm going to grab a link in just a moment. I'm going to put it into the live stream. So everybody, this is going to be a group effort if you feel so inclined. Gad Saad, as you know, I made a video recently. If you haven't watched it, please do. It's on the channel. It's called a Sad Saga Part 1. There'll be a Part 2 coming up because he wrote some more absolutely disgusting things about yours truly and the community. He has written a book, he has written a book that I have and I've started reading. And he even has a workbook, believe it or not. And I have been informed, and I don't know if any of this is true, that Atheism is Unstoppable did a video on Gad Saad being a plagiarist. Now, I don't know if that's true. This is a claim that was brought to me. It's probably not true. I don't know. If anybody knows of that video, Atheism is Unstoppable, Gad Saad, maybe you look it up, maybe you find the video, maybe you get the details, and then I can have a look at it. I don't know. But Gad Saad has just published a book, and he is talking about thought diseases, and he is getting credit for being the individual who has originated this concept of thought diseases. And his entire community is telling the world what a genius he is for this. And in a way, you know, it's a big compliment to me, since I did it 15 years earlier, and I haven't been working in the field of psychology for 30 years like he says he has. And so he needed all of that to come up with this. And I did this 15 years ago, and we've been working on this together. Many wonderful people have come through, and we have a product that is a consequence of all of our efforts and growing by the day, a great community of people. Now, Gad, as I say in my video, maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe he has, you know, as I said in the video, maybe we're just both brilliant, or if that's his community says he's brilliant, then I kind of jokingly quip that, you know, maybe we're both brilliant then, Gad. So don't take it so personally. But I asked him publicly if he had seen our work going free, if he had been aware of it, and if he had any comment, since he is talking about thought diseases and he's talking about treating thought diseases, but he's doing this from an abstractionist point of view. And he's in league with Jordan B. Peterson, the drug addict, and others who deny free speech, to like Faith Goldie when they were going to hold a free speech event. He's also trying to deny me my free speech. He has contacted Twitter by his own admission on his post, and you will see that on the video that I made, that he reached out to Twitter to get me silenced, kicked off of Twitter, whatever this is. And an abstractionist who puts ideas above the flesh, who creates the ideas. That was his response. Instead of writing to me and saying, wow, Jason, I had, you know, this could have gone this way. Let's assume, and as I said last week, I'm going to start from a good place when it comes to Gad, assuming that this was just, he honestly came upon this, that he's a good guy. This is where I started. This is what we've been talking about. He didn't start in the same place. He could have come to me and he could have said, could have written me publicly or in private and said, my gosh, I did not have any idea, if this is the truth, as I'm assuming. He writes and says, I didn't have any idea that you were doing something. This is amazing that you were doing this, and you have a community, and so many people have been helped. And my God, we have such a wonderful set of people that we have. One, reach out to somebody who's in really bad shape, and then she comes away from a very dark place, the ultimate white flight, and didn't know that that was going on. What a wonderful thing that we both have this, and let's talk. Let's do a video together. And maybe we have some things we can teach each other. And this is the place that Gad could have come from. This is the place that I would think a mature, honest person, which I'm is informing my understanding of Gad from the beginning, since I don't know him, that I would think that they would come from. And Gad didn't do that, though. He upset my expectation for him. In fact, you'll see when you watch that video that he was, despite all of his great education that he has, his great contacts that he has. He is no different than Mark Woke. He is that wretched of an individual. You can see the kind of things he's written about me and this community without knowing anything about me or this whatsoever, me or this community. He said these things. Nothing that I wrote, nothing in any of the information that is available about me would lead someone to the conclusions that he immediately leapt to with just this vilification, poisoning the well nonsense, which he's supposed to be this great academic. He's supposed to be in the halls of academia, working in, I guess his degree is psychology and educated in several fields or what have you. I'm sure philosophy's got to know about that. He immediately jumps to ad hominem, poisoning the well, all of these sorts of things. He draws into question whether or not anything I've done is legitimate, because I'm not also in the halls of academia like we have talked about here. Academics do all the time, even in the white positive sphere. And when they do that, you all should burn them down. Do not allow an academic to ignore accomplishments by people who are not academics. Do not allow that to happen. Burn them down. And that's, of course, a metaphor for you challenge them intellectually, you challenge them verbally, you challenge them. You go to other people, the community, and you say, this person, this is despicable, this behavior, this is what I mean by that. And nothing against the law, of course. And he has, by the way, this Gad Saad, also has a publisher, a Regnery Publishing. And I revealed this in the video. You all should pay special attention to this, because while Gad is busily defaming me, threatening me with lawsuits for supposedly defaming him and undermining his work just by me having had work exist 15 years earlier on thought diseases and how to treat those thought diseases. He's being published by this Regnery Publishing. One of the family members of that publishing house was the financial backer of Richard Spencer and everything that Spencer did. Regnery Publishing. Now you can look, maybe I'm wrong. You can look into this for yourself. Look into it for yourself. Do your own research. But Regnery Publishing is his publisher, and you'll see in the next video that I make, he's actually calling on Regnery Publishing to sue me for mentioning that I have been talking about thought diseases for 15 years, to silence me. This is what I'll deal with it in the second video. But it's that publishing house, a family member of which was the man. He was the guy that paid for the food, the travel, the living expenses, the everything for Richard Spencer and company. And Gad is calling me those anti-white slurs. That's his publishing company. But again, check into it for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? The last thing I need is the Regnery Publishing Company, a white publishing company, who's already made an audio book for this guy. So not only does this guy have and it's a wonderful thing, and he even attempted with his statement to not only misrepresent me with these anti-white slurs, but to misrepresent me vis-a-vis his community by saying some very ugly things about his community and then imputing me with those thoughts. When that was what I did, and I posted the message that's still available, was laud his community for what they were doing for one of their members, which is the exact opposite what happens here. And I swear to, if this guy shows up in any of the white positive sphere and they're talking about him and they're lauding him or whatever, we will openly go after whatever entity does that, because that is absolutely the most execrable behavior imaginable, to ignore me and what we're doing, that the good that we're doing here. We just saw tonight one gentleman, Jack, helping this wonderful woman, Isabel, get off this path. We are doing amazing things for our people. We're going to continue doing it, but to ignore that and then to bring Gad Saad into a conference or to do articles about him will be unforgivable. So we'll address that. Now, I decided, since Gad Saad is on Amazon and with his book, and he is a bestseller on Amazon, with all of the effort that I have made, all of the sleepless hours, because of all of the ignoring, but also with all of the help from you all to try to promote and push the wonderful things that we're doing here, we haven't even come light years from anything remotely close to a bestseller on Amazon. Not even remotely close. But Gad Saad, with his wonderful community and the way they handle each other, and with a publishing house that's owned by a white family promoting him, has a wildly financially successful book right now on Amazon that is a bestseller on Amazon. In several categories. It's like in the top, the last I checked, I think it was in the top 3 of 3 different categories. Before that, it was in the top 1, I think, of 2 categories, and then then number 2 on a 3rd category or something, crushing it financially. I mean, just magnificent financial success. And where's that money coming from? It's coming from our white brothers and sisters. That's the people who are buying it. The same kind of people who bought into Jordan B. Peterson. So these people are being led down this pernicious path to hell in a handbasket, just as they were with Jordan B. Peterson. You have individual lives of all these white people giving up their financial resources to somebody who's just going to buy himself more nice cars, more nice homes, or whatever it is that he likes to do. I don't know what it is. But he's going to just spend their money away for his empowerment, maybe to silence me as well. He'll use some of that to shut me up. That is also money coming out of the pockets of the white race, which instead of going to undermine them and to the enjoyment of this individual and this on the other community, their dollars should be going to White Wellbeing and then bolstering them. So instead of who knows how many, let's say it's colossal sums of money, obviously. Bestseller on Amazon. That sum of money should be coming back to Going Free, bettering the lives of those people buying the book on idea diseases, because it's going to immediately get reused in all the work that we're doing here. But then you have the next level of the horror of this, which is that they're being led down an abstractionist path rather than a white well-being path, which will actually improve their lives. So they're going to be led down an abstractionist path. They're not going to get into the community. They're not going to heal. They're not going to be able to come into contact with the spirit of the West, begin to break down those walls between themselves and the spirit of the West. None of that's going to take place. None of it for every one of these people. And then when they come away from that and maybe they finally hear about Going Free and thought diseases 15 years ago called meme pathogens, they're going to say, oh, I already know about that. I read about it in Gad's book and not really terribly interested. So there's going to be a big percentage of our brothers and sisters that are going to be had by Gad. And they're going to give up their money for his enrichment. They're going to be giving up their redemption because they're going to be going down his abstractionist trail. And then they're going to lose an opportunity to actually go free, a good percentage of them, because they're going to think, well, I've already seen that. I don't, this white guy is just imitating Gad, instead of figuring out that they've been had by Gad. Maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally. I'm not saying one way or the other when it comes to Gad. But that's what's happening. So I decided, you know what I'll do? I got his book. I started reading it. I've seen a couple of identical things in his book, as in the work that we've been doing for 15 years. I decided, you know what? I'm going to jump on his books page. I'm going to write a review, and I'm going to amend the review when I'm done with it. the book, when I get the time to finish the book. I really want to get through and see how many other similarities there are, because without question, there's a possibility. I'm obviously the only reasonable one when it comes to Gad and me. He's totally unreasonable. You all saw from what he wrote, and wait till you see the rest of what he has written. But I'm the only reasonable one here. It's not impossible that somebody who is studying the mind and in the same context that I am in, being the world and the West right now, could at some point after me come upon the same sort of idea. However, if we see a bunch of the same, I guess when you get at the granular level and you see like the same components just with different names, then you're talking about plagiarism without question. So that wouldn't happen at the granular level. You're not going to see the same components with a bunch of different names. That's just, the odds of that being the case are very slim. So I am nowhere close to saying, averring, claiming, implying that Gad is a plagiarist or plagiarizing me. Nowhere close to that. In fact, I've started from the place that he did not start from with me, and that is that he's a good guy. Maybe these are just some similarities. I had the question, did you know about my material when you wrote this book, or you know about it now? You saw how he responded. So what I'm going to do is I put a review, essentially saying a summarized version of what I've shared with you about his work and my work. And I have temporarily given it a 1-star rating, since I'm only, into the beginning of this book a ways. And I've said in the review that I'm going to amend the review and amend my star rating, which you are able to do on Amazon when I'm finished. And I will indeed do that. However, if you end up going over to Amazon and you would like to read my review, I will place this in the link to my review. Let's see how it comes up. If it comes up with just my, okay, yeah, it looks like it does. So it comes up with my review. You'll see my name. You'll see my review. If you find the review helpful, there is a button there to click that says that you found the review helpful. So keep that in mind. If you find the review helpful, then click the button that says helpful. But do not, please, I ask you, write a follow-up comment to it where you really just get disgusting about, something really ugly about. I mean, you could, if you want to, just don't like outright call him, a plagiarist, unless that's your honest opinion. But I can't tell anybody what to do. I just ask that if you're going to write something under my review, then just please keep in mind that you're going to have people who, when they go to buy something, I think we all do this on Amazon and elsewhere, you click on the best reviews, and then you'll take a look at some of the worst reviews. And, the worst reviews that get that are the most helpful to people, they end up seeing that review. And if they then decide to look at the comments under the review, then keep in mind that those people are going to be potentially deciding, well, if they're going to buy Gad's book, maybe should they also check out Go Free? And we would like them to look into Go Free, not in any way prevent them from buying. I let Gad, let Gad be the financial success he wants to be. More power to him. But we would like these folks to also take a look at Go Free so that they can go free and actually heal. So I will put that in the live chat now for you all. And if one of the, I think this will work. I think it will work. Let's see if it works. Will one of the mods grab this if it works and you can see the product review there? Please set it aside, and so that we can place it with some explanation in the live chat as we work through a couple times for the rest of the show, and give people the opportunity to read the review, and if they find it helpful, to click that it was indeed helpful for them. And I will be making a part 2 video about Gad and his comments following the first comment. He just really opened fire on yours truly and all of you. Oh, this is something that maybe I should share while we have, this is good. A rabid anti-white, while we have Mark Woke still watching, a rabid anti-white reached out to me. You're going to love this, on Instagram. And the person writes me, let's see, started off with this, the usual, just the baseless anti-white slur accusations. And so I wrote back politely, and I said, you are an anti-white. I and people of all immutable characteristics serve white well-being, and we protect the vulnerable members of Western kind from anti-whites like you. You should reconsider being anti-white. I'm betting that you are better than that. Good luck. So he writes back to me after I write that pleasant response to him. He writes back, suck a duck, Nazi. So, I mean, I'm sure you all realize that the U and the I are side by side on the keyboard. So I wrote back to him, I prefer to photograph ducks. I've eaten duck, but I've never sucked duck. What's it like? And he's not sharing. I don't know why, but maybe it was one of Mark Woke's buddies. You could just share with me anytime what it's like to suck a duck. I will abstain, but I'm sure that for you, it was a pleasurable experience. We also have some, I got to get to these. We're going to have to do a song. We got to keep rolling. We have, who was it? Who did it? The Urban Dictionary. We have some more up on the Urban Dictionary. Y'all did that. Y'all, can you save those links on, go ahead, please, and save those links on the question widget for your Urban Dictionary so that one of our magnificent mods can grab those links and then put that in the live stream of No White Guilt so that we can keep moving. Please, I appreciate that. One or more of our mods could please do that for me so that we can keep rolling. And actually, I have to turn the AC back on because it is getting toasty in here. We had a glorious day in the once great state of Virginia. The weather is magnificent, especially for this time of year, 74 Fahrenheit degrees, really lovely. So I would like to, if we could, maybe up-click these definitions that you all did, and thank you so very much. A big round of applause for you all for doing that, and magnificently got out there. We had the anti-whites undermine some other efforts. What a surprise. And so we're going to moving forward, and thank you so much. And if we could get everybody clicking to upvote that, and maybe we'll be able to keep it in place. Let me see what you all are saying as I move through this, and I appreciate the help of y'all and the mods to help get those links over to the live chat so that they will be there in they will be there for folks to click on. Let me just take a look at these notes. We're going to break out something very beautiful in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, or maybe after another song. Okay. Oh, yes, I have to share with you all. This just happened. A gentleman, just a couple days ago, a gentleman that I know shared a story about his wife and what happened to his stepson just the other day. And this is right after the election. So just the other day, right after the election, I think the following day, this happened to the stepson. And let's see. No, that's not the one. It's right here. Okay. Okay, so his stepson is in his late 20s now. And he recently moved to, I'm not going to give the area away, but in the United States. Not the best place, but not the worst place either. He's still new to the city. He went out at night, and he he saw some commotion going on down the street. So he was curious about what the commotion was, and he walked down to see what was happening. And it was a group of anti-white, non-white individuals who were, he claims, and of course it's just what he claims, that were randomly attacking white people, any white people that were out. And there were quite a few people in general out there, and there was a group of anti-white, non-white people, he claims, that were randomly attacking white people. And regrettably, the stepson was grabbed by this group of individuals. They robbed him, and then they, in full view of police officers, 3 specifically police officers watching the robbery, and then 3 police officers watching, that did not stop these individuals from stomping the stepson and stomping the shit out of him for being white. Remember, the thing we get angry about is not an anti-white person misbehaving of any race. The thing we get angry about is the harm that's brought to this young man. Stomping the shit. The police officers just watched. When they finally got tired of beating him into the pavement and other victims, the 3 police officers finally came over to him and carried him to his car. They asked if he needed an ambulance, and he said, no, I don't. I'll take myself home. So they carried him to his car. They put him in his car, and then he started driving home. While he was driving home, because of the beating, he lost consciousness, wrecked the car, and then woke up in the hospital. And because he didn't have, woke up in the hospital because he didn't have any of his ID. It had all been stolen, his phone, everything. They had no idea who he was, and his mother and stepfather, no idea where he was. And what happened, what had become of their son and stepson. And this friend of mine, in telling this tale, says ominously, "Welcome to Joe Biden's America." And I wanted to share that story because we all see this everywhere, this license that are given to anti-whites to beat and maim and whatever else white people who are not rabidly anti-white. And even now, we're seeing in some cases where anti-whites who call themselves whatever group they call themselves, and they wear the balaclavas, and anti-whites who happen to be non-white started attacking the anti-whites who were white. They had to actually go to another part of the city to destroy Western civilization because they were being attacked and were getting the shit beat out of them by the non-white anti-whites. So as you can see, this is the America of what the anti-whites, whatever they call themselves, Republican or Democrat or what have you, you know where it's coming from right now. This is the America that you all will face. What this young man faced. He has grave injuries. I mean, he's going to live, but he has grave injuries. And how long will the psychological trauma, the entirety of his life? It'll be with him for the rest of his life. He's in his late 20s, and he witnessed 3 police officers do nothing as anti-whites robbed him and stomped the shit out of him. To experience something like that is pure terror. It is the kind of terror that terrorist organizations inflict on populations, that no law and order will help you. Nothing will step between you and the monsters who do this kind of thing. So my heart goes out to the whole family, and I hope that he convalesces quickly. Let's see what you all are saying. Bertie says, is there any way to see if he has purchased your book on Amazon from his account? I don't know. And if you could find that out, then that would be great. That would be marvelous, wouldn't it? If somebody could find out if he purchased go free, whether digitally or a paperback. Let me slide through this great community. I see some, I must have told a joke because I see some people laughing. And oh, Jesse Link talking about the anti-white that wrote me on Instagram says that he has a homeboy named Duck. Well, I'm definitely not going to suck duck. I will photograph. Mallards are beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. It's the drake is the male. And then you have the merganser. Look that up. Look up the merganser, the male. Magnificent animal. I'll photograph them. One of these days I'll have enough time and I'll get some. I'll take somebody who knows some about photography and get a decent camera and get some good pictures. But there's no way in hell I'm ever sucking duck. I mean, the mouth would get full of feathers. Donning Armour says, you should countersue for defamation and slander, to be honest. But if they sue me, yeah, we'll take whatever steps we have to take. I mean, it's outrageous. I've done nothing to be sued. But we'll see where it goes. Sean's here, says, good day. How you going, mate? I'm going beautifully. Thank you so much for being here. All the way from Australia. We're all around the world. We're all around the world. The great white ring. White roses popping up all around the world. Thank you for being here. Machiavelli Sucks is here. The party's really getting started, folks. We're going to ramp it up. Jessica is here. Great to see you. We're going to get wild. Alex says, that duck sucking anti-white slur response from anti-white Gad to you sounded like the response. Duck sucking. That's funny. Good. That's nice. Sounded like the response of a true intellectual. Yeah, it did, didn't it? What an intellectual he is. He's been around 30 years. He's studied. That's how he responds. You know, a measured, sober response from the intelligentsia is what he gave us. Yeah, take a look at that video. See what this intellectual did. The duck-sucking anti-white response. Alex, oh, okay, let's see. Oh, that was the same. Okay. The orange says, a anti-white claimed he was non-white and referred to his 10% Southern European ancestry and Irish ancestry on Gab. When I told him he had white guilt, he cursed and blocked me. Well done. Let's see. Raymond says, 15 people have liked No White Guilt's review. Oh, okay. So 15 people found my review on Amazon to be helpful, because that's a little button you can click if you find my review helpful. Bobby Fisher says, I found Jason's review of The Parasitic Mind to be quite helpful. Well, thank you for that. I'm glad you found it helpful. Roy says, I see 17 from the U.S. Klomp says he's going to be number 16. John says 20 now. Well, apparently people find it helpful. And the good thing about finding a review just in general helpful is that I would imagine, I don't know for sure, but I imagine it makes it harder to take the review down as some sort of spurious review. So Catherine is here. Great to see you, dear lady. Popcorn Power is here. Wonderful to see you. Let's keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot to do. Where's the umlaut? I don't know. Did they take it off? Bastards. Did they remove my umlaut? All right, over here on the Cash App. You better not touch my umlaut. Let's see, Jessica. Let's see. Oh, I got to shut this screen down. We took care of Jarl And we have we did the, okay. We did that. Did we do, what did I have? Oh, I'm leaving the store up for our dear lady, our brand new member, one of our brand new members to our community, the wonderful Isabel. All right, let's turn around here and we'll see. We'll take care of these, and we're gonna keep rolling very quickly. We're gonna step up the pace. I want to get your calls too. And we have, who do we have? Okay, Boogers McGee. Boogers McGee, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much. And he is financially gifting in the name of Mr. Woke. Financially gifting $10 to White Wellbeing in the name of Mr. Woke. Now, you heroes who have financially gifted in the name of Mr. Woke have already surpassed his 2-week salary. So, you know he's got to be livid now. He's going to go beat his mother up again. Listen, Woke, don't beat your mother up. Don't beat her up. I know it's the anti-white thing to do, but don't beat your mother up. She's doing her best with you. Thank you for that, Boogers McGee. Simon JJ, also financially gifting 10 pounds all the way from the UK as a gift from Mr. Woke. Now you really know he's really going to stomp his mom into the ground. 10 pounds. Now, right now, Mark Woke is trying to figure out how pounds are money. How is a pound money? Don't get it. Redbeard, Ragnar, Redbeard. That's a great name. Financially gifting $3. Thank you, brother. And thank you, everybody, for financially gifting in the name of Mr. Woke. Maybe we'll have to use some of those dollars, maybe even some of those pounds that he doesn't understand, for the emergency room bill for his mother after he gets done beating her. Ran into an anti-white at the grocery store today. He took offense to my shirt that read, okay. So we're going to remember, folks, this is really going to throw Mark Woke. Remember to look in the mirror as I say this. He took offense to my shirt that read, Matter Lives White. He asked where I worked and my name. I said my name is... He said his name is Mike Hunt. And he says, I work at his mom's. Well done. Well done, Ragnar Redbeard. Ran into an anti-white at the grocery store. Took offense to his shirt that read, Matter Lives White. Remember to look in the mirror when I say that, ladies and gentlemen. He asked where I worked. Now, this is the other thing. What a joke for the anti-whites. You're all fighting the man. You're fighting the system. And yet you know that you can get everybody fired from their jobs. You're so lame. He asked where I worked and my name. And I told him that my name was Mr. Hunt, Mr. Mike Hunt, and that he works at his mom's. Well done, Ragnar. Well, I hope he asks his mother about that. Let's see. Blatant Arrogance X. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, dear friend. $5 more. On fire tonight. Thank you. This guy stream sniping you is a clown with no one watching. Don't give him any publicity. He has 14 people watching, and most of them are not subbed. Not worth a mention. Well, thank you so much for that. And hopefully maybe one of those people will come away from this fool and start going free. This person is named International Puppy. Well played. Writing with $6. Thank you so very much. And he says, with these $6, on behalf of Gad Sad. Well, how do you like that, Gad? How do you like that? $6 in your name. I know all of the money that you're making just off this book alone isn't enough to comfort you. You had to come unglued at somebody asking if you knew about their work ahead of the work that you did. But $6 more. I hope this doesn't hurt. Thank you so much, International Puppy. And then we have a red beard has returned with $5 more. He says, just call Miss Cleo. He just called her. She said you have a secret admirer, and it's Faith Goldie. Okay. Also, she said Gad Sad can time travel, and that's how he stole your ideas. He was tiptoeing through your tulips and peeing through your window when you wrote it. Miss Cleo never lies. Well, no, she doesn't. She's on her game. All the other people that you get on the phone, probably not. But Miss Cleo, she knew what she was talking about. Thank you very much about that, Redbeard. Now, you know what's going to end up happening? There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, does Faith Goldie actually like Jason Köhne? Is she somehow a fan? I've never spoken to the woman. I think we follow each other on Twitter, but all right, over here in the question widget, and then we're gonna let me see. We'll do some. We'll do a song. We'll do the question widget. We'll do a song. We'll do some testimonials. We'll take your calls, and we'll get out of here. We'll see if there's anything specific that you all want to talk about. Oh my gosh. No, one thing we're not going to forget is I'm going to put this right on the desk. We're going to look at it when I come back. But first, we're going to take a look at the question widget. Isabel here says, thank you, Jason, and gives a little kiss. Thank you so much, dear sister. And to Jack as well. Joe over here writes, Jason, I think you need to see what Dion has been posting on Twitter. I think she's losing track of what we're supposed to be advocating for. Well, what is she tweeting? You can please fill me in here on the question widget. Just give me an idea, and I will speak to it. Thank you very much for that, Joe. Looking forward to you filling me in. The great Promethean promulgation, ladies and gentlemen, writes, is it possible to legally and anonymously mail Go Free to local millionaires? It's totally possible and legal. You can, if you wanted to snail mail individuals, you want to, I would say, do your best to hit houses that are owned by people who might be amenable. So it's going to be more likely it's going to be white people, unless you specifically know of a non-white millionaire who has maybe openly spoken already against the crimes that are being committed against our people. Try to find, obviously, you're going to be looking for white people. And if you don't have much more time, I mean, I could see a scenario where if you had plenty of time, you could see if, just type a person's name in and see if they've made big financial gifts to, some sort of philanthropic type gifts to anti-white endeavors. But you probably should just maybe stop short of just make sure that it is white and in a conservative area. That's going to up your chances of the person receiving being amenable. And you don't need to put a return address on the envelope unless you're going to take it into the post office. I think if you take it into the post office, they're going to want to see a return address. But if not, you could just drop it in the mailbox. There's nothing illegal about that, unless I'm somehow wrong. I don't believe that I am. You can just drop it in the mail and write off to those folks. And thank you very much for considering that and sharing that idea. And anybody who implements that idea, I thank you. These are folks we need to get to. They have a place where their thinking is on a regular basis that is immediately useful to the organizing of business, as we say here, organizational entities, legality, etc. So it's not just their finances that they're able to give away for us working class people. We got to work 5 years to get, and that's gross, not net. So there are a lot of things that they offer, and we hope that some of those folks will start showing up. So thank you very much. Promethean Promulgation, what a great hero. Really come onto the scene like a supernova. What a champion. Angharad Celtic says, I am always here, Jason. I'm always here. Jason is Randy today. Jason is Randy today. Jason is Randy today. Is that slang too? I'm not missing that. Or is Randy with you? Maybe that's it. Kelt's here. Hello to you. In a friendly interview about going free, what questions should the interviewer ask you? Well, that's kind of a big, So broadly, what is going free? How does it help people? What are some of the claims that people have made in the way that it has helped them? How do anti-whites interact with going free? How does the general population interact with going free? So the vagues out there, our brothers and sisters. It would be about, and this would be the regime's reporting if they were doing their job as reporters, they would try to say, what exactly is this? Trying to understand what it is, rather than using their anti-white lens to say what it is not. So that's a great question, and thank you for that. Do you have are you thinking about writing an article, or are you asking for a friend? Let me know. White Healing says, we are with you, Isabel. Well written. Thank you so much for that. Supporting our dear lady. We're with you. We're all being redeemed. We're all somewhere on that path, sister. And thank you so much, White Healing, for stuff. That's another great champion. Who else do we have? Roy Danton has, he's providing the link. Don't delete that, Roy. Thank you so much for doing that. Roy, geez, talk about a colossus of a champion for going free. Thank you for that. And don't delete it. I will get to it. Richard Wagner says, this guy threatened to snipe you. Report the stream. To snipe me as in with a rifle? As a sniper? Is that how did he spell it out that clearly? Because if he's threatening murder, then all of you report this guy. We're not the conservatives. I don't believe in playing by a set of rules that those who victimize me won't play by. If this guy threatened to actually murder me, report him to DLive. He said it during the stream. They'll be able to look at it. We would be taken down. They would report us if we were threatening murder. If this guy threatened to murder me, destroy him. Period. We're not conservatives. We will play this game by the same rules the anti-whites play. Nothing different. They run out of bounds, we'll run out of bounds. So we'll find out what this guy said. Soundkiller says, Jason, have you read The Uncivil War? I just bought a copy of it and am enjoying it so far. The other books, what other books would you recommend to learn more about the war? I really don't like that title, Northern Aggression. But I know what you're saying. Gosh, am I going to be able to think of some titles off the top of my head? I like the title of War for Southern Independence. That's what actually was taking place. And it was a tragedy. It was a brothers' war. We shouldn't have been driven at each other. But let me see if I can get some time. I will find I will try to find some of the books I read. I read so many books on that war from the past. My gosh. But thank you for the question, and thank you for investigating that. We have Mestizo here, and he writes, the anti-white streamer has the nerve to call us, quote, ugly. I'm no Prince Charming, but I'm definitely not Shrek. Did he call us Shrek, or is he imitating Shrek? Thank you very much, Mestizo. Isn't that great when hold on, let me redirect the AC. Isn't that great when the anti-whites, it's so puerile when they're like, they resort to, well, you're ugly. Have you looked in the mirror? You're like a mutant. What are you talking about? Calling people, fine, I'm ugly, but you're a mutant. Or fine, I'm ugly and you're beautiful, but you are still victimizing my people. I don't care. And I'm going to put an end to you victimizing my people. I imagine a baboon would look at me, or a hyena would look at me and think, oh, that thing is ugly. But I really couldn't care. I'm just going to make sure that they don't eat me or those I care about. We'll just put an end to that quickly. But let's see here. Angerad Celtic says, Donald Trump just unfriended Bernie, I guess that's Sanders, on Twitter. Okay. And then she says, oh my God, the hood rat is an absolute moron. Okay. And she says, I'm certain that you will look better on the worst day of your life, she's saying this to Mestizo, then that thing will look on its best. All right. I do like to tell the anti-whites, though, that when they say it's the male or the ones that think they're male for the day or whatever they are, that their female counterparts need to stop trying to sneak up to me and get some affection. It's amazing. Richard Wagner says, Gadsad replied to you on your Amazon review on his book page. Oh, he did. Okay. Is it splendid? Is it wonderful? Is it written with the same sort of urbane, mellifluous strokes of the pen of an academic? I'll have to check that out. I guess it'll be part of part 2, or maybe there'll be part 3. We'll see. But thank you for telling me about that, Richard, because I would not have known. I was not going to go back there and see if he had responded to me there. I mean, good God, what is this guy thinking? Why not just? This is one of those methinks. What is it? How does it go again? Shakespeare. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. The Gadsad doth protest too much, methinks. I mean, what's the deal? What is he doing? I'm really surprised by his response. Why not just be an adult? Joe Cool writes here, she is now using a black sun profile picture, has claimed to have left the British nationalist sphere. Oh, okay, this is the filling me in about Dion. She's using a black sun, has claimed to have left the British nationalist sphere, and is saying that there is, quote, no political solution, and that Europe, quote, Joe Cool is saying that Dion says that Europe will die, close quote. That is terrible. I hope I take you at your word, Joe. Thank you for getting me that info. And I hope our dear sister Dion will return to going free. When she had contact with us, and we see this, I've seen this so many times, where these people will kind of orbit in, they'll come into contact with going free, and they see the benefit, even in themselves. She was seeing it in herself, if you remember. She had stopped smoking, and she drew some magnificent, and they're still magnificent. They're going to be included in the artist version of Prometheus Rising. Illustrations, beautiful. They're going to be in there. She did some great work. They cycle in, and to a degree, I mean, you have agency. So it's your fault if you're an adult. You have agency, but it's also in part driven by the fact that what they end up doing, driven by the fact that they they're asking themselves a question, putting a challenge before themselves, as we were talking about earlier, that cannot be achieved. They cannot do anything to rectify it. They cannot do anything productive. So they come into that, they come into going free, they see that it's working, they see that there's a lot of work, they see that people are getting better, they see that they're going to have to do step by step and improving things. What they fail to see, though, is that societal context is not static. So what we need to do is build connectivity, genius, talent, liquidity, etc., so that as societal contexts change, and they can change rapidly, they can be dramatic, and we have seen it, all of the evidence is all around us. They present new challenges and new opportunities. So, but they believe it's stagnant, and people, good people like Dion and others, they come in, and then good people who are very educated, maybe even have high IQs, they're still mired in the idea, or for whatever reason, that things are static, that societies, there won't be a new opportunity tomorrow. They can say it, but they can't plot for it, as we are doing and have done here in service to white well-being, and doing magnificent things as a consequence of it. So then they cycle in, they carrying this burden on their shoulders. They don't see the remedy achieved quickly enough, and they're still looking at that question, that challenge that can't be achieved, such as we need to control the banks, we need to control the government, we need to control the military, we need to control the entertainment, we need to control the news cycle. None of that, if you put that before yourself, is ever going to be achieved by you. Forget about it. That doesn't mean it won't be achieved in your lifetime. It does mean that it's not going to look anything like what you think it will look like. Nothing like that. So there is a bit of a leap, that where even if you can't process how it might look in the future, you have to say, we've got the plan, we've got the lexicon, we have the dialectics, we have the bright people are at the helm, and we will take advantage of opportunities, overcome challenges as they present themselves, and we will get there. And it might look very different from anything I've ever could have fathomed, because everybody's looking for that. What's the plan from A to controlling the military? What's the plan from A to controlling the government? What an absolutely just prosaic thing. And it's regular folks, it's not their fault. It's all of the thinkers, all of the intellectuals who are putting their thoughts on this track. So why aren't their IQs high enough to get it? I don't know. I can't answer that question. These thinkers and intellectuals that are putting regular people on these paths, good people like Dion. But so she comes in, and I'm not saying this is her, I'm speaking generally here, folks. They come in and they don't see the instantaneous, oh, I see, A to controlling government. And so they then become pessimistic. They then become saturnine. They then start infecting others. And that's where they really are going wrong. If you want to become pessimistic and you think it's the end of the world, then cut off all of your media. Do not talk to the rest of us. Do not bring other people down. Don't try to tell other folks. That's the real place that you can be condemned if you're doing that. Saying something, if she actually said Europe will die, that is shameful, and she should apologize for that. If she thinks that Europe will die, then that's dreadful. I wish she wouldn't feel that way. But telling others that Europe will die is despicable. That's shameful. And she should, if she actually said that, and that's not just taken out of context, and if that's actually said the way it appears to mean, then she really should apologize for that. She's a great lady. I mean, I've had a lot of wonderful conversations with her. I like her. I don't want her to be thinking this way. If I had time, I would just be on the phone with her, and I would make it better if I could. So I hope if she gets this message of hope, this message in a bottle to her, that if she's going to continue down this path, that she just keeps it to herself. There's no need to continue on social media. There's no need to continue to be an hour sphere telling people that it's all over, nothing can be done. There are a few horrible things that a person can do, undermining the work that is productive for white well-being. We talked about some of those earlier, and this sort of pessimism is one of those things that we simply cannot permit. And I hope she turns around. Thanks, Joe. That's sad to hear. She's a wonderful lady. Angharad Celtic says, the comment was from much earlier when you were making a comment about Hyperborean dreams. Randy means frisky. All right, I see. So I was saying earlier that I was frisky when I was talking about the Hyperborean dreams. Okay, did we get to the final or no? We have now Angharad Celtic saying Trump unfriended Benjamin Netanyahu, or however you pronounce his name. I'm sure I can't get it right. My tongue doesn't work the way that it would need to, I'm sure. So he's unfriended him. Is that right? Well, it seems like who knows, maybe a trap was sprung for Trump. And if it was, then all the more reason for him in a theoretical world to do what needs to be done if a trap was sprung. Roy Danton says, Joe Cool, do you happen to have her Twitter link? I believe she blocked me. Okay, so Roy might be blocked. So did I just kick myself off the stream with electricity? No. Roy might be blocked. And do you have the Twitter link? Could you please paste it in the question widget or so that Roy could get it and see if he could see what she's getting at? Yeah, we need, if we can bring her back from despair, that would be the best thing. Let's see. We also have Redbeard is back. You know, if you were in like a really serious conflict and somebody ran in the room and they're like, Redbeard is here, you'd know it was going to be okay. I mean, that's just, you'd be like, he is? Right? You'd know everything was going to be fine at that point. I got to check over here on the Discipline channel as well. I've seen all of you wonderful people. Yiz is active over there. Can't find her on the Go Free channel. She's not banned from there. She's not in the banned list. I can't unban her if she was on that list. Yiz says, I'm on it. Discipline with NWG. PMing Jared on Twitter right now. Thank you very much, Yiz. That was from earlier. And let's see. Choose your, does that say mosques? Says Lee Rigby was a soldier decapitated. Oh, right, by an anti-white in the UK. He was a soldier. So where did we have that earlier? Shoot, I wish I had that. Maybe I'll find that during the song. Thank you for that. Now the name does sound more familiar. What a shame. These names, if we controlled our media means of communication, all of these names would be on the tip of our tongue. Instead, the anti-whites put everything else on the tips of our tongue. So much so that it gets difficult to get people to, as you all know, to get people to even use the vocabulary that works. They say, no, I've got to work. I've got to use only the words that the anti-whites allow me to use, Jason. All right. Let's see. Okay, nobody else has tagged me over there. So if you wrote me anything over there on the Discipline channel, you wanted me to see it, you've got to tag me as Discipline with NWG or I won't see it. All right, Roy, it looks like Joe provided you a link. What did Redbeard do? Redbeard financially gifted $3 more. Thank you, my dear brother. And he wrote, if someone says you have white privilege, just say, how dare you? I'm black and have the, I'll just say Jackson, we'll call it a syndrome. Tell them to beat it. Just beat it. Nice. Also, Miss Chloe said, play the lottery soon. You'll win. Always win. I always win. Not the lottery, but everything else I do. But thank you for that. Yes, just beat it. And what do we have here for music? I know we have a magnificent tune from For Null. And we have some other... Well, let me jump over to D Live quickly, and we'll see about the diamonds. We'll see about your comments there. Diamonds points or higher. Diamonds points or higher. And hello to you all on D Live. Be sure to share this link with all of your friends on D Live. Tell them any lies you have to. Let's see. MMA Groiper. Financially or gifting diamond points, not writing anything. Tucker, Chris, gifting diamond points. Thank you both. White Wolf, gifting diamond points and writing. Promethean hails from Korea. Promethean hails from Korea. Are you a white person in Korea? Thank you so very much for those diamond points. MM Groiper, back again with diamond points, says, just got back on. You're looking ripped. Nice. Well, thank you for that. I just try to stay healthy now as best I can, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Sky Racer, diamond points with a link. I wonder where it leads. Looks like a YouTube link. Maybe I was going to say, please, I hope I didn't just do something horrible to the screen. What did you send me? Oh, it's something silly, it appears. D-Live has some very amusing. Thank you, Sky Racer. And we have here MMA Groiper. Diamond points. Not a millionaire yet, he writes. Getting there. You'll get there. Non-fake news, diamond points. Great stream. Props. Where are you going to put them? Up behind me? Is it going to be one of those villages? One of those Praetorian villages? Bender's big score. Diamond points. Thank you. And thank you for the props as well. And we have Skaggs. Diamond points. Thank you very much. Bender Big Score. Diamond points. Thank you. All right. That looks like those are all the diamond points and above over there on. And help me remember to give those points back to everybody at the end of the gathering. Looks like we've been together for 5 hours. Going strong. Ready to get excited. How does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? We'll play a song from our dear brother Raymond Foster down under in Australia. We'll come back. We're going to take a look at the absolutely stunning White People's Quarterly. The new issue is out. And I'll take a brief look at that and an article in there. I think maybe even I might even, well, we'll think about that. We'll come back and then we'll cover some of these testimonials, your calls, any news you want me to cover. And let's see, as we get the song ready to roll, we will play some of this, and then we will be right back. The Western world is in chaos. So-called rioters and looters, united with people in positions of authority against Western civilization, are destroying the very world we live in, murdering innocent people. Inexplicable disease stalks, hunts the living. The governments usurp our rights and annul our hard-won liberties. They couldn't stop this disease. They won't be able to stop the diseases to come. They can't stop the violence in the streets and keep us safe. In fact, they demand greater tribute from us, more apologies, more tax dollars, more self-abasement, more self-effacement. Surrender more, give up more, beg more. It feels like everything is coming apart. The Western world is in chaos. The Western world is in chaos. In chaos. So-called rioters and looters, united with people in positions of authority against Western civilization, are destroying the very world we live in, murdering innocent people. Everything is coming apart, like we have entered a new phase of ruin and the destruction of everything we care about. The sad truth is, everywhere you have turned to for answers has failed you. It feels like everything is coming apart. Like we have entered a new phase of ruin. It feels like everything is coming apart. Like we have entered a new phase of ruin and the destruction of everything we care about. The sad truth is, we have. Everything and everywhere you have turned to for answers has failed you. No institution or movement has had the answers or been able to turn back the tide or even been able to make any sense of it all. Until now. You can go free. And what's more, your and all of our well-being depends on you empowering yourself. It depends on you doing your duty. Now is the time to stand and empower yourself with a vision that will open your eyes for the first time in your life. You can have the answers. You can go free. And what's more, your and all of our well-being depends on you empowering yourself. It depends on you doing your duty.
American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Both of those are products of the great groundhog fury, and we should never stop celebrating that great hero for everything he has done for us. What a magnificent champion, and looking forward to a great many more splendid things that he will be doing. And let's see what's going on with you all. And I see that Southern Bloom is asking, clips, I know, right? It's very high quality. Clips, I know, right? I don't know. I'm not following. Simon JJ says clips. Raymond Van Buskirk, clips. What the heck? What is the clips? Oh, you mean the performers? Ray Foster, Sean says, Ray Foster and I are establishing a podcast, probably called the Aussie Potty. That'll cover various issues regarding politics in Australia. I'll also be present on said podcast. I will come right on, and we will bring over the family. We'll make it a magnificent get together. Bring you all as much attention as we possibly can. No white guilt clips. Oh, very good. Yes. Thank you so much for what you do for our people, brother. Writes Greek American Nationalist. You're most welcome. Yes. Thumbs up to No White Guilt clips. Southern Bloom. And the rest. Thumbs up. No white guilt clips. All right. We have Commander Rockwell is here. And Rooster. I think I mentioned you earlier. Breezy is here. Hello to you. Dave the Impaler. If you haven't spoken up before, ladies and gentlemen, feel free. Say hello. We're friendly. Yes, I made that rhyme because I could do anything. I feel like. What we're going to talk about now is this beauty, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how stunning this is. This is gorgeous, isn't it? This is the third issue of the White People's Quarterly. And of course, this is Tony Vermont, and continuing to do a splendid job. We're going to be having him on tap, of course, to speak with him about this. There are so many I wish I could show you. I have already shared this with some others, and they were floored. They were stunned. It is stunning. The literature is amazing. The colors are arresting. It's just the whole thing. This is what you want to have this, and you see it goes around the back, the illustration. You want to have that on your counter or on your coffee table when your friends, your family member come over. Maybe your 3 copies of the White People's Quarterly, gorgeous, laid out there for them to pick up and say, wow, this is really something beautiful. What is this about? What is called the White People's Quarterly, and then they're going to look inside and they're going to find really, truly erudite, sophisticated, high culture inside the magazine. Of course, now there's the joke that when the first one came out, I was referring to the inside joke you all will be let in on. I referred to it as an adult magazine, totally oblivious to the connotation of that being pornography. But I meant that it was sophisticated, and it was for a sophisticated audience. And but so in that vein, I still mean that it's still an adult magazine. Now there does appear that a couple of these pieces might be a little mature, in that you would find them in the museum. Some of the older classics, absolutely beautiful. I love every single piece of it, and I'm working my way through it. And one of the first pieces I want to bring your attention to, and I want to encourage you all. So if one of the mods has the link for the White People's Quarterly and Tony Vermont and everything they're doing, please share. If you don't have it, a place to get it is on Mr. George's website at thegreatorder.com. And it is on the sidebar, I think, on the right. And we have here a review of Go Free. And I have to say, it's by KD. And I have to say that it is a truly wonderful and humbling review. It is a testimonial. And I think what we'll do, I'll read portions of it maybe next week, because it really is truly magnificent. And the folks that I shared this with and they read it, they were instantly interested in Go Free. Starts off here, Go Free, A Guide to Aligning with the Archetype of Western Kind. Go Free by Jason Köhne is one of the most unique and important books in the white positive canon of literature. A reader reviews the book and relates her own experience using it to go free. So truly next week, we'll dig into some of this article. We'll revisit. But one of the things I want to say, and a big heartfelt thank you to KD for writing this article and to Tony Vermont for publishing this article. I know it was a long time coming. I know we have everything that we do here is in love. There's no big money being made, as you all know, in the white positive sphere. And so there is, it's all about love. It's all about being selfless. It's all about doing for those who are weaker than us. And this is a truly beautiful thing that Katie sat down to write this review, because she wanted to be able to reach the hearts of others with that testimonial. And it's magnificent. Tony, everything that he's doing, the endless hours that he's giving to this really, as I say, visually arresting work. So magnificent that the individuals I shared the magazine with, they said, you can cut the pages out of this and frame them. They're so beautiful. And it's true. You can. That is how beautiful they are. The magazine, White People's Quarterly. Do not miss your opportunity to get your copy of the White People's Quarterly. And you're going to be entertained. You're going to be able to use it to reach other people in your spheres of influence. And you're also going to be supporting an absolutely worthwhile cause. My hat's off to Tony and everyone over there, and Jeff doing a fantastic job. And like I said, we'll take a little bit of a better look at this on tap when we have Tony on and Mr. George. We'll both go through it. It's a beautiful work. It is in and of itself a work of art. You will not find that sort of glorious literature, artwork, and dedication to something as noble as white well-being anywhere else. This is a magnificent work, and please get yourself a copy. Now, for the mailbag, I don't exactly know. I didn't hear back from. I can't read all of the tales we have here from the mailbag, but we have some. We have some mailbag to go through. Let's see what we have. We have this card, and thank you very much for sending me this card, dear lady. I love this. This is actually bedazzled, I think it's called. Bedazzled. It's got texture. Wonderful. And a Star Wars fan. So that's wonderful. Thank you so very much for that. And then we have, let's see, another beautiful card here. And this is wonderful. Look at the front of that card. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. And lovely, lovely letter. Thank you for that. That's wonderful. That was in the mailbag. And thank you so very much. This one was really amazing. I'd never seen a card like, oh, you know what we're talking about? Miss Cleo. What are the odds? And this actually moves around. All right, so you want me to make some predictions? Thank you. This is actually everything in this card as well. Beautiful and kind words. Thank you so very much, and I deeply appreciate that. The mailbag is very interesting today, and we got another bag that I can. While I'm having messages come in here. Let's see. All right, let's see. This is a letter. Let's see if I can read this letter. My Promethean tithe for this month and the last. Put it toward giving out copies of Crucible if it doesn't come too late. And that is from, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Southern Bloom, who I believe was with us and might still be with us. Thank you, dear lady. And in that card with this lovely little note from the wonderful Southern Bloom was $40 US. Thank you so very much for that. $40. Big round of applause, please. Some raucous emojis for the wonderful Southern Bloom. And finally, from John. John sent me, we're not going to open live. John sent a whole notebook worth of material. And God bless you, brother. And it looks like was it a $50, 50 US. So round of raucous emojis for John, $50 US. And it gave me some great reading material, even told me where to start reading. And thank you so very much. The mailbag is always a thrill for me. Never know what I'm going to get. King Cobra, who knows? That was fantastic. Thank you all. Southern Bloom, John, everyone else. That was beautiful. And let's keep rolling. And thank you all for celebrating those who are contributing and doing work in the service of white well-being. We're going to make sure didn't miss anybody. Okay, good. Didn't miss anybody over. Oh, we got one person. We have I Love Jesus Christ. I Love Jesus Christ. A wonderful, wonderful woman. Financially gifting $5. $5 from I Love Jesus Christ. And she is gifting that $5 in the name of Mark Woke. Is Mark still with us? Is poor Mark Woke still with us? That's got to really burn him. A beautiful woman with the name I Love Jesus Christ just gave $5 to White Wellbeing in his name. I imagine that he's taking off his belt right now and heading up from the basement, climbing the stairs, hollering out for his mother. Run, dear woman, run. Lock the doors. Bar the doors before Mark Woke makes it to your bedroom with the beating, where he will begin the beatings. Thank you very much. I Love Jesus Christ. She's here every week with us, ladies and gentlemen. She's a lovely lady, always gifting, and real blessings like so many of you. And look, Ambrielle is here, and so is Tall Kevin. And Ambrielle says, good to see you, Jason. Great to see you too, dear sister. And Tall Kevin is with us. Nobody can miss him, because when Tall Kevin approacheth, you can see the little ripples on your drink, because he's about like 38 feet tall. Great to see you, brother. He was spotting signs all over where he lives. So's Irish Ice is with us. Let me quickly take a look here. Ashley says, that's awesome that they did that review of your book. It is. Isn't it wonderful? KD did that. What a wonderful woman. And that thank you, Ashley. That's very sweet of you. And it is wonderful. We'll share some of that next week. And we have the Great Irish Ice, as I mentioned. Magpie is with us. David Smith, what can we do to combat the Great Reset? Well, we had this question. Thank you for that, this Great Reset thing. My suggestion is, as I've been saying over the course of this stream, and I've said many times before, ignore the Great Reset. There's nothing you can do. It's not even, how can I say, when I looked it up, It is just anti-whiteism. It's just a current assortment, constellation of anti-white this, anti-white that. Forget about anything called the Great Reset. Instead, worry about anti-whiteism. The Great Reset doesn't make you into a people. The Great Reset doesn't focus on your people. The Great Reset doesn't get you thinking about how you're going to change lives in your family, how you're going to change your life, how you're going to change the lives of coworkers, how you're going to change the lives of strangers nearby. Talking about the Great Reset is a great waste of time. Actually, you know what? What was that other thing that I was thinking about the other night? It had to deal with the great, using the word great again. Okay, yeah, we have these people using things like Great Reset. I have to actually, now I just suddenly wonder, this is suddenly striking me. You have the Great Replacement, and now you have a Great Reset. No, absolutely do not say this anymore. Do not say Great Replacement. Do not say Great Reset. It's anti-whiteism. It's all anti-whiteism. This is not you, David. I know. And I am recommending to you, never say that again. Never think about it again. You think about going free. You think about how to change your life and the lives of those around you. Never think about anything called a Great Reset. Never say it again. And it's just like the Great Replacement. For all of those people who said to me when we were having this debate about should you use Great Replacement or not, and it's really the most asinine thing ever. You should never use this. You should always talk about white erasure. Anti-whiteism is doing it. What in the Sam hell is the desire to keep using this verbiage that undermines it? I'm not saying it's you, David, and thank you for bringing this up. But why do where are we finding these? Why is there this need to use this language that is destructive? What in the Sam hell is causing people to do this? They want to just, no, I just want to stick with it. They would say, oh, no, well, great just means big. And then we went through all of the arguments about how in certain contexts, like it means big. But in the current time, at present, it also, in using contemporaneously, it means wonderful. It means stupendous. So if you were running a political campaign and your opponent had 99% of the vote, would you say that our opponents had a great victory? It was a great victory they had. Hell no, you wouldn't. So all of those dishonest people who tried to claim for whatever reason, why do you want to stick with the words the anti-whites say are okay to use? This Renaud Köhne, who came up with this Great Replacement, was wrong. The fact that the anti-whites allow him to use that verbiage means it's not good for you. Period. Don't use it. So the fact that, especially in a place like France, where the strictures on speech are so severe, that this is what they allow you to do, why not just call it the wonderful replacement? And replacements in modern colloquial use is always a good thing. When do you get a replacement that's a bad thing? Almost never. Right? When the fridge breaks, you get a replacement for the fridge, right? Does your opponent have a great victory over you? Well, if it's 99% of the vote, well, I guess it's great, right? Because it's big. Nobody would say that. Stop with the dishonesty. Get over your ego or whatever it is that's keeping you from moving towards something that works. And again, this isn't David. This is just all these people that I had to argue with months ago when this Great Replacement tried to make a comeback from the outhouse. I've just kicked the door shut on the damn outhouse and turn it upside down so the Great Replacement can't come out of it again. It's white erasure. It's a people and you are part of that people, and there are members of it that are being victimized. Do not abstract our pain, for Christ's sake. My God. All these people who are supposed to be, so, and they're just like resolutely dumb as goddamn hell. Like, I will not vary from being this stupid, they say to Jason. I will not vary. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to say great replacement, even though it's harmful for me. Idiots, every one of them. So the great reset, and when is a reset a bad thing also? I've with this talking about great, I've come this close, this great reset and great replacement. I've come this close to doing something I don't want to do. And that's saying foxtrot, because it's so infuriating that so many people in the white positive sphere continue to use this sort of verbiage, and they continue to ask themselves questions that what are we going to do, Jason, about the planet Nibiru colliding with Earth? I don't know. I guess you better just go get depressed, because you're not going to be able to dig a hole deep enough. I mean, this is another constellation of anti-white ideas, another set of anti-whiteism. Is it some sort of like provincialism? Like, well, since this go free stuff is coming from America, and this other stuff is talked about in this country in Europe or whatever, then we're just going to stick with that. Well, get over that. We're all going to die. We're all going to suffer horribly if you stick with this sort of provincial, this is the way we do it in our area. Well, go over it. Grow up. Stop being a child. Great. When is a reset bad? Seriously, you have to, when the computer stops working, you reset it. When the clock is off, you reset it. Do you not see how they're manipulating you, the anti-whites? So how do we stop anti-whiteism? We go free. That's the response. We go free like bats out of hell, and we bring it to all of our brothers and sisters while we have time to do so in the ways that we're able to do so. They are tearing down civilization all around us. And, I'm over there on PWR, and I look at the live chat, and I see plenty of people writing, well, the great replacement was months ago now, and then the great reset came up maybe a month ago. People writing great reset, great reset, great. Yeah. It just means big, Jason. Oh, really? Well, like the great victory your opponent had at the polling booth? Well, not quite. Yeah. All right, let's roll, and we'll look back and forth between these and you all. Let's see. Buddy Duddy writes, I just realized that after being in the white positive sphere for 4 years, all I got from it was a sinking feeling of guilt because I hadn't done anything to wake people up to the problems facing Western kind. I felt impotent, overwhelmed, and unsure about what to do or how to do it. Sadly, many in the white positive sphere do little else but point out the myriad outrages and atrocities befallen our people, which leaves you feeling depressed, hopeless, and doomed. However, I can honestly say that I have learned more in the last 3 weeks since going free than in the previous 4 years watching random videos and listening to podcasts. I'm going to read that again. I can honestly say that I have learned more in the last 3 weeks since going free than in the previous 4 years watching random videos and listening to podcasts. I have never been this confident and hopeful in our struggle against the anti-whites ever in my lifetime. I am a true believer, ! There is so much power in the lexicon and dialectics of going free that I want to share it with all my friends, family, and receptive coworkers. God bless you, Brother Jason, and thank you for giving me hope again. Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much for that testimonial. And he adds here, I wish the white positive sphere would collectively adopt the going free lexicon and dialectics. I wish too. I wonder why in the hell that it doesn't. Why in the hell has it not? Why in the hell do we still have all of these people who want to just speak only with the language that the anti-whites have sanctioned for them to use? What are they proving by doing that? What are they proving by losing endlessly? What are they proving by sticking to their like little provincial, well, this is how we do it in our little neck of the woods or whatever it is? We're just going to keep doing it because even if it's wrong, God bless it, it's the way we do it here. Thank you so much for that, Buddy Duddy, for that magnificent testimonial to the lexicon. We're just talking about that. And why don't we just, I think when these people bring up, maybe what I need to do is just mock the shit out of them. Maybe we'll just go, oh, it's the wonderfully fantastic reset that will make everything beautiful again. That's what we shall call it. And again, I think the gentleman's name was David. Not saying that David is of this mindset. He's probably just encapsulating what these other folks are saying, and the economic angle of it. It's all anti-whiteism. It's all anti-whiteism. We can have an economic angle to white well-being. When the millionaires start showing up and the rest, and they're going to have to at one point or another. When they start showing up, there will be plenty of an angle there for them to keep their power and increase their power. And we're fine with the connectivity, global connectivity. We're just not fine with the homogenization. And of course, the homogenization is part of the anti-whiteism, which goes without saying. Azimuth Clark, the great hero, writes here, the most epic NWG stream thus far. 10 hours of pristine well-being. Well, thank you so much, brother. Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. Klomp says, this end at 3 a.m.? Wow, NWG goes hard. I won't do it. Thank you so much, brother. And Fiery Rebukes adds to that, hell yeah, that's why I get frustrated when people want to come around and talk about other content producers in the white positive sphere. Nothing comes close to what we got going on with NWG and this pristineness. Well, thank you so much for that, both of you, Fiery Rebukes and Klomp. Thank you for that. Yeah, I find it mighty frustrating as well. Not a piano key. Writes here, I refuse to be defined by my enemies, victimizers. Thanks for this, Jason. I am proud to call you my brother. Well, I feel the exact same way for you. Thank you so very much for that. There are victimizers. Remember, if we had enemies, we'd have as much ability to inflict injury on them as they are on us, and there's nowhere close to that. So they are victimizers. Thank you. And this is the great Ruination Media, lovely porridge. Thousands of people would have seen the billboard on their travels, talking about the billboard. Some people might not have thought much of the message until they drove past again. And this time it was vandalized. The vandals left the words white guilt intact. They just made the message all the more powerful and relevant. Thanks, Antifa. And nice job trying to turn the letter O into an L. Smiley face. I bet if you simply displayed a billboard of a white baby, by the end of the week, it would look similar to Born Guilty's book cover. I have no doubt. And that is actually brilliant. I didn't read. He's absolutely right. If we were to put up a billboard of a white baby, the anti-whites would go wild on it. And we see these people posting pictures of, the white mom, and she's got like 5 white children, and then the anti-whites come unglued because they can't even conceal anymore how anti-white they are. They just attack them because there are white children and they're smiling. They're supposed to be white erased, just revealing who and what they really are. Ursa Major writes here, great champion. I have no idea who this GAD person is. Jason Köhne invented meme pathogens, meme curatives, and many other dialectics, and has been using the teachings these phrases for years. He's made these inventions public in his book and public appearances, and has thus met with widespread acceptance and usage of the language and psychological terms. Köhne and his associates have been presenting his ideas through the public forums of YouTube and other internet platforms for years, has met with widespread acclaim for his transformative teachings. Thank you very much for that, Ursa Major. Thousands of his followers can readily attest to the healing utility of practicing his technique, his unique teachings. If it is the case that someone is attempting to hijack and purloin Jason Köhne's unique literary inventions, then that action will be seen as piracy and vile copyright plunder. Literary piracy and vile copyright plunder of the most destructive kind, and it should not and will not be tolerated. Thank you very much. I think Ursa Major is here tonight. Thank you so very much. Cairo writes, "Hi Jason, I love the passion, but I do have a quick question about the idea that has nothing to do with where we came from. Technically speaking, if evolution is true, wouldn't it be the environment that we evolved in for all those thousands of years, be what of years to, I guess, to cause what created us, maybe is what you wanted to say, and give us the beautiful biospirit we currently have and can now take elsewhere? It seems like maybe it's from the land and from us at the same time. If Europeans spent 10,000 years in the desert, we may biologically change and become more like the Arabs because of genetic adaptation, wouldn't we? Question mark. Honest question. Thanks. Love your show." Well, Karu, thanks for the question. I wrote back my response, and this was about me saying that it's not this. You have this community that believes that it's the soil, it's somehow the place of Europe, and because there was this saying used by a particular regime, and so the people want to repeat the saying. The soil part of it is not magic. There's no magic soil. The soil part of it means that you need the home of the country to survive. That country can be anywhere. They weren't, I mean, you can say poetically and beautifully that there's a connection to the land, and there can be, and all of these sorts of things. But that political slogan meant we need living space. The reason you say you have claim to a territory, or a human animal claims a territory, is because you need that territory to be alive. Every argument that you make to defend it, we were here first, or we rightly took it in war, or we bought it rightly, or whatever. All of that is the argument to defend your need to retain the property so that you have someplace to live, grow your food, hunt your game. That's what they meant. So I wrote back, there is no magical soil. It's just the biospirit of our people. Europe is of course, a beautiful, a lovely place. And it is always the cradle of Western kind. And for that, it's always going to be remembered as such. This is what I wrote back to Cairo. Thank you for the question, by the way. First of all, has the debate been settled beyond any question where Western kind originated? There are still some exciting theories to explore, and no doubt more to come when we recapture our destiny. Second, you are confusing an influence with a source, an environmental setting with the biospirit within us. A Westman does not stop being a Westman when he steps off European soil. So if your concern is that if we spend 10,000 years elsewhere on the planet, that we might change, I am going to suggest that you put your focus on something far less irrelevant. Finally, with our intelligence, selection need not be natural, but it can be artificial. I also reject the idea that if another race came to Europe and given enough time, they would become Westmen. And that's ultimately what the argument leads one to, logically in the end, that, well, if other races of people, if they come to Europe and if they're here for 10,000 years, well, then they'll be Westmen. No, I utterly reject that. And this, we don't need to rely on artificial or natural selection anymore. We can take charge of who and what we are at this point. We have a biospirit of what we refer to as Western kind here And we can do what we will at this point. We can use our great intelligence and science to manipulate it and tweak out and bring out all of the wonderful cues. And I imagine that we will do that when the future is here for us. But we need to focus on the fact that what's really beautiful and magical is inside of each and every one of us. The reason that Europe is beautiful and magical is because we are there. Now you might say, well, that's the cradle, and we exist because of, well, you could still make that argument, and the bottom line is that Europe is still beautiful and magical because of us. And if you want to claim that, well, if we go somewhere else for 10,000 years, I'm going to say that's a very silly concern, and we have much more proximate things to worry about than if we stayed in the desert for 10,000 years. Might we become something other than we are? And again, if you make that argument, then that means that anybody can become a Westman. They would just move to Europe, and in 10,000 years, they'll be one of us. And that's not how it works. And certainly with artificial selection now, we can do what we want. We are no longer subject to the whim of nature. So thank you very much. It was a great question. Evil Charles writes here, I don't think there was anything else I wanted to add to that. Magic is in us, folks. It's not in the soil. Evil Charles, while I'm listening to the stream, I'm getting replies from vagues and anti-whites within circles where I bring up the lexicon. I've actually yet to meet a vague that disagrees with white well-being. He says, I've actually yet to meet a vague that disagrees with white well-being. Can you say that about any other ideology in the white positive sphere? Can you say that about any other vehicle in the white positive sphere? Of course, if you're being honest, you can't. It's, you know, I mean, just think of the most even-keeled, soft-spoken, intelligent, educated Jared Taylor. And even as wonderful of a person as he is, he begins talking about what they talk about over at American Renaissance. And are you going to have some pushback? Are you going to have some very upset vagues out there who say, why are you focusing on all of the shortcomings on all of these other groups? I've actually yet to meet a vague that disagrees with white well-being. It's a bit more difficult to convince them to join white well-being, however. They keep telling me they'll check out NWG, but I'm uncertain they are true to their word and unsure how I can make it more certain they do. I've also found an easy dismissal for anti-whites that will have them give up. Just as I'm listening, I get this notification, so I pause and go respond to yet another anti-white. I'll give a brief version. The context, it was beneath a video that calls out Antiwhiteism in the Lord of the Rings series, trying to defile Professor Tolkien's work. The vague says they can't do this to the classics. That's why they are classic. They are timeless. I hate today. And send me back a century, close quote. Another vague, take me with you. Evil Charles, close quote. Oh, this is Evil Charles talking now. Quote, or take a lesson out of the classics and stand up for the literary arts in whichever way you can. Don't let the anti-white orcs run off with them. Random anti-white creeps through the woodwork respond then. Quote, yes, a century ago when, insert whatever non-white group you want, had no rights. And no, or non-heteros were tickled endlessly in the streets. So respectful. Do you also dislike the change in the movies, close quote. And then he writes here, meaning the trilogies of Peter Jackson, I presume. Evil Charles replied to the anti-white, quote, I'm disinterested in your anti-white slander, close quote. No answer. Since an hour ago, as I write this reply, this is the third time I've used that specific line on an anti-white, and every time they cease to villainy signal. Perhaps it is a bit early, but I would recommend for everyone to use this line rather than get dragged into a debate about what truly happened in the past. Again, he said, I'm disinterested in your anti-white slander, and that shut the anti-whites up. That scum is now probably chewing at his or her keyboard in frustration that he or she couldn't guilt whites and look like the looked like the immoral ass that he or she is while at it. For those who choose to do similar actions, I recommend go to videos where they critique the Lord of the Rings series. Same for videos about the Witcher series. Also videos where Trump fans gather seems wise places to go. Any video where you may run into people that love their country. That would be an effective way to spread the lexicon by having other people see it being used. Not only that, it'll make anti-whites nervous because they will, all caps, lose ground if only a handful of us spread like 10 comments each all over. Very well done, Evil Charles, and thank you. And when you come in contact and you say to somebody, hey, check out Going Free, check out No White Guilt, and they say, yeah, they will, but then they don't end up doing it. That's normal human behavior. That's why advertisers want to get in front of you again and again and again, because they know that the human animal can be really lazy this way and can really procrastinate. So you have to do the same thing. As the environment becomes more propitious for us, as things are getting uglier and the like, people will be more motivated because it is the pain that motivates more so than the benefit. Keep that in mind too. When you're talking about going free, you talk about the benefits, but you also talk about avoiding the pain that the anti-whites are going to be inflicting on every single one of us if we don't go free. Keep that in mind and keep going back to those people. Thank you for all of your service to white well-being. Aman writes here, if only people would listen to NWG instead of Jordan Peterson. We should spread this to as many Peterson fans as possible. I agree. And thank you so very much. The discredited drug addict, Jordan B. Peterson, telling everybody else to clean their rooms, taking all these white people down this abstractionist path, telling them how horrible it is to come together as a community, then praising non-white communities for coming together, despicable and meant to be a gatekeeper. Whatever. Rat poison has good stuff in it. And this rat, it looked like a rat in his face. That's what he was. He was pure rat poison. So there's no surprise he ended up and was using drugs the entire time. American refugee writes here, cowards, intellectual and otherwise. During my one semester of PhD coursework, I was plagiarized, he writes. It was a horrible experience. God bless you, Jason. I guess this is under the video we were talking about earlier relative to GAD. Jesse Link, numeral 2, writes, if for one, I for one, never heard of this guy with the bizarre name, but I know the reasonable and honest powerhouse, true Southern hero of the entire world. Well, thank you, Jesse. NWG is simply that, the level 200 mental champion. Sometimes I just think to myself, dang, he's smart. I didn't read this before reading it right now. Thank you very much, Jesse. I skim over and I grab them. Thank you so very much for those. That's a wonderful sentiment. And this is the decisions that I make for our people are the kind of decisions that we can all make, and we can all be. And there are so many of us. Christ Almighty, is wonderful how many true heroes have stepped forward, and they deserve absolute laurels cast at their feet. And in an age where the anti-whites will throw brambles. So something truly special. Everyone going free. Thank you all for being here. Let's see. He says, other than very short mental breaks, where I spend a few minutes talking about vehicles and engineering, I'm constantly thinking about our fight 24/7. Well done, Jesse. Jason NWG is king. Thank you. Thank you for never giving up on us. Salute. A big salute to you as well, dear brother, Jesse Link. And able to hear this guy right here, able to hear an audio of a motor and then identify it without even seeing. That's amazing. I tell you what, I could not do that. So thank you, Jesse. We have the great Bonnie Blue Lass here. This was one of the funniest Going Free streams ever. I can't remember everything that cracked me up. That flushing sound, P. Did he, Ebony Phallus, a fainting settee, etc. Good Lord. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I had you, excuse me, as we say, in stitches. June writes, you, Jason, I appreciate the reminder to keep using the language of anti-whiteism. I have used the Going Free language each time I encounter an opportunity to do so with a white brother or sister. Most times they will inquire further when I use the Going Free lexicon. I recently exited an organization of which I had been a dues-paying member for 6 years because of this organization jumping on board with anti-white language, using the R word in their language to describe my beloved, should I say the area? Maybe I won't. But but regional, our white race in a regional part of this country, or I guess a tightly knit region of the country. I informed the administration and membership for the reason for my leaving, using the Going Free lexicon. Good on you. That's magnificent. I will provide this very modest contribution to extinguish this anti-white harmful language behavior and to help our people go free. Thank you very much. Sending you white sister love. Well, thank you. So that's beautiful. So very much. So she was in an organization where she was a dues-paying member, and they started using anti-white. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. This is happening everywhere. If this, and this will continue, you're going to have people rescinding their allegiance, taking their dollars away from that and saying, no, you are a bunch of anti-white bastards. And I've already received, my gosh, just in the past, since this really election was ramping up, so many messages of people leaving organizations that they were in because of anti-white language, and those organizations that aren't even intentionally vectored to anti-white objectives, nonetheless using anti-white verbiage, heading in anti-white directions, because that's the tapestry that we have found ourselves in thanks to the anti-whites, and because there hasn't been a proper resistance to it. And the people are writing the leadership and saying, here's the reason why you all can go straight to hell. And there's using the lexicon so that the people who are in charge, what kind of ripple effect will this have? In the future, when they think, well, geez, we're losing dues-paying members, maybe we won't continue with this anti-white garbage that these people, they call it anti-white, and it really is. Anyhow, we just had a weird glitch in the system. We'll keep rolling. Everything seems okay now. And all right. So they'll end up saying, let's stop using this language, and we will try to retain these members that are leaving. Instead, we have this hero, this lovely sister here who says, no, I'm leaving. You all are using this anti-white doctrine. You're using the anti-white slurs, anti-white language. I'm not going to abide by it. And instead, I'm going to take my money from you, and now I'm going to give it over here to put an end to this filth in our society. God bless you, sister, and everyone like you who is doing that right now. This is what we need to be doing. Could you imagine if the white race, just a fraction of our race, decided to pull away from their alma mater, to pull away from the places of business, to pull away from their churches or whatever it might be, to pull away from these entities where they are turning over their dollars that are just consuming our people, infecting our people with anti-whiteism. And instead they say, no, instead I'm going to go free. I'm going to start teaching all of my brothers and sisters out there that I can reach with going free. And I'm going to take those dollars and that loyalty away from this entity, and instead I'm going to invest it in going free. Think of the power that we would wield here. Think of how quickly and rapidly we could make change in the world. Thank you. What a great woman June is. We have Caporal writes here, I think instinctively I am against collectivism, but until the attacks cease, There really is no choice. Hopefully, this all subsides and I can go back to being an individualist. Well, like I was saying earlier, brother, we are instinctually this way. In a world of collectives, the individual position is suicide. And we are in a world of collectives. We've got to get over this. We've got to stop making a highest of all virtues. And that was what Jordan B. Peterson was doing, making the highest of all virtues, this individualism. And it feels good to a Westman because it's in our instinct to be a little individualistic, more so we see than other races of man. And when those come into conflict, we see who wins. The collectivists win. So we're going to have to get over it. It's not going anywhere. Trust me. We're not going to run out of it. It's there. It's never going anywhere. We got to learn to work together. WRT says here, and well said, though, he said, owning that, hey, we're going to have to do what we got to do right now to survive. So good on him. WRT says, I'm both impressed and intimidated that you can do streams this long. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you for that kind compliment. Carol writes here, and this is in response to the most unfortunate passing of one of our musicians, artists, Syntheside. Carol writes, and there are 3 minutes in, and there at 3 minutes in drops a small tear from my cheek to my lap. Another one gone. What can be done? Such a terrible shame. I agree completely, and thoughts are still with Syntheside and his families. We condole with them. Let's see. Mr. Duddy says the power of going free, in my opinion, is that it teaches you a whole new lexicon with which to defend Western kind. That's absolutely what it does, and it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to pick it up and use it, employ it. Lark Ascending writes here, Jason, you should definitely do an audio production of Edgar Allan Poe's literature, one of your many legacies to white positive people. You could read the phone book and people would listen. That's hilarious. Thank you for that. That's a great compliment. I will be reading more poetry. I have them lined up. It's just been the election and everything going on. So we will have that up on the channel soon. And Nathaniel writes here, oh, you had a picture. You had a picture too. What was the picture? He writes, it seems we're in for some trying times ahead and teetering on the edge of Banana Republic territory. I popped into town from I know what it is, the National Forest. We're going to keep some locations out of this. Last night to watch the election and root for T-Rex himself. So much for that. It seems there's still work to be done. I had a feeling something like this would happen. The vulnerabilities in online registration portals that were uncovered were clearly intentionally left as an avenue. He believes for fraud. Of course, the Democrats disagree. They say there's no fraud. He writes on, and watchdog groups felt it valid enough to concern to pick up on it. And now this lovely shit show, he writes, of an election is happening right before our eyes. I guess a man can't catch a break. Back in the saddle. Have a going free pick from the heart of the blank forest in blank. The lighting is truly something only chance or fortune could have achieved. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the image sent by, let's see, where is it? This great champion. Check it out. Isn't that beautiful? He didn't manipulate that. That's just how it came out when he took the photograph. Something a little, this is what he claims. It does seem something a little special there. Thank you so much for that, good brother. Beautiful. Red Pill Bulgaria writes about Gad Sad. He writes, so sad. Well put, brother. David Lee says, ad hominems are tells of weakness. Jason, I admire you greatly. Good sir. Well, thank you for that. These are comments under the Gad Sad video where I reveal his comments about me and all of you. That guy, S, wrote here, our real victimizer isn't the left. It's the gatekeepers like this one. Centrist neocons center left Sam Harris types. They hate us equally as much as the far left does and are utterly useless against them. Let's stop trying to work around the far left and start dealing with the center, the anti-whites in the center. They're the real issue. And then Duddyful writes in response, going free has changed my life. Jason Köhne that's very kind. Jason Köhne is a genius. He has created an entire lexicon and dialectics which inoculates you against anti-whiteism. Check out Jason's No White Guilt YouTube channel and get his books. Start with Going Free. They are powerful stuff. I'm going to tell you what. Thank you so very much for those very kind compliments, and that was astute. That guy, yes, your statement there about these gatekeepers. When people say positive things about me, it's because of the decisions I make, and it's the same kind of decisions that you all can make. What can we all now say about everything that Slaughts is doing? How many people are he helping? What about Jack? Jack just, and that came out fantastically, I think. What about Jack? Jack just reached out to our dear sister who was on a terrible path to white flight into oblivion, and he put his arm around her, Isabel, and said, here's a copy of Go Free. This will help you. That is heroic. That is genius. That is beautiful. That is self-sacrificing. This is the time of heroes, and this, in Going Free, is where heroes are made. So thank you very, very much for that, Duddyful. And no doubt that you are one of our very best and doing great work for us. I salute you. Thank you for those kind words and that wonderful sentiment. And just so everybody knows, I want to make very clear, there isn't a time, and this is how I've been my entire life. There isn't a moment when and Mr. George and I have talked about this before on stream as well. I never feel like something that I've done, even if it warranted some very kind compliments, like which I absolutely cherish, because remember what I said, when it comes to our artists, there's no support shaming. If you can financially gift them, do so. If you can buy their product, do so, like with the White People's Quarterly. If you can't do any of that, it's the kind words. It's the kind words that are going to help people go the extra distance. It's the kind words that are going to be with us when we're creating content, when the anti-whites are shutting us down, kicking us off platforms. It's those really kind sentiments, like the ones I'm reading right now, that have helped me, that I know that there are people out there that appreciate what I'm doing. They would not say this if they didn't appreciate what I'm doing. And that drives me. That'll drive our artists. Make sure you reach out to somebody like Jared George or somebody like Jeff of White Art Collective, Mamas and the Pepes, all these people that are doing good things. Reach out to Lana and Henrik. And if you don't have a dollar to give them, or no way to give them, or a product to buy, make sure that they know how much you appreciate them. That means more than you know. Make sure that they know that. And I'm so grateful to every one of you. But the point I wanted to make is I never see an act that I achieve. And I guess maybe the easiest way to do this is with sports. At the end of a game, for example, say this happened plenty of times. I score several touchdowns. I have always seen myself in the situation of those touchdowns, and that pat on the back that I achieved is only legitimized if I do it again. And if I do it again, and if I do it again. There's never a point where you see with plenty in the white positive sphere where they want to build that rostrum and they want to stand up in front of everybody and they want to ride on somebody's very kind compliments to them, even if those compliments for those folks were misplaced. I see that myself as having to justify the kind compliments. Like if somebody says, well, I think that No White Guilt is a genius, then I don't think, oh, that's made me a genius. I think, my God, I've got to do things to justify the person's opinion that I am intelligent. So You don't ever have to worry about me falling for the trap that so many end up falling for. And I thank every single one of you. Those sentiments are dear to my heart, and I love every single one of you for it. Let's see. Is this Cactus? Writes, my mom has a photo of me like that. Oh, talking about me that I used in my Gad Sad video, Sad Saga, the number 1, where I'm a child and I'm imitating my father, and I have his lunch pail, and I've got a coffee mug and getting stocking cap on, getting ready to head off to work. That's fantastic. He says, you are a better man than any of those academics, puts them in quotes, and then in parentheses, literally ever will be. Thank you. That's hilarious. Yeah, he kept writing literally in his comments about me. And wait till you see the new ones. Maiden DE has a comment here. Thank you so much, Maiden. This is hilarious, but I'm literally mad on your behalf. Literally, all capital letters. I despise nothing more than tattletaling and censorship, Jason. Jason, 1 point, Gad, minus infinity, she says. Thank you, Maiden. Deutschland. Sentient Beans writes, to think I used to think Gad Sad was okay. A decent person would have at least replied to NWG directly. Thank you very much for that. T Supporter writes, it's disappointing that Sad would be so disrespectful. He could have handled this like a gentleman, but instead of fairly debating his position, he chose to insult you and your work. Sad, spelling it the same way as his Sad's last name. Captain Penguin, who was here earlier, hilarious video and a great channel. Thank you, brother. And that's the Sad, Gad Sad video. Danielle writes, I almost couldn't believe what I was reading. It was beyond overkill, almost as if this disgusting display was about not only delivering an unwarranted and borderline psychotic message to Jason, but perhaps a message to some of his people as an FYI, an example of which they ought to make a note of. Well, that's a great point, kind lady. A great point. Yeah, Gad Sad did really go, you say here, borderline psychotic. He really did go nuts with his response. And perhaps it was like you point out what Jason is daring to point out, and we'll come after you the same way. He and his publishing house maybe. So thank you very much for that. Let's see. Calvin writes here, the Sad guy is quite well known for plagiarism. Well, this is, and then I wanted to ask everybody, because this is one of several comments that I've seen saying from people I've never seen before, saying that Gad Sad is kind of known for, and I don't know if this is true. I'm not claiming it's true. It's probably not true. But if anybody has any of that info of whether or not that's true, or Atheism is Unstoppable videos talking about it, reach out to me. And I'm looking forward to those, if any, contacts. I'm sure that there was no plagiarism, but I will still talk to everyone in his past. But we'll see. But thank you very much, Calvin. Let's see. Carlotte says, Sad is crying as he strikes the original author for no other reason than being the original author. He might not have copied anything, and the big similarities might be due to coincidences. Such things can happen. I can believe that he wasn't aware that those concepts were already described and published long before, and therefore Sad was just unlucky that a part of his new book doesn't offer anything new. However, how on earth can he call the original author, quote, lying thief? And why does he need to use words like, quote, diabolical, and then put the word book in quotes? And the racial slurs he used against a person he claims not to know. Sad seems to be a truly bad person and a hypocrite. He complains about mean pathogens, but it is not shy to throw a lot of, he complains about mean pathogens, but it is not shy to throw a lot of them at the original author. He pretends, but is not shy. Right, exactly. To throw mean pathogens at me. Exactly, that's what he did. He pretends to support free speech, but denies Goldie the right to use her free speech at a conference. He complains about censorship, but demands that the original author gets immediately censored and deplatformed. For what? If he were an honest intellectual, he would read the book of the original author and or invite him to a debate or a discussion about disputed ideas. I hope my intuition is wrong about SAD, and SAD changes his mind and offers a debate with NWG about those concepts. Well, thank you very, very much for that sober take on what is happening here in this deep drama between myself and one Gad Sad. Eternalism. I mean, there's a lot of sage points there. Eternalism writes, I don't know if Gad stole, but his reaction is strikingly low quality. Name-calling, defamation, misrepresentation, etc. Thank you for that. The great HB 2014 writes, good style. I like the mix of information and the selection of background music. The video succeeds. I had to include that because it's not easy to satisfy the great HB 2014. I also had to include Jared George's brilliant one-word class. Jared can say a lot with few words. Thank you, brother. Alex writes, haha, cute kid. Gad said, oh, cute kid. So me as my picture as a child, he says a cute kid. Gad Sad is a, let's call it a female hygiene product, is what Alex said. P.S. Jason, you really are a gentleman of the highest order. Thank you so much for that. Azimuth here writing the, and hail to Ambriel. Glad you are here, sister. The well-being of Western kind, and the well-being of our people. Yeah, indeed. I agree. Buddy writes here, Jason dealt with the ravings of an unhinged lunatic like Gad Sad remarkably well, with tremendous restraint and class. He is, after all, a Westman, and Westmen do have class. But this is how we should respond to them, and I hope that, and I thank you all for sort of keeping me on track as well, informing the way that I handle and respond to these things with your observations and feedback. So thank you very much for that. Andrew writes here, that was enchanting. It really was. Oh, this was, I think, about the Raven reading by Edgar Allan Poe. I read, Andrew writes, that was enchanting. It really was. Thank you. It has been so long since I last heard The Raven, and I think you really brought it to life. Great job. Thank you for that, Andrew. The wonderful Reptile writes here, well-being is foremost contingent upon the personal recognition of harm. Suddenly, countless folks are becoming acutely aware of their own disenfranchisement and dispossession. Anecdotal example that Reptile then gives, 2 previously reluctant acquaintances recently engaged me, professing, quote, okay, we're ready to listen. What's this Go Free all about? There are countless more out there. You, all caps, have the ability to help. Do it. Reptile is really magnificent and has a lot of sage things to say, and this is right there up among all of those. This is a time they are seeing, our brothers and sisters are seeing their disenfranchisement, dispossession. Times are getting propitious. Make sure that you reach out to folks more now than ever. We have, looks like we have just a bit more. I'll see what you all are saying, and then we'll get back to this. Why don't we have a bit of a quick laugh with this, and I'll take a drink.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spins and movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
Wow, anti-whites, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful people, wonderful. We have over here on Entropy, the great Irish Ice, financially gifting $5. I presume you all can hear me. Yes. and writing here, should I say these names? We'll see. We'll see what comes up next. Well, maybe not. 2 people in the government of Canada have signed a plan into law that's going to force 300,000 astronauts into any remaining white majority cities left in Western Canada. I have a lot of work to do spreading Go Free, brother. Canadians are very naive. Kip, he writes. Well, thank you very much. I'm afraid our people are naive all over the place, brother. It is definitely a struggle. In sales, it's remarkable how naive white people are and how cynical and suspicious the others are. It speaks to a very different peoplehood, if you will, and their suspicion and cynicism is superior to our naivete, without question, is vastly superior to our naivete. So thank you very much, though, for they're doing the exact same thing. I mean, you have the Biden plan in the United States, and they are moving. They absolutely want to take these other populations and leave not a single area where white people are not a minority and feel uncomfortable, and our bio-spiritual projection, Western civilization and culture absolutely eradicated, no longer resembling us, creating these hellish scenarios for us. Of course, we see in all of these situations where we can be victimized, physically victimized, not just psychologically and spiritually victimized, which is what happens, but we can be physically victimized, and people, these anti-whites doing this are given license. So I'm really sorry to hear that. And Irish Ice is one of our great heroes up there doing great work. Thank you, brother, for being who you are and doing what you do. You will save lives. There's no doubt about it. Not a Piano Key is back again. Thanks to you, brother, with $10 this time, US. And it writes here, late watching the stream. Just wanted to say hello and thank you for your service to our people. Thank you as well, brother. I gladly give it. I thank you for that sentiment as well. Let me turn around really quickly here and see make sure we didn't miss anybody on Cash App. And it doesn't good. We didn't miss anybody. So we will keep rolling right after I click off this AC. We are almost there to the caller hour, and we'll begin taking calls, and I'll definitely jump over and make sure. Let me work through here quickly to see if I'll walk through the crowd of heroes, and we shall see if there are any questions or statements or comments for me on anything that I have read so far. I see Sterling Price is here. John is still here. Machiavelli has sucked. The great Raymond Foster is here. Great to see you, hero. And who else? Saw Jessica earlier. Great to see you. And oh, there is the wonderful Elaine Sabatino doing magnificent work out in the field all of the time, making it happen. Runaway Susie is here. Amen to you. Great to see you. And just sliding through. Remember, if you have, tag me. Irish Ice says, that's an awesome photo of the Shining book. Yeah, it really is. He said it just came out that way. I don't know. He said he didn't manipulate it at all. It's kind of, it's like magical looking out there in the woods. And there definitely is a magic. We will be able to measure all of these things in the future that we call magic today. But there's something there. And that picture seems to allude to something. Not that it's caused by something, but allude to something. See, Jesse, no offense, is here. Great to see you, dear sister. I love how Jason said that. I don't know what I said, but I'm glad you appreciated it. Promethean promulgation. I've never heard someone say that before, but I relate 100%. Well, great. Now I have no idea what I said. I hope somebody will. Art is Life is here. Great to see you. I hope somebody will key me in on it. All right, we'll keep moving here. I see some laughter. I see some angry faces too. Elaine says, hail with a smiley face. with big heart eyes. I like that one. Greek nationalists. I dropped 20 no white guilt flyers on cars. They just said no white guilt. I printed them. My parents had the idea after watching you. Really? Well, that's fantastic. That is really fantastic. And I have no doubt that it was an area where it was lawful to, because we have areas here where it's absolutely lawful to put leaflets on people's cars and in certain lots. And so I have no doubt that it was a lawful place where you did that. Amber Lynn is here. She says, hi, Jason. But listen, Amber, tag me if you're going to say hi to me. You got to say at symbol no white guilt, because I could have missed you saying hello to me. And I don't want you thinking that I am ignoring you on purpose or anything. So hello to you, sweet lady. But that's really wonderful. Greek American nationalists. Thank you so very much. Great idea. And your parents are all involved. This doesn't happen in other parts of the white positive sphere. So that's splendid. Well done. David Smith says, will you go on Killstream? They are talking about, oh, that's dreadful. I don't even want to say that word. That is really disgusting. No, I'm not going to go on to talk about anything like that. But I have heard of them. And I guess if there was an invite, I would appear on that show. John D says, no white guilt clips. Okay, this is for the clips from above. Fantastic. No white guilt clips. Great name. No white guilt clips. Sterling Price says, hail. And is that a waving or is that an applauding hand? I'll wave or applaud this. I wave and applaud back to you. Thank you so very much. David said, who the heck would want to talk about? My God. You really know you can really tell a lot about a person. And it was throughout my life, even when I was a child and when adults. And I remember, I don't know if it was precociousness or whatever it was. There were like these moments of maybe lucidity where I remember looking up at adults and, because I was obviously diminutive compared to them and thinking, oh my God, that adult likes whatever. That just told me a whole lot about that adult, that the adult probably doesn't want me to know about him or her. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it maybe, I don't know, the kill stream, isn't there some kind of thing going on with somebody who might be underage or something? I would think about it. I don't know. I don't know anything that's going on there. If there was somebody who was potentially, I don't know any of the story. I don't know what's going on. I really have no interest, actually. If it's service to white well-being, and that's all they want to talk about, and this person is not actually guilty of committing some sort of crime that I think people should, the punishment should be extraordinarily steep, then yeah, consider it. Let's see. I don't have the story though of what's going on there, so I don't know. He could be totally innocent. I'm not saying either way. DG is here. Great to see you, dear lady. Are you just showing up? This is fantastic. We have this great family, this great community. They come together, and while we're going free, while we're getting stronger, people can come in when they can come in. They go when they have to go to bed. We've had people who have started the stream with, obviously, I mean, going 10-hour streams, 8-hour streams, and they start the stream, they go to bed, they wake up for work, and they turn the stream on when we're still live. That's how it should be. Those are people who are making a difference in the world. Let's see. International Puppy has a guy talking to a duck. I wonder if that's the suck a duck thing from earlier. Jesse, no offense, says, you said a comment about Bulgaria, I believe it was a while ago. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I'll accept it. Dave the Impaler writes, they're not talking about that subject. They're talking about a degenerate anti-white YouTube. Disgusting. No need. Let them talk about not this too much. I mean, that's their thing. I mean, they like to get into, somebody told me, I think, that they like to get into the gossip and the gross and this. Let them do, that's their thing. And we will save Western civilization. No slight on them. Everybody has their lot and place in life, and they make the decision about where they want to be. And not saying that you can decide, depending on what measuring stick or yardstick you want to use, which path of life is one that you rate higher in the path you want to be on. Dave, so that was from Dave. Thank you, Dave, for filling me in. Donning Armor writes here, I would advise against it. They aren't serious people over there. Well, then that's all the info I need. Donning Armor said it would be a bad idea. Then thank you, brother. Greek American Nationalist says, me and my family visited Williamsburg. Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, rewriting all the history there. White erasing us out of everything. You know what's going to end up happening here we've talked about this before. What's going to end up happening is it's just going to be nothing but this endless tale of how evil the white race was every step of the way, and that non-white people kept picking them up and trying to do right by them, and the white race every time would just victimize and steal and thieve, and that will be all that is left for you and our children and their children, and then there won't be any more. It'll be biologically white erased, and it will all be a disgrace for all time. I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm going to be with all of you, shoulder to shoulder, in this battle. DG says, know that the @ symbol NWG doesn't turn orange for me. I think a lot of folks think it does, but it doesn't. So I would have overlooked you, and you would have thought that I would have just been ignoring you. It actually has to be @NoWhiteGuilt. But she writes, hi, Jason, just came back from a tango party dinner. Wow, and Pinot Noir. Okay. Well, you liquored up and ready to go free. That's where it happens. Sebastian says horsepower. Shows a horse. Sterling Price says, Jason's a good guy. He goes out of his way to say hello, make you feel welcome. All are welcome if they support White Wellbeing. That's right. Damn right. I would walk through, I don't like this at the conferences. One of the things I've complained about over the years is how you have the speakers, and they will sequester themselves from it's like they're making it look, it's the rabble are over here, the speakers are over there. And when I went to the UK, and you all can attest to this, those who were at the conference, I walked around the room speaking with everybody. I don't like this sequestering, like there are these different levels. We understand that people are going to have talents in different places in life. You know, the guy that, for example, who is not as well read on whatever period in history as this guy over here, this guy that might not be as well read as that, and therefore he's not the speaker, he could actually make your car run again, or he could do 10,000 other things better than you. So this whole thing about we all have talents, we all have weaknesses. We're brothers and sisters here in service to White Wellbeing. That's what matters here. This aristocratic, there is this like movement inside of, it's been in the white positive sphere for a while, and it's been deleterious, that you have these people who are better than the rest by virtue of birth, by virtue of the school they went to, by virtue of did they luck out and get a better paying job, or did they luck out and get into a good school because their parents had organized that just right for them, and now they are a surgeon or whatever, and somehow they're better than horse shit to that. You want to be better is going out and doing. Worse is doing nothing. That's the dividing line. That's how we decide. Success for White Wellbeing, being a success for your community, doing right by your family and your friends and the strangers, and that is better. The antithesis of that is scumbag. That's how we decide. So there's no birth level. There is no aristocracy that reigns over. Forget about it. That has always been deleterious. Let's roll. Let's keep rolling. We have Mayo here writing, Jason, thank you so much for all you do. The whole mess has been really tough to deal with, and your words and demeanor have helped me so much. No matter what happens, we will never, all caps, give up the fight. And that's a struggle for white well-being. That's what Mayo means there, the struggle for white well-being. And this is a message under my Wednesday stream where I was telling folks, hey, keep your heads. Now's not the time to go nuts. Eddie writes here, thank you for the video. I suffer depression during regular times. This lockdown has exacerbated it to the point of suicide. I did not see this. This video helped. Thank you, brother. This is Eddie. This is the video the Going Free I did after PWR on Wednesday, when I talked about what's going on with this election. And Eddie wrote, I'm going to read it again. Thank you for the video. I suffer depression during regular times. This lockdown has exacerbated it to the point of suicide. So he's having thoughts about suicide. This video helped. Thank you, brother. Eddie, brother, you've got to go free. Bless you for reaching out and letting us know that we helped, that you're pulling away from these thoughts of suicide. Look to Isabel and the fact that she was on this path, had actually written the suicide letter. I mean, this is two people in one night. Reach out to me, and do you have Go Free? I will get you an electronic version of Go Free ASAP. You need to go free. Let me know who you are. Reach out to me. Put it in the subject line. I'm going to be looking for you. I hope we're able to get together. We will get you. Try again and again. We will get you a Go Free if you don't have one. You need to begin going free. Hardcore, because these anti-white bastards are going to push you over that edge, and we are not going to allow it to happen. So please reach out. This is Eddie. The lockdown has exacerbated it to the point of suicide. This video helped. Thank you, brother. Bless you, Eddie. And we're here for you without question. Without question. Is there really any other, at some point, in the name of all of these good people that we've been able to help, and we're all on that path to redemption. Eddie, you're with us. We're all on that path of redemption, and all of the good people whom we weren't able to get to, at some point, I'm going to have to grab folks by the lapels and say, what in the goddamn hell are you doing? Why are you not telling the world about the success that we're having, about the lives that we're changing? What is going through your head? This is please reach out, brother. We'll make sure that we get you all the help that we can. You're not alone. We'll keep rolling along here because I know we're eating up the time. Bonnie Blue writes here, Amazon has limited the reviews of Gad Saad's, she writes here, plagiarized in her opinion book to, quote, verified purchases only. Due to, quote, unusual activity surrounding the book. However, several people from our community have been replying to the comments, directing people to Jason's work. Way to go, community. And then she adds an edit at a later time, writing, there is a companion workbook to Saad's book that contains exercises to solidify his ideas, which can be purchased separately. She says, there is no way he didn't plagiarize Go Free. Jason's book includes exercises at the end of each chapter. Wow. I didn't know. And that's what I was remembering earlier, that somebody, and that was you, had mentioned about this exercise book. Thank you very much. And Bonnie Blue's opinion, ladies and gentlemen, just for the lawyers, I'm not claiming that he plagiarized anything, at least not yet. Still have to go through his book. I'm sure he's actually didn't. That's the opinion and the position I'm starting with when it comes to Gad Saad. Getty, I guess, is that how you pronounce it? Writes, thank you. for your calm and strong voice on this, Jason. We listen, but with heavy hearts today, brothers. Well, thank you so very much for that. Ashley writes, I almost caught the stream, but I got a call I had to take. I really needed to hear your thoughts on this matter. Thanks, Jason. Also, I hope you are always kept safe. That is a very scary thing to think, that someone was trying to get on top of your roof. Could have been a thank you for your concern, Ashley. I'm actually very safe. I'm actually very, well, I won't say. I'm actually very prepared in many different ways. And when I go, wherever I go, I'm never blindly just walking around. Head's on a swivel, and I'm prepared in more ways than one. The incident here at the house, I don't know. It could have been an animal, but possibly, but it would have had to be a mighty heavy animal to cause what was caused. But there's still a slim possibility. I regrettably didn't find any evidence of either a featherless biped or any other type of animal. No prints. So no wind could have taken it down. There wasn't a quake here or anything like that. So I don't know. But eyes are open and always prepared. Thank you so very much for your concern, dear Ashley. This Naderific, that's pretty cool, writes, not just the election, but being surrounded by so many selfish, arrogant degenerates, especially those of my own kind, makes it difficult to stay positive about Western kind. But then I remember that not all will make it through the eye of the needle, and we have hope, even in the face of all this negative BS. You are a light in the darkness, my friend. Thank you. Well, thank you, Naderific, and very cool name for that. Yeah, going free is the light in the darkness. It is the first rays of the western sunrise coming up over the horizon. That is where we need to point our faces so that it bathes us, the totality of our being, body, mind, and spirit. Move in that direction, and it will not fail you. White Healing says, thank you for always remaining the most reliable person in my life. God bless you, sir. Well, White Healing, thank you very much. And in fact, you're saying that I am a most reliable person in your life. And then if I recall earlier in the night, you reached out to Isabel to welcome her to our community. So you were a reliable person in her life. Thank you so much for being one of our best. Clark says, regardless of anything, we all continue going free and building our community, period. Save one person at a time. White well-being is our concern. Amen. Well written. Here we have donning armor. We know he's here tonight. Whatever happens, it makes no difference to our goal. I see a lot of people feeling low, feeling as if all hope is lost. We are not weak. An election will not stop us from achieving our victory. We smile in the face of defeat. This is a fight for our people. Would you give up on your own ilk? Are you so frail as to let an election break your will? Things may have gotten harder for us, but there is no quit in me. My head is held high, my eyes level and straight. I have lived a life of defeat, and it never stopped me before. I always got back up. That was just a fight for myself. This struggle is for our people. Nothing changes. We march forward, heads up. We have no time to cry about our loss. Blaming this thing or that won't save our folk. We will persist. Those who whine and moan about what has been done to us are weak and broken. It's the hard times that differentiate the pathetic from the noble. Be noble. Gosh darn it. Now is your time to reach out and help your kin. Show your biospirit. Build our community. It will never be over until the last one of us are gone. That will never happen. Love to everyone out there. Well, thank you, my dear brother. Beautifully written there. What a great champion donning armor is, and he's with us. Round of applause for everybody who is active in service to white well-being. A big round of applause to every single one of you. Let me quickly check, make sure I haven't missed anybody who may have financially gifted. Let me check over here on the Discipline channel and see what's happening there. All right, I don't see anybody having reached out to me as Discipline with NWG. Great to see you all there. Thank you so very much. Entropy, looks like I didn't miss anybody. We'll check the question widget in just a moment. right now. I want to see Toys for Thoughts has gifted diamond points and writes here, do not fear collapse. We will prevail. Thank you so much for that. Same Toys for Thoughts, diamond points, writes, do not fear collapse or reset. We need this. Yeah, we don't have to fear. You're right. Thank you so very much for the points. MMA Groiper, a diamond points. Thank you very much. Gifts of diamond points. Let's see. Bender Big Score gifts a diamond points. I don't think I got that one earlier. Yes, and then Skags, a diamond points as well. Thank you very much, all of you who are over here on D Live. Yes, I think that's everybody that has gifted points. Great to see you all. Great to see so many wonderful people turning up for the, and the clip earlier that was shared from D Live is the collapse of the American dream explained in animation. So I will check that out later. Thank you very much for that. And let's see, what is this? Okay. Let me swivel back around and we see that. Okay, Roy Danton did find Dion's post, and he says she did post it indeed. He just verified it, and we believed Joe earlier, so thank you for that. That's sad. I hope she will come this way, get away from those thoughts. Let's see. Sound Killer says, Jason, we got that one earlier. Great. Moving right through things, folks. We were making it happen tonight. And Heidi writes, Jason, Sad's response was very upsetting. I checked it. Could you imagine? Sad wrote an upsetting response. Heidi says here, Jason, Sad's response was very upsetting. I checked out the Amazon reviews, and here was my direct reply to his lengthy response to you. Quote, well, I must say, at least Jason Köhne is not bashing you or calling you names the way you are him. I would think that being an author expert you claim to be, that this rant is quite unprofessional. I have read Jason's books and the things you are claiming. I guess you're getting ready to send me the rest of it. I'll be looking for the rest of it, dear lady. I think if it goes beyond a certain word count, maybe it doesn't show up, the whole comment. So I'll just wait for the rest of it, and then we'll get to the rest of Heidi's views on Mr. Sad, who is definitely not Mr. Happy, given that I asked him if he knew about my 15 years of work in this area and all the good work that we are doing. Wonder how many people have improved their lives, genuinely improved their lives. I guarantee you it's going to be like a Jordan B. Peterson scenario, kind of how they improved. Did you hear these people talking about how their lives, it was the most pathetic thing. How they got better was really that they got better at dealing with being losers. That's what happened with the fans of Jordan Peterson. They're like, well, golly, I just feel so much better to go out into the world and to accept my lot as an individual that's discriminated against. Great. Good for you. Okay, good. We didn't miss anybody over here on Cash App. That's blank. Good. And now let me go back here and we'll roll through this, and then we'll see if there are any other items, news items, and or if not, we will maybe randomly grab a place and go free and then take some calls, and we're going to get out of here coming up soon. So if you have comments or questions, make them now, and we will speak to them. Sliding through the community of heroes. That'll become a poem somewhere. Tim says, Jason scored 4 touchdowns in a single game, including the winning one. That's true. Yeah. I could tell some completely like out of, just out of the total topics that could be potentially related, tangential to the nth degree, story about sports or something else. and take this a totally different direction and just see what happens. DG says, you make me sound like a lush. I don't know how much you drank. I was just kidding. I'm sure you just sipped the finest wine. Hey, and Misty is here. Hello to you. I'm sure you just sipped the finest wine and are perfectly sober right now. But if I'm looking handsome, then you'll have some alcohol goggles on. So just that's how that works. Let's see. Commodore says your endurance is incredible. Thank you very much. It's for White Wellbeing, and you have access to it. You got to go free. You got to start treating those MPs. Elaine Sabatino says, I just replied to your review of the Sad Puppies book. Thanks, Elaine. One of our best. Natarific is here. Just got to the hospital. Oh, wife's water broke. We'll be having a new white baby, a positive baby soon. That is wonderful. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. He's just went to the hospital with the wife's water broke, and he's going free with us. That is stupendous. I love it. Give your wife my best. A big Promethean blessings on your new baby. How magnificent is this? Natarific. Just got to the hospital. Wife's water broke. We'll be having a new white positive baby boy soon. Please give my Promethean blessings to that new son of the West. How wonderful is that? That's dedication. Wife's having the baby? Yeah, but we're going free tonight. I mean, just push it out, honey. I'm not like I'm gonna, and what's probably happening, she's probably just as dedicated. She's like, just give me the epidural. I'm going free. I can't really read and listen while I'm screaming. My God. The whole hospital staff will be the baby will come out with a ready to watch the stream as well. Jesse Link says, great idea. Can you get some cameras? That'd be amazing. Cameras. I wonder what I was saying. You might have to help me back to that thought. Or maybe that was that no white guilt clips? All right, let's see. And we have, yes, a cheers indeed to Natarific and his wife and that new son of the West, one of our new heroes. What a glorious thing. Yeah, exactly. Just push it out. Just push it out. She's like, I know. Put the phone back in my face. I don't want to miss any of going free. These people have their priorities right. I mean, that's just what I want to say. These are folks that have their priorities right. She's like, having the baby, and seriously, has anybody ever else seen such dedication across the white positive sphere anywhere? The wife is in the middle of having the baby and they're watching the stream. I think this can definitely qualify as a testimonial to going free. Natarific back again says, wife is laughing at the jokes between contractions. Oh my God, that is splendid. That is absolutely magnificent. Jessica says, hooray for babies. Heidi says, under my comment by my name, it says, in a response to an earlier comment, his response is there when you click on it. So I have to go there and then I can find, okay. Let's see. DG says, don't need goggles to see that you're, thank you. That's very sweet of you. But you didn't call. Call? Thank you. That's very sweet of you to say, though. Thank you very much. Well, as you can see, this is we have the best folks across the entire white positive sphere. We have Jack coming through for Isabel, and this wonderful woman getting off the path to suicide, actually having written the letter, the suicide note. Now she's being redeemed. So we all hail with a big Promethean hails, as big as we can make in our hearts, Jack. Then we have another person who is was thinking about or having thoughts on suicide because depressed normally, and everything going on has made things worse. And the video the other day has distracted him from that. Now he's going to start going free. And now we have a Naturific and his wife in the middle of giving birth, and they're not going to stop watching Go Free. That is hardcore dedication that just kind of puts a lot of the things I've done to shame. I have to admit, I'm feeling kind of, I'm feeling a bit like I've got to step up the game here. If I were a dad with a wife, giving birth, or and she's would I say, look, I'm going free, I'm streaming here, just push it out, and we'll keep this going. We'll stay on this side of the curtain, and nobody will see the naughty bits on the other side. And then as soon as the baby's out, everything will be good, and we'll just keep streaming, and we'll bring the little guy right into the show. I don't know if I would be. Maybe I would. Maybe I'm that. But these Naturific and his wife, they're dedicated. We have to have like a trophy for that. Can we finally get a write-up somewhere? I mean, can some of these web zines, can we finally get a write-up for Naturific and his wife, who are going free so Promethean hardcore that in the middle of contractions and water broke and giving birth, they're still going free? That's big time. Big salute. Big salute. Greek American says, I liked your map of Europe t-shirt you had, brother, in the safety training video. You know where you can get that, and thank you very much for that. You can go over to, I think it's still available, on thegreatorder.com. It's one of Jared George's websites, and if you like it, you can get it there. It's a fabulous shirt. Thank you for that. And comes with the muscles. Sean in Australia says, the doctor says, or to the doctor, or the doctor says, do you want some pain relief? And then she says back, yes, actually, put Jason on. That's fantastic. And you don't even have, according to DG, to be inebriated for me to suddenly become attractive. So that's saying something. The night has rounded itself out at this point. Baby giving birth, don't have to be drunk. Wonderful new members to this community. The baby's not giving birth. The Naturific's wife is giving birth. The baby boy is the new son of the West. And Promethean blessings on the mother, the father, the baby. It's going to be beautiful. Sloth says, you're there in the womb. Yeah, I mean, the baby's already listening. The baby is already hardcore going free. Think about these babies that are going to come forward serving White Wellbeing when they're coming from mothers and fathers who are going free so hard that they're still going free while giving birth. Those are going to be some hardcore champions. Heidi, okay, under the comment, okay, got it. I'll have to look for that. I can't stop. What a glorious night. These are like coming together with you all. Sometimes it's movie like, it's storybook like. This kind of thing is just not happening anywhere else. Think of all of the money anti-white oligarchs have to put toward their endeavors to create these artificial worlds. And we're making it happen by our willpower alone. Draven Blaze says, quite the epic stream tonight. I love it. Very well said. Sloth says, womb was a play on room. Yeah, indeed. Very well done. Well done, brother. Yes. Sloth's as witty as ever. You're there in the womb with them, the room with them, the womb with them. They just tapped me. Wait a second. When was I just joking about like stream casting going free onto the televisions in the hospital? This is actually happening now, thanks to these heroes. Okay. Then we have Heidi saying, all I have to say is that this SADS response was disgusting and a clear demonstration of meme pathogens. It really is. Thank you very much for that, Heidi. It absolutely is. And all I have to say in response to Gad Sad at this point is Naderific and his terrific wife are going free so hard that they're still doing it while delivering a baby. Donning Armour says, I understand why you were dancing now. Great stream tonight. Yeah, maybe I should do that more often. Start the stream dancing, and then we will have all of these wonderful things taking place over the course of the stream. Where are we anyhow? Everybody's good there. And I think we're going to, if we have any issues with news that you all would like me to address, we've got to take calls coming up here. And let me check really quickly to make sure that we did. Popcorn Powers over here says Mark Collett has been on the Ralph retort many times, even after Ethan Ralph's drama. The girl in question is verified to be 18, so not underage. Ethan has many problems with drugs and alcohol. That's a shame. But he does a good show. He's an entertaining show, so he's a good entertainer. Thank you for some positive words of that guy. For that guy, and I hope he gets away from the drugs and the alcohol, and he'll be a better person for it. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, and Naderific and your wife, just let me, if you would like a book, Crucible, for example, dedicated to the little new son of the West, let me know, and we will have it on its way out to you. That is if I could do backflips and not break my spine in like 47 places, I would, for everything that's happened tonight. The absolute joy of Isabel, of Jack, of what was the other individual's name that I grabbed at? As I say, I didn't see that earlier. Eddie, I think his name was, wasn't it? The absolute joy of tonight, Naderific and his wife going free and having the baby. I love it. Let's find a random place. All right, this is right out of second edition, first iteration of Go Free, and we're going to be back at the second iteration, working on the second iteration very shortly with others, and it's going to be magnificent because of it, more powerful even than this one, and got to innovate faster than others imitate. And this is page 159, continuing your journey, fellowship with others going free. So this is a paragraph. Fellowshipping with others going free will benefit you in a great many ways. The feeling of kinship with others going free will warm your heart in ways that you have never felt before. Many of you are realizing that. If not before now, then certainly you'll know it after tonight. Discussing going free with such people will improve and deepen your understanding of the process. Such people will have insights you will have missed, and you will have insights they will have overlooked. Your fellowship will build knowledge and understanding that would otherwise have been beyond reach. This is extremely important when you are going free. If you don't have, and then who was that? Was that Mr. V who thought that it would be a good idea to call it what did he call it? A going free buddy or going free. What did he call it? Maybe it'll come back to me. Going free friend. A GFF or something like that. And it's critical that you have somebody to expedite the process of going free. But also, as I say here, they're going to have insights. They're going to have experiences from their life that you didn't have. And they're going to be able to provide insights as a consequence of that. And you will be able to do the same for them. The two or more of you will create a synergy this way. You will help each other to access your physical, mental, and spiritual potential much more quickly this way. So you always have to be striving. It was when, like when I had to run in sports, where was if it was the 40-yard or 40-meter dash or 55-meter dash, whatever it was, I always looked for the guy who looked like he was the fastest to get beside. I wanted to be beside that individual because I knew that he would push me harder than anybody else present. That was the hope. I wanted to pick the right person. Most of the time I did, sometimes I didn't. And by having that individual there, it provided extra motivation to go as fast as I possibly could. The same will work for you. You can go free, and many of you will have to in isolation, but you don't have to. You can come here for the Going Free streams. We can talk about these things. You can share your family scenarios. You can learn from the scenarios that other people are going through, and we can expedite the process. This is what we need to be doing because, first and foremost, your life matters. You are important. Collectively, we will be able to protect you, and we will be able to make your life important. And together, because we access the talents that we have, we will be able to provide a group defense, which not only will provide that defense against the attack that is waged against our group, but because waged against our group affects and harms the individual, will therefore protect the individual. This is what we can do, and we need to be doing, and we're doing it in spades. We will continue doing so. Nothing is going to stop us. We have been around, and any lawsuits by any GAD or anything like that, we've had scenarios in the past in the white positive sphere, and we're going to be keeping our eyes open for that. I'm not submitting to anything. We've had scenarios in the past where unscrupulous scumbags, and I'm definitely not including Mr. Gad Sad in that category, but we've had scenarios in the past where there have been groups in the white positive sphere. I didn't agree with their messaging necessarily, or who these different groups or who these different people were, but the unscrupulous people then would go to courts and say, oh, well, they're not allowed to use the verbiage they've been using for the past 10 years or whatever, because we say that we're using it now. And then the courts find in favor, no, my friends, nothing is going to stop me. And I'm not going to just take some decision or attack in the normal conservative way. You can be guaranteed of that. And on that note, I hope that Naterific and his terrific wife will keep us abreast of things with the terrific baby that will soon be. Spit it out, honey. Just spit it out. Do you all have any children already? This is the first one. I got to know that. Do you have children before this one? Or is this the first baby? Where are you? Where are we in the Naterific family and the terrific family? What number baby is this? Elaine Sabatino says, GFF, love it. Yeah, that was Mr. V. Brilliant guy. We all know him. Jesse No Offense says, oofs, yes, more dancing. Sloth says, Naterific has given the best testimony. That's one hell of a testimony. I have to admit, he and his wife, I would have never imagined that. No way would I've ever imagined that there could be two people so dedicated to white well-being and going free that they would be going free while giving birth. All right, let's see. Yeah, totally epic stream. All right, who wants to talk on the phone? Naterific, please, if you can hear me, and your terrific wife, when they complain at the hospital about, don't use our Wi-Fi for this, you just say, hey, look, this is, it's our religion, whatever it takes. And you stay present while going free. Who knows what that will mean for the son of the West? Who knows what it'll mean? Maybe magic will strike when this little guy comes out, and the whole salvation will be ahead of us. Let's see. Somebody was writing something about Vincent James, the Red Elephants. Oh, okay. He wrote Vincent James has written an article about voter fraud, and probably not a how-to. I don't think he's that kind of guy. Check it out. And what did we have? We also had, we did have one more thing to talk to that I could speak to. And Greek American says, going free in the car with Bluetooth Going free on wheels. That's right. Amen to that. LRN says, my religion is white solidarity. Vincent James is solid. I see. A Raucous Drift is here. Hey, no, Guilt. The child will be born free. Well, it was going to be inoculated. There's no doubt about it. Naderific and his wife, they're not going to be allowing anybody, any wife that would tolerate a husband saying, spit it out, and any husband that would say, just push it out, honey. We got to go free. They're going to be some real heroes. They're going to be ahead of all the anti-whiteism. So think of all of these great little white children that are not going to have to endure what we endured. God, that's what really makes this worthwhile. This is wonderful. Okay, the other thing I wanted to mention was we had a great question. I guess was it 2 weeks ago? I'm sure Yiz is asleep right now. Let me pull up Skype, see who wants to talk tonight. And okay, so we have at least 2 that want to talk tonight, I think. We'll get to your calls. Okay, we'll get to your calls very shortly. And I think I'm gonna speak to this issue really quickly, and then we will maybe play a brief song, and then we'll come back. We'll take your calls, and we'll wrap it up tonight. I'm going to be celebrating. We were talking about we started off with the big celebration. Sloth's financially gifting $1,000 on top of all of the work he does. Everybody else, all of the work that they're doing, amazing things for White Wellbeing, reaching with Crucible, all of us together, nearly 500,000 views for our brothers and sisters out there. Nothing but successes here in service to White Wellbeing. Oh my God, just one thing after, can it get any better? Can these victories just get any better? It's amazing. We're going to continue on this path. Let everybody else gripe. We're going to continue winning. And I think maybe, Naderific, what you need to do is maybe just, as I was saying, screencast me up on the big monitor behind the physician that right now is getting ready to catch the little one. And then you and your wife, you'll be able to just look up at the TV. And like I said, just tell them it's your religion. Going free is your religion. And you've got to make sure that you're doing it while the baby it comes to the world. I would such Promethean blessings. I guess you all can't tell that I'm tickled, right? This is amazing. Yiz had written during PWR that when she speaks to people, vagues out there, and I thought it was appropriate thing to bring up during the stream with Adam Green, that she uses the lexicon and dialectics of going free, and that is successful for her. And that if she were to talk about the kind of things that Adam Green talks about, or when she does rather, she's just shut down, which of course is the case. Adam had a predictable response, and that was to cite objectionable things by said group, and that would somehow do what? Well, the objectives for Yiz, and this was something I wanted to mention, and so many things have gotten in the way, and this is what's important. The Yiz objective is to help people go free. Adam's objective is to tell people how bad that group is. Now, those are two totally different worlds. The old paradigm, which is what we have left in the dust, is the paradigm that says you tell people about the things that are bad in the world, and you enumerate all of the different things that are bad, and then you tell them about all of the actors, all of the people who are behind all of the things that are bad, all of the thinkers who are behind, all of the religious people who are behind, all of the financiers who are behind, and that they're ruining everything for everybody in the world. They're ruining our societies for everybody in the world. They're ruining everything for everybody in the world. And that then, God of the gaps, magic happens by telling everybody this in this old dumbass, and I shouldn't say paradigm, maybe we're just absolutely light years ahead, genius level, or we're standing on their shoulders, or however you want to look at it. The bottom line is this old paradigm dumb. Then magic happens, God of the gaps happens, and somehow, by everybody knowing these things, as though you were going to blank slates and you weren't evoking, flipping switches in them, traps that have been set for you, which is what's happening actually, going to these people with all of that info to tell them about how horrible the other groups are, as though they're blank slates. If you can just communicate, the old paradigm said, all of that information to them, then magic happens, and the problems, whatever they are in the world, disappear. And then almost as an afterthought, well, then that will benefit our people. That is asinine. So I'm not saying that Adam is trying to benefit our people by what he's doing. I think his objective is to tell the world about this group. That's it. That's his objective. That's what I think it is, at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think it is. Anybody operating by that old paradigm should know now, as I've explained it, it's been going your whole lives and failing, that is no longer tenable. It is no longer defensible. Genuinely, you cannot stand by that idea any longer. The focus is in the wrong place. The focus is in the wrong place. The focus needs to be on us. And I've been saying this for 2 decades. The focus needs to be on us. If focus is on us, then we're talking about how we're harmed. Then we see ourselves as a people. And then thus, I could go on for 2 more hours. We don't have that time. I've got to get to work doing other things for White Wellbeing. But that is the old paradigm. So this was a statement that Yiz was making with what I believe is a different objective than what Adam's objective is. So for him, telling the world about this group is the objective. For her, creating a people out of the deracinated race, white race, whatever technical name you want to give to our race, making us a people again. That is Yiz's objective, and that is only going to be done by going free. That is only going to be done with this lexicon and dialectic. That is only going to be done by focusing on us and our well-being, period. Because if you're focusing on us and you're focusing on our well-being, then the story is ours. We are in the center of that story rather than a bad guy in some other group of people's story. And we will defend ourselves from everyone who seeks to harm us. And as I said, on many different levels, it's very important for us as ordinary members of Western kind who have normal sensibilities that we do not condemn anybody for the way they are born or to whatever group they are born. That's what's normal for us. We don't want to be condemned for being born members of Western kind. That's what we're objecting to. You're not going to, and hasn't your whole life of evidence been enough? You're not going to convince people to do to others what you don't want done unto yourself, what you object to being done to us. First of all, it's not moral, it's not ethical, it's not right, and it doesn't work. How many more reasons do you need, and how much more evidence do you need? So Yiz was absolutely right given her objective, and if I'm right about Adam's objective, then he's right given his objective. If I'm wrong about Adam's objective, he seems like a totally nice guy. I've only ever talked with him on, I think, a couple messages on PWR. Seems like a completely nice guy. Maybe if he says, no, that's not my objective, and he's thinking more along the line of the old paradigm, then I would counsel him to maybe reconsider, because he's done all of this research and all of this focus on a particular group of people and a particular religious sect within a particular group of people. I believe I could be wrong. And if he's thinking that telling the world about all of that is by that old paradigm going to somehow work its way back around to benefiting us, it's just simply not at all. You can tell the world the most horrific things, and you could be right, you could be wrong, you could fantasize, you could make things up, and you could say crimes that are more incalculable than human imagination, and that will not benefit us. It will not redound to the well-being of our people. It simply never does. All of these circumstances and all of the pieces that need to be in place, these people continue to operate by these old systems. They're just not there. That's why I think he seems like a pretty bright guy to me. So that's why I think he's not going. His objective is not to benefit Western kind. His objective is to tell the world about that which he is studying. And so hats off to Yiz. Thank you for that. And that was one of these scenarios where we often see where two people can be believing that they're talking about the same thing and get into quite a heated debate and actually be talking about completely different things. It's a discussion at cross points, and it happens almost all of the time. It's amazing when I break things down in discussions with people, especially over the years in work, and find out that, okay, we're actually talking about we thought we were talking about the same thing, and disagreeing vehemently, we find out, well, in fact, we were talking about two different things. Or the same subject, but from different angles. And so therefore, it was a heated debate that didn't need to even take place. So let's see. I think we will listen to a song. Why don't we do a For Null song? We've had his great coffee mug, and then we'll come right back. We'll take your calls, and we're going to wrap it up tonight. I want Naderific and his wife. When I tell you what, this is what I expect from these champions. When the doctor says push, I want Mrs. Naderific to shout out, "Go free." The hospital staff, they'll think that you're just talking about getting the baby out. Just shout out, "Go free, go free, go free." And we'll see what happens in the labor room. Sebastian says $1.4 million for no white guy. Well, where would that come from? $1.4 million. Where'd that number come from? We'll take a much smaller sum. Yeah, shout out. Have Mrs. Naderific shout out, "Go free." That'll show us what a champion she is. All right, folks, we're going to take a very quick little break. What can we do as I set this up? Let's see. We'll just maybe, I can't play that. That's too long to play. That's too short to play. Gosh, I think we've done almost all of those already today. Well, I tell you, we'll go to this and then the song will play. So we'll be right back.
world without blatant hypocrisy. Can't trick the swine with the pearl, a trough that feeds the blind and cowardly. Just say there's no use demarcating and shut me down when I'm explaining. Deny it all you want, you're lying. As blows are thrown, you are crying. They want nothing in this world without blatant hypocrisy. Can't fool the swine with the pearl, a trump that blinds the dumb and cowardly. You say it's useless to reject it, a plea to weaken and demoralize. The power to pretend infects it. Your fear is showing in those beady eyes. Who's for thee, not for me? Who's for thee, not for me? Who's for thee, not for me? Who's for thee? You are not free.
All right, the audio should be back, and you should be hearing me okay without the roaring sound of, let's see, without the roaring sound of the AC. When the audio is not fixed, it always is wildly loud. Let's get to these calls. First, we have a financial gift from the great Heathen Reckoning, who's come back in here with $25. Every day is a new opportunity to redouble our support for Western kind. We will increase our effort to improve our physical, mental, financial, and intellectual health. Our ancestors prevailed over their hardships. They are looking forward. Let them not think, why did we bother? We will prevail. Promethean hails. Well, big Promethean hails to you, and very, very well written. They're watching us indeed, our ancestors, and they want to know, and they're not outside of us. That's another thing that seems to have been passed on to us from someplace else, and it's just simply not correct. They are inside of us. They are watching us, and they want to see you do the right thing. Thank you very much, Heathen Reckoning. $25 financial gift. And we'll take a quick look over here. Looks like we're good. Let's see what these calls are like. Why don't we, ladies and gentlemen? And FH says, great to see you. And there's Chrissy is with us as well, and Antonio. Some names showing up that I didn't see earlier in the stream. Great to see you all. FH says, Play Aaron Tripp. You've got to stand for something. Well, I can't. I don't know who that is, or if it's one of our artists, I can play. If it is some regime artist or something like this, then they'll just take the stream right down. David says, I think Jason and Adam are tracking two sides of the same pro-European coin. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if he is, let's put it this way. If there was going to be, well, we got calls to get to. Roy Danton says, did you read out all of the financial gifts? Did I miss any? I don't see anything else on Cash App. Did somebody say something about Cash App? How about entropy? I got, I don't think I missed. Did anybody say that I missed their financial gift? I'll go back through. I don't know. I don't think I missed anybody. How much coffee did I drink today? I always have 1 to 2 cups every day. Very rarely do I have more. It's only, the only time I really have more is if I'm going on a couple days of no sleep. But it's ultimately, I mean, it's not something that the human animal would normally be able to drink. So 1 to 2 cups a day is just right for me. So I'm sorry if somebody has financially gifted and I have not addressed it, then please speak up, tag me as No White Guilt. We'll get to it. And this is, I'm very careful about this sort of thing. What is the 1.4? Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is supposed to be all about, but okay. What is this? Time for some Megadeth and Slayer. Yeah, that I would definitely have the channel shut down. The anti-whites, that they wouldn't matter. Even if I played something that was harmful to you all in some way, not saying that those are harmful to you, but if I played something that was harmful to you, they still wouldn't let it go. They would still be like, opportunity to shut him down. And there he goes. All right. And we have, okay, so I'm going to reach out to Angharad Celtic. We're going to briefly speak with you, dear lady. And then Anglo-America, magnificent, speak with you. And it looks like one more maybe. Is it Slots? Says devil's advocate for Adam Green. Maybe we'll get to your call as well. That's a tough position to argue, because you got to start with the talk about this particular group and overcome when there's no time to be overcoming everybody's prejudices and built-in programming. It's just not going to. It's a really hard. It's a really, like if you had to sell. I just think about this. If you had to sell something, let's go coffee beans, for example. Coffee beans A and coffee beans B, and you had your prospect in front of you, and coffee beans A has a long history of poisoning people. They've been told that your prospect has been told that coffee company A has poisoned and killed people before with their coffee. It's dreadful coffee. They've learned this a bunch of times throughout their life, and from different places, education, movies, entertainment, theater, etc. Coffee B, on the other hand, they don't know anything about. What coffee do you think it's going to be easier to sell to them? That's the first hurdle that a person has to overcome when you are trying to sell this argument to people. And but then, of course, this is just an analogy that encapsulates the problem of reaching someone through their pre-programming, their pre-education. And it doesn't even speak to the problem that I argued against David Duke and Richard Spencer, that if you convince a white person, now remember, the white race doesn't have a people. They don't think, not yet. We're just starting to think in terms, just barely, like in this community, just barely beginning to think in terms of a people. Think about how many times in the white positive sphere. Just think right back to Richard Spencer and the whole alt-right. And when the hammer came down, just like every other case in these so-called white positive groups, the hammer came down. Did you see people tighten up as a community? Or did you see them shatter in different directions, selling each other out? And that's what you saw. So if you convince a white person right now that there is an omnipotent force in the world, and that this omnipotent force is all places and behind all evil, and they have this massive control, if you get the white person to believe you, they're definitely not going to be thinking, oh, I'm going to side with you, other powerless, person. I'm going to side with the guy who lives in the studio apartment. I'm going to side with the woman who lives in the trailer against this omnipotent force. No, the average white person is going to say, how do I get my ass out of this? And the first thoughts are going to be rabidly individualistic thoughts. They're going to be, can I side with them? Can I be of a different race? Can I join their community somehow? Can I be a lackey for them? This is what the white race has been doing now forever. Forever. And so for those, and it looks like here Slots is saying that he's talking about Adam's motivation and not the position of arguing in favor of, talking about this group rather than going for, he's talking about his motivation. We got to jump to this really quick, but I just want to point out, because it's such a huge thing that people don't seem to, people who are in the white positive sphere, they really miss. It's like they have blinders on for this. They've got this giant blind spot that they don't realize that if you teach a rabidly individualistic white person who doesn't have a people, that there is this omnipotent force that's coming after them and destroys society and destroys, ruins lives and everything, that if you can convince them of that, they're not joining you. They're not coming together in some positive, cohesive, productive way. They're going to say, how do I sell out? And we see that, please just look to the history of the different groups that were cohesive little ethnic branches of the white race and religio-ethnic branches of the white race. You would think that they would be able to stick together, but because they were pieces of the overall picture of Western kind, they sold out the rest. They joined those who had the power and sold out the rest, and sold themselves out in doing so. So it's simply never going to work. Ever. Simply never going. It doesn't matter how you could say that this little group killed 75 trillion people and there was so much blood, it was heavier than gravity and somehow flooded away from the planet, and that's what composes the rings around Saturn right now. It doesn't matter the enormity of these claims of criminality. All that matters is that white people who are individualistic, because they don't have a central pole, which is what we're building, they are going to go all of their different ways and say, how do I save my own ass? So you had the Protestant people who were Protestants and Irish, or Catholic and Irish, and they sold each other asses out right away. They said, well, how do we, there's this really powerful group. How do I get out of this? And that's what they did. They didn't say, well, there's another white person over there. We're a people, even though maybe they have a different accent or a different religion or whatever it is. It never works. It has never worked. It will never work. And there's no use in pointing to a particular period in history. That's what these people always do. But the whatever period in history, the differences are so colossal that I find it almost intoxicating. I would have to drink everything that DG drank and 20 times more to be as drunk as how intoxicated I get by the idea that there is some sort of similarity that is a functional similarity between now and some other period in history. It's completely different. Let's go to Angarod Celtic. She's got a quick story she's going to share with us. Get ready, dear lady. Here comes the phone call. How do I place the call? Where's the little call button? Here we go. Oops. Are you there?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Fantastic. Hello, White Wellbeing community. First of all, I just want to say, Jason, that picture of you in that response to that Sad Man video when you were a little boy is absolutely adorable.
Oh, thank you.
I really enjoyed that. And I'm all excited as well about that new life that's coming into the world.
I know.
And
Me
what
too.
I wanted to tell you was, because it all kind of ties together. First of all, to that couple, if they are still listening, this is one thing that I did want to tell you. There's been a study in Finland that daycare children, if they're exposed to gardens and plants and they get out and dig in the dirt and play outside and get fresh air, it really builds their immunity dramatically. So I hope that new family is able to do this for their little boy, because it's really important. Good health, a lifetime of good health. So anyway, this has been a very strange week, as I don't have to tell anyone. What with the election and all the little antics that are going on behind it, I've recently got in touch with my college roommate, and she lives in a major city. She's a teacher, and I tried to find her. She actually found me, and we've started to communicate again. But she's very, very, very isolated because of the lockdown. The teaching is done online. It's a disaster for her because she has to prepare these very elaborate lessons, and the children barely log on, and they're not, from what I understand, not particularly interested. Anyways, she's told me how she's isolated. She lives in her house with her cats, and she hardly ever gets out except to get her parents' food every few weeks. And it's just a terrible, depressing lifestyle. And she doesn't seem to make the connection, because she's very intelligent. She doesn't seem to make the connection that the path she has chosen for her life is what's causing her depression and isolation. She just doesn't get it. And to everyone in the White Wellbeing community, I introduced your show to her, and she just blanked out on it. She didn't register because she's under Stockholm syndrome, I believe it's called. But the reason I'm citing this, I just want to say it was kind of hard this week finding out about her and her reaction to the election, because she's almost gone full SJW. But to Isabel and to Eddie, who were going to destroy their lives, take away their own lives because they had no path, you don't want to do that to yourselves. You don't want to end up like my ex-roommate. Your life is your gift, and it's the greatest treasure on earth. And now that you've found White Wellbeing community, because these are the best people in the world, they really are. I've been having these great conversations with Heidi, and I spoke to Raymond earlier this week, and they're the most wonderful people.
Yes.
There's so much support. There's so much to live for. And find a way. I mean, Isabel has obviously found a way to begin on a good path by getting rid of a person who's obviously very toxic and abusive. That's like one of the best things you can do to help yourself. But Eddie, your life is your gift. Don't destroy it. It's the most important thing. And become a part of this community. You'll meet those wonderful people. Your show, thank you so much, Jason, because it's something to look forward to every week. And I'm always pretty upbeat. And this has been a difficult week for everybody. So I really appreciate everyone.
Well, thank you so much. That is glorious. Great words for everybody you spoke to. And you're absolutely right about the wonderful folks, Heidi and Raymond, and what folks should be doing, your old roommate, what she should be doing. So we really appreciate you, and really appreciate you calling in to share all of that. Is there anything else?
No, that's about it. I initially was very angry with her because we were texting, and she was sending these anti-white memes. And also, if you start using the lexicon that you've created, it works really well. It starts to flow out of you, and people get it right away. And the sad thing is, she kind of knows better, but she's trapped herself. Normally, I would have been more absolute and sort of cut her off. I don't want to have anything to do with her again. But I'm going to hold out a lifeline. I'm hoping she'll take it, because even with the lockdown, even with the terrible things that are headed our way, if Trump does concede, and I really hope he doesn't, he is, you can appeal to him through his ego. And the fact that everyone's jumping on him and mitigating what he's done or dismissing him or being so brutal to him, and I'm not thrilled with everything he's done, believe me, that seems to really be getting a rise out of him, which is a very positive sign. Mm-hmm. I hope he does hold true, because some of the things that are emerging with the antics that have gone on this week could be very favorable, for us. I'm more actually concerned about the massive antics that are occurring all across the country. It's coordinated. If you know what I'm talking about. It's difficult for me to check my words. I'm trying to be careful about the verbiage that I choose, so I don't do anything to harm the channel. So anyway, I hope he does hold true. And also, I posted a link in, this is the last thing, I posted a link in the entropy. I just saw this tonight. Apparently, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there's going to be a truckers' strike on the 29th of November. A nationwide strike. They're trying to coordinate it, and that could be a very interesting thing. So I'm hoping that will happen.
When and did they give a reason for that?
Well, what do you think the reason is? They know what's happening. That's the other thing. I'm getting really tired, so I'm not being particularly linear. But with all the celebrating and idiocy that's going on in cities over this absolute outrage, as far as the so-called election, the people on the ground, like what I call the real people in America, are massively cheesed about this whole thing. People are getting it. There's positive outcomes for everything, and ordinary people who never paid attention to politics, they basically had very easy lives. Life has been pretty comfortable in America for most people for a very long time, and people have been taking their situation for granted. But now there seems to be this massive great awakening that this is for real, that our country is going off the rails. And I've said for a long time we should appeal to the truckers, because they're the ones who literally keep things going in this country. And if this is going to happen, who knows what will happen with the anti-white enemies who are infesting government office and political office and military office. Who knows if they'll try to, derail it. Mm-hmm. But if the trucking is shut down for a day nationwide, it's going to have a really big impact. But they're very, very, very displeased about what's occurring in this election.
Yeah, it would be just one day of shutdown would definitely send the fear of life to those who are in charge. Because
did you ever see the movie? I'm totally blanking on the name of it right now. Fight Club. Did you ever see that movie?
No, I lived Fight Club, but I didn't see the movie Fight Club.
Well, there's some critical scenes in it, but when a powerful politician is about to basically screw over working class people, the working class people make their opinions felt in a very visceral, direct way. And this is what this reminds me of. All the groundlings, all the ordinary people who no one pays attention to and diminishes and insults. And they've had about enough now, I think, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing. When they've had enough, that means they're going to be looking elsewhere for leadership. And here we are.
Absolutely. Well, that's about what I have to say. Everyone hold fast. Do everything you can to make connections. Find out who your real friends are and who are not your real friends, because they're really showing themselves now. And take care of yourselves, people. You're the best people in the world. You really are.
Thank you so much. And you are one of our very best. Angerai Celtic, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean Hails.
Take care. Promethean Hails to everyone. I love you. Bye-bye.
Love you too. Bye-bye. Well, that's amazing. We're going to take our next. We're not going to cut off exactly. I mean, we're going to give the next two callers a little bit of time. We'll go a little bit over 8 hours. It'll be okay. Let me take a quick look at what is happening over here, just to make sure. I'm still looking to see if there's anybody I missed. Looks like Full Moon Ancestry is here. Great to see you. Let me touch. before I touch this. We've had an amazing night, brother. It's if you have people clue you in on everything, you won't even believe it. You won't even believe it. But it's great to see you. Full Moon is one of our best, and it's wonderful to have him here. And so, yeah, I'm still looking at Roy. If there was someone, if you had heard from someone, I still don't see anything that I missed. Promethean Promulgation says, if we are pointing to periods of history, look at all the white kings that said, quote, you mean I can ally with the non-white empire? How far do I need to bend over? Yeah, precisely. Precisely. Yeah, look at what happened in Greece. Look at how many cities stay. Just absolutely. Let's see, Irish Ice, very well written. Promethean Promulgation, magnificent champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, he's out there. He's making it happen. He's delivering meme curatives with everything he does, and works for a living, gets tips. This week, financially gifted $100, and last week, $1,600. Truly a testimonial for the ages. Just really a testimonial for the ages. And one just glorious thing. Thank you so much. Irish Ice is here. I'm on chapter 30 of Crucible, and it has been an emotional journey with moments of deep sadness for your experiences of neglect and betrayal. It has also been a great motivator, Kip. Well, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on it. And as you work through, please do share more of those thoughts. And thank you for that sympathy for what I had to go through as a little guy. Well, a little older than a little guy, 11, 12, 13. Nordic Iron says a people, a quote, people. What a thing to behold. We will have a collective again as we continue to go free. Amen to that, Nordic Iron. Yeah, that's the thing. We'll come together, and we'll be taking a call from Anglo America in just a moment. We will come together. The folks, the white race that survives this will be a white race that has adopted the ideas of going free, the idea that we are a single nation, a single people with many countries and a wide variety, a beautiful variety of all of the expressions of the biospirit in our physical forms and in our particular hues of Western civilization. It'll truly be glorious to behold. Sean says, we could learn from little, hey lads, who reckons a no white guilt blimp should be made and flown. Wow, yes. That wouldn't be a bad idea. No white guilt blimp. I don't know what that entails and what kind of financing. I mean, if somebody has on the inside on some of that, I'll be willing to talk with them. Piers Taylor is here. Great to see you. 15 seconds says time for, oh, that's right. That was earlier. Want some really hardcore music. And okay. I think we have, the screen leapt on me, but I did not see any other orange. Remember, you have to tag me as no white guilt. And we're still blank over there, so I think we're still good everywhere. And we'll go ahead and we'll take our next call, Anglo America. And here it goes.
Hello, brother.
Hey, brother. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Today I want to talk about MGTOW. I know you're a big critic of it, and
Most of it, yeah, most
my
of
own
it.
past.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm not endorsing it, not at all.
Okay.
But I believe that there's some good qualities and bad qualities.
Sure.
But
go for it.
But I feel like the whole being single part of it can be a good or bad thing depending on how it's used.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these MGTOWs were typically what I noticed. I mean, they're usually like white men that were frustrated with the system.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get non-whites in there, but they usually just do it basically for their own pickup artist kind of deal.
Right. It's terrible.
But I noticed that a lot of these white MGTOWs tend to look to certain heroes in their own sphere, and their own like heroes are typically Westmen themselves. And I'm just thinking, you know, reflecting on my own days as a MGTOW, all the things that I held, you know, into esteem, like these single men's, like the Teslas, like the Newtons, that they typically idealize themselves as. People like that won't exist anymore if the white race won't exist.
Very well said.
You know, that genius that MGTOWs want to formulate themselves into or see themselves as cannot exist. And their notion of, you know, personal autonomy and all this, you know, conservative, you know, freedom, that individualism is not going to be there anymore if the white race is not going to be there. And somehow they think that going in a collective cause, like, let's say white well-being, somehow hinders their ability to be an individual and have personal autonomy. I don't think that's the case, though. I believe that, like, there can be a, like, sort of a, like, some people, in my opinion, are not meant to be a married person, and that's okay. You know, we got people like Priest, for example, celibate men. They do it in a positive manner, which is great. Good on them. But there's some people that are meant to be married, and maybe you could probably give your own opinion on this, but there could be like a white positive way to be a single person. You don't have to be married, but you can serve the cause of white well-being in this kind of manner and focus your energies while being single towards something good.
Yeah, without question. The reality that a lot of the MGTOW movement is talking about when it comes to what's happened with the courtship, the dating, how there's so much to it that is an accurate picture that they paint. But the problem then is, you're mentioning there, when they go away from something that is productive, and it's ultimately unproductive and deleterious for themselves. You do not have to be, and this holds true for men and women, you do not have to be married to do great things. You don't have to have children to do great things. There are many great examples throughout history of that being the case. Especially when you are in this state, when you need only worry about yourself and your job and what you're doing in life. This is an opportunity that you should not pass up, because you'll still be able to serve white well-being when married, as long as you're with the right person, or when in a relationship, as long as you're with the right person. But you'll never be able to do it again, service to white well-being, like you could when you were single. So there's a lot of great opportunity there to improve yourself, work on your MPs, spread the doctrine of going free. You don't have to worry when you are single about some spouse or boyfriend or girlfriend holding you back, if for no other reason, just out of worry, because they care about you or they love you. Yeah, it does present a fantastic opportunity when you are alone to do really magnificent things. Harness all of that energy and use it for white well-being. And some people are simply, it's sort of fate, or in the cards. I'm not believing in fate, but chance all is the reality. Some of us are going to end up alone, and that's just the way it is. And so we need to take the life that we find ourselves in and then do the most with that life, because it's those decisions, not the circumstance that we find ourselves in. It's those decisions we make that determines what kind of person we were while we had time to make those decisions. The one thing that I'll recommend also, when it comes to a lot of the young men, middle-aged and older men out there, looking for companionship, or they're in companionship and things are either going well, going bad, going awful, going whatever it might be, is that men have
two different types of love at a minimum. One love is meant for the tribe, if you will, is meant for the biospirit. It's meant to preserve the people. We exist because that love exists in males. A love that will drive a living creature into combat and potential death to secure the group of people from which that person came. That is something completely different than the kind of love that a man should love a woman with, girlfriend or what have you. What ends up happening is we have these men who end up trying to love women with the love that's meant for the biospirit of the West. And no human being is ever going to live up to that standard. The biospirit of the West is unchanging, it's unvarying. This is the love that drives a man to those feats of great glory. It is natural, it is understandable or acceptable for a man when he's falling in love with a woman to maybe write her a love notes and write some poetry. But what this has become in modern society, and even not so modern, is this taking this love that's meant for the tribe, the people, the biospirit, and then investing it in a human being, a woman, as though she were the biospirit of the West. And then you see these crazy scenarios where men are, and we have these tropes in society where the man is outside and he's serenading on the guitar and he's singing and he's writing endless poetry to her. And then we end up with these scenarios where the woman finally decides that he's a chump and she's going to move on, because even though most women think that, well, I want a servant, I want to be served, because they're taught this by society. Once they actually have that, they detest you. They have contempt for the men that behave that way. So you're not supposed to abuse or mistreat women. This is where teachings of a lot of these MGTOW people is just wretched and monstrous. They look at, it's a misattribution. They think that the treating the women bad is the thing that gets women's interest, when in reality, the men that can treat women bad are the men who have pretty faces or great wealth or whatever that women are then attracted to, and they allow themselves to be treated poorly as a consequence. A man ends up loving a woman, the average man, with this love reserved for our people, and she ends up betraying him, leaving him, and these guys are left and with their heart ripped out of their chest. And the reason why it feels that way for guys is because it's felt as though the spirit, the tribe itself, has disinherited them, has taken them out of the gene pool, has turned its back on them. That doesn't happen for a man when he loves a woman with the right kind of love. That love for the cause, love for our people, love for the spirit of the West will never lead you astray. It will never lead you in a dead end alley. It will never cheat on you. It will never lie to you. It will never have a bad day where it's cranky with you. It will never trample on your feelings. It will be there. It will be pristine, and it will love you with as much love as a man can pour into it. Now, when it comes to the woman, you have to treat her good, love her with a love that you hold for all of those that are in your, all of the women that are in your circles, that are your sisters or your mothers or whatever. And for a wife or for a girlfriend, the addition then is the sexual love as well. If you love a woman that way, love her like you love your mother or your aunt or your grandmother, and you treat her good like that, and you're not inducing this feeling of contempt in her, and you will have a much more loyal woman, a much happier relationship. And that is my advice for everybody who is curious about these relationships, and when it comes from the male's point of view, and when it comes to this MGTOW scenario and what you can do as an individual. We should and this is what I talked about, what do I call it? A virtue trapping. virtue trapping when they try to say to us, those outside of the white positive sphere, or those anti-whites, they'll try to say, well, no, you have to get a wife and you have to have children, and because you hold that. Remember, we have the ideal, and we will all fall short of the ideal, and that's okay. That's why we tolerate each other for falling short of the ideal. We know what we find as an ideal. Wouldn't it be great if we could all be like Tesla smart and have like Duggar 30 children and raise them all to be grand champions of Western kind? I mean, that would just be amazing. That's the ideal. We'll all come short of that. Some of us will do this. Some of us will do that, and that's just the way the world works out. We're animals, or at least we're in an animal body, and we serve that interest, that white well-being, in the best way that we can. And every single example of that is an exemplar of the possibilities, that full range, that full palette of possibilities of Western kind, and how they can manifest and serve that biosphere. It's all a beautiful thing. The single man, the single woman, it's a beautiful thing. It is as beautiful as when their service to white well-being is when men and women come together in service to white well-being, and they have wonderful families like Naderific and his wife, who are watching right now. But that's what I would say for that, brother. And any other thoughts before we let you go on MGTOW or anything related?
The way I want to sum it up is basically, I think that we should sympathize with these MGTOWs, get where they're coming from, and offer them a new path to go around way.
Yes.
And that is to serve white well-being, and encourage them and show them that you can be the next Teslas or Isaac Newtons
Yes.
of your own day as a single man. And there's no need to hold on to grudges.
Precise. Beautifully said, brother. That is that's a beautiful way to summarize it. Magnificent. And the door is open to everybody who is in MGTOW. And you're not finding your happiness there. You can serve white well-being. You can find peace. You can find purpose. Anglo-America is said it right. Thank you so much, brother. Perfectly said. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in, and you're always welcome to call.
Thank you.
All right.
Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. Bye-bye. Well, isn't that magnificent? He had Anglo-America there. Really, he's absolutely right. The door is open. I mean, the MGTOW folks have attacked me quite a little bit. Some of their followers, I think, because they just, they're being robbed of the companionship. It's not just the sex. Everybody always thinks it's just the. I'm sure they want sex, but it's the companionship as well. And the guy ends up going a little off the rails when he sees what's happening in the world when it comes to dating and the opportunities, and he knows he can't have a facelift. He's got to wait for the woman to hit her late 20s, mid 30s, or whatever it is, before these other factors, these analogs, power, wealth, and everything come into. And then as a white male, how much opportunity do you really have to get power and wealth? Zero. How much of the white population is actually connected in such a way that they can overcome all of the discrimination in place for the white population? Fewer and fewer. That's the reality. So doors open to all of the MGTOW guys who have decided, I've been doing this MGTOW thing for a while. I don't feel good. I don't feel like I'm going anywhere. I don't think hating white women is the right way to go. Yeah, it's not. So you're welcome to go free, and you can be a hero among us. You don't. You go over with the MGTOW, and your whole focus is on your frustration and anger with women, and then you might LARP and feign yourself as some kind of Da Vinci. Hey, come over here, go free, be a Da Vinci. It's a lot better. Let's see. Hansa is here, says that love is not different. A white woman, child, wife, children are the protected first by husband, father. They are parts of our race as individuals, make the whole. They make the whole. So what he's talking about here is he's talking about a perspective, and I appreciate it, sort of this like poetic perspective that, yeah, we are all part of that love. And so it's not a different love here. And Jared George would really like that, the holistic approach that you just shared there. But I can tell you, I had so many friends, and I felt that pull too. Trust me, I felt that pull where it was just like, write her a bunch of poetry, and all of this. I felt that, and then I knew that there's that one thing, and I talk about it in Crucible, that voice, that spirit of the West. And I don't mean that there was a second voice in my head, but that I knew was pristine, and that I knew couldn't go wrong, that I knew would always be every time I turned to it, and it always was there. And these guys that ended up, under the windowsill, they end up alone. They end up with the wives that push them around, and that's what we see everywhere. Cheat on them and spit at them and have contempt for them, because it is pretty contemptible being a servant willingly. Not a, and this isn't here. We're not talking about roles in relationship. People serve different roles. I mean, if I was dating a woman who was a better mechanic than me, you damn well better believe I'd let her work on the car. So we're not talking with what men end up doing is we're supposed to be servants to the spirit of those men and women, but those roles are served differently. That role for men can mean being called on to do something that, or more often can mean something that can end our lives. If you give that to a woman, my friends, you are in trouble. You are in real trouble. A lady can be, and you just have to accept this about it, they can be most fickle, and you just have to be that static pole. If you are like her servant running around and she's like fickle this way, fickle that way, capricious over here, capricious over there, you're like a little dog on a leash, and everybody can tell. Greek American says we have to unite all white countries. They are just borders. Our blood matters more than what cloth we fly. Amen. It's a biospirit. It means it's everything. Those invisible borders are just lines we draw. Somebody wrote something about my workout regime. It's screen jumped, so I don't know what were you asking about my workout regime. We're going to take one more call, and then I've got to get to, I've noticed, I looked over here, I was encouraged to do so, and I saw that it looks like, whoa, where did it go? 29 people have found my review over on Gad Saad's book to have been beneficial and has been helpful. I guess there's a little button there, and 29 people found it helpful. Well, that's encouraging, and that 29 people felt it to be helpful. So we're going to take one more call. The great Slots. He's going to talk to, Rubber Dub Media is here. Thank you so much. I wore your hoodie again the other day. Did you, while I have you here, did you design, I guess you had to have, right? The white rose with the NWG under it. That's magnificent. It's beautiful. And I shared that with everybody, of course, on two different, he says, yeah, oh, that's great. Well done. That's beautiful. Very well done. Thank you so much for that hoodie. I must say I look magnificently in it. Magnificent. All right, let's see. Hansa says, being a weak slave to a despotic wife is far worse than being alone. Well, yeah. I wasn't talking about that type. Yes, of course. No. We totally get what you're saying, brother. Thank you. And we have, I don't do if somebody was asking about the, okay, no, this Antonio was saying that I look shredded. I thought it was something about it. I appreciate that, though. Thank you for that. I don't really, if you want to bulk up, then
You just have to make sure you eat a lot of protein, and it's far more important. The diet is far more of your health, excuse me, and your physique. We are literally made out of what we eat. So if you work your ass off at the gym endlessly, but your diet is so, you're really screwing up. So not to like overstate it, but it's probably like 70-30 or 75-25, maybe even more, maybe even like 80% your diet, 20% your workouts. So you got to do, you obviously have to have the right kind of workouts as well. And, but then you do the right thing, then you can be in shape. And just, for me, it just means being healthy right now. I'm no longer participating in athletics, and oh gosh, I could have just made a great joke. I want to. Jonash says, damn, Jason's still going? I suspect he might not be human. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. That's good. Jason is fine with preserving nations and ethnic pride within our race, but we're all in this together. Precisely, Elaine. Very well stated. Yes. There's no homogenization process. The recapturing of our destiny by way of going free presupposes that it'll be composed of people who are dedicated to preserving all of the hues of Western civilization, all of the hues of our Western culture, our languages, etc. And in fact, magnifying all of those just subtle pieces of sort of like petals on the rose that is Western kind. And it presupposes that. So it'll be composed of the kind of people who want to see more of that, who want to see the Brits be more British and the Italians be more Italian, etc. What we have now is the homogenization. And if you think that you're going to reclaim some sort of identity from the homogenization by going back to the old style of nationalism, you've got another thing coming. We were defeated that way. That's one of the main reasons we ended up where we are today, because when we sequester ourselves into all of these different countries that then become that then have this artificial importance placed on them, then those who are able to be anti-white, they're able and move amongst all of our countries, they're able to take those countries and smash them against each other. That is what we cannot allow to have happen again. All right, we've got we have Piers Taylor over here, financially gifting late in the day. Thank you so much, good brother. Financially gifting $5. And he writes, God bless you, Isabel. Great to have you going free. Please reach out to this community. If you need anything, we are your family now. Look at all this great outpouring of love to this wonderful woman. And let's make sure that our other Eddie, was it like Moina or something was his name? He was contemplating suicide, and we pulled him back with going free. Let's make sure that our arms are always open for these people. And who knows, maybe Natarific right now is like a catcher at a baseball game, and he's getting ready to catch the baby coming out. One hand, he's got the phone going free. The other hand, he's got the glove on to catch the baby. Thank you very much for that, Piers. Let's place our final call to Slots, and he's going to talk about what he thinks is motivating Adam Green. And he probably knows a lot more about Adam than I do. There he is. What's going on, man?
Let me just turn you up 1 second.
Okay.
I just wanted to talk about Adam Green's motivations.
Do it.
Because it seems more like he's concentrating on other groups because of the symptoms it's causing in Western kind. It's the symptom of Western kind allowing anti-white behavior and victimization. So that's where this concentration on other groups
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't think they're trying to slander, but prevent the victimization and the symptoms instead of addressing the cause.
You don't think, I'm sorry, I missed the last thing you said?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I don't think they're specifically trying to slander others, but prevent the victimization towards us. So they're concentrating on symptoms instead of the cause.
Precise, very well said. Of course, Sloth's our great champion here, is going to come in and just concisely stitch it together for it. Brilliantly said. That's exactly, you're 100% agree with you. You're absolutely right. Very well said, brother.
And I have a couple things about arguing online.
You have a couple things. What?
I have a couple things about arguing online.
Okay, hit us.
So the same way when anti-whites say it's obsessive, when we address the symptoms about when we address the symptoms, it's the same thing about their anti-white slander. When they say any of their slanders against us, they are being obsessive. They are obsessed with hating white people.
Yes.
So you need to tell them that they're obsessed and have them prove that they're not.
Precisely. So just like tonight, I attempted to have that anti-white prove, or I told him to prove that there is something behind that flag. You never give in to them. You take it right over to your field and you defeat them. Beautifully said.
Yeah. And one way is to just have them say one positive thing about white people. Demand they do.
Yeah, yeah.
That or demand, I mean, if it gets really bad, just demand they say a negative thing about another group. Just one negative thing about another group. And if they can't do either of those things, they've proven they're just obsessed and anti-white.
Precisely.
Everyone can see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when you reach that point with somebody, once you've demonstrated it for the potential audience, you just, you just go on to the next one. And Sloths is one of the greats here, folks. If you watch him, follow him on Twitter, please do, because he's out there kicking ass and taking names when it comes to these anti-whites. That's a absolutely perfect response, brother. Well done.
And thirdly, I just want to address the main pathogen of privilege. Every single metric that coincides with any human being's well-being is what they coincide with privilege. It's what they say is privilege.
Mm-hmm.
So saying one group has that slanderous label is just opposing their specific well-being. And sell that to them.
Yes, very well said.
And if they want to hide behind anti-white pretexts of equality, saying, oh, no, we just want equality, you can say that opposing white well-being is not advocating equality.
Yes. Yeah, because don't we want well-being for everybody?
Right.
Yeah, so the moment they move to say, you already have well-being, but then that's when you cut them right off. Because then the next step is, because you already have well-being, now we're going to take from you. Now we're going to inflict injury on you. And therefore it's just to do. So that's how you really know you're up against an anti-white. And when you pin them like that, they really don't like it. Sloss does a great job at it.
And one final thing about the MGTOW stuff.
Okay.
Just an observation about what you were saying is that men love women with the biospirit of the West due to the individualism qua anti-whiteism. And it's because when you only see security among individuals because you can't identify with a group, you have to invest your biospirit in individuals.
That's a fantastic point. Yeah, absolutely. I see exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They're not.
That is all I had to say.
Well, that was a profound point right here at the end. That's a great point, Sloss. Man, you're absolutely right about that. I hadn't thought about that. You're absolutely right. They don't have the people in which to invest that, so they're just investing it in. Yeah, you're right. Well, thank you, Subhara. You are one of our greatest, and I can't brag about you enough. I can't be any prouder than I am about you. So you are welcome whenever you want to call in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you for all of your service to White Wellbeing, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. What a great point that was. And of course, the great Slots. Remember, this guy just made this great point. He's out there. He's engaging in these conversations. He's making it happen. I would not doubt in the slightest that he has found more talent in various ways in himself since he's been going free, become a better person in various ways since he's been going free. I bet you he can attest to all of that, because that's so many do. So many attest to these changes they see inside themselves. And I can see that he's getting better at these conversations with anti-whites on Twitter and with Vagues, helping to bring them over, doing a fantastic job. And then this guy, just if he couldn't have shown enough absolute commitment and success to White Wellbeing, he then just 2 days ago, we're celebrating today, financially gifting $1,000 to White Wellbeing. God bless him. And then follows it up with that great point about our guys not having a people to invest their love for our biosphere, for the spirit of the West, for our people, not having that to invest in. And so then they turn to a woman. And the woman's been told that, oh, you want him to act like a servant. But then as soon as she has it, she's like, what a bitch he is. So ruining everything. Well, this has been absolutely one of the best going free streams in history, and you all were part of it. It seems like every time we turn around, we outdo ourselves. And I can't say enough. We're up to 31 people who found my review helpful on Amazon. Thank you all for those who found it helpful. And let me just move. Oh, we did it. Rub-a-Dub has just shown up and financially gifted $10. Thank you, Rub-a-Dub. Gifting in the name of the great Slots. Well, how about that? That's splendid. Thank you so much, brother. Right there. A salute to Slots. This is how we take care of each other. This is how we reward and acknowledge, and we are all on the rostrum. Everybody here is on the field. We are all the heroes for White Wellbeing. And it looks like, unless did we have Natarific come back? I think we might have. The screen leapt on me, so let me look through here quickly. We're getting ready to roll out. And we're going to have a great week this week. Remember, you can be productive in your life. You can make changes in who and what you are. You can bring the message of going free that works so beautifully to those around you. We're all being redeemed. It's one step at a time. We're building a people out of a deracinated race. We will be the ones who will pass through the eye of the needle in this great storm that we have found ourselves, where the history books write the tales of heroes and everything seems like it's in a world of make-believe. That is where we are today, folks. And we will do what we have to do to recapture our destiny. Jesse, no offense, says, what if both partners do that? If both partners do what? If you get back to me quickly enough, I'll answer it. Yonash, thank you for that. And Jesse Link says, earlier my comment was about security cameras, by the way. I'll have to look back and see exactly. Security cameras. Natarific says, had to step away for changing rooms, but we're still in contractions, not catching the baby just yet. Well, remember, when your lovely Mrs. Natarific has to push, when they say push, she has to yell, go free, go free. And we'll see if some kind of magic happens when the baby comes out. Roy says, Natarific, congratulations. No, I get. In case you didn't already realize, our brother Natarific's wife is having. Yes, we do. We've been celebrating this, brother. Isn't it a glorious thing? Never have. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but I wonder how many people were watching some of these, are participating in shows on television, and they just could not miss another episode of whatever newscaster it was. And so even in the midst of giving birth, they were watching. I doubt it. This is probably very rare. This is quite an amazing couple here, and it's going to be amazing little guy. It's going to come to the world. Alex says, my parents were watching Fox, and I, as well as my parents, couldn't believe how much biological white erasure was being promoted in their commercial ads. Yeah, Alex, it is over the top. Fox is no good. There are only a couple personalities left, and they're being the rest are being purged that are not rabidly anti-white. And you look elsewhere in Fox Entertainment, everything, it is rabidly anti-white, big time promoting the biological white erasure of our people. So yeah, make sure you talk about it that way, that it is biological white erasure. And that's what matters. That's what's happening that we complain about. Greek American says, your review was truthful, brother. Well, thank you. Roy, it looks like we might have to keep going for a couple more hours for Naderific. Got to keep entertaining the couple as they push it out, honey. Come on. Trying to go free over here. Alex says, okay, got that one. And then he says, it's disgusting. They promote the abstractionist or explicitly anti-white politics to white people. That is precisely what they do. In fact, I couldn't have been more disgusted recently than when Laura Ingraham and her guests and some others on different times on Fox, but she really stood out as despicable when she was like, hey, well, the presidency is lost, but conservatives really have to celebrate because we got 3 more points, percentage points of the non-white vote, and we can't be called racists anymore. That she was like a prosecutor somehow. How can she be so stupid? How can she be so absolutely, squalidly, asininely ignorant? And they celebrating this? Celebrate. You lose your political advantage, but you're going to celebrate that you got, after having a $1 billion plan for this group, and after 4 years of just endlessly talking, doing this for and not just talking Trump, but actually doing for all of these different non-white groups, hand over fist. And the reward for that is a couple percentage points? Are you joking? You want to celebrate that? And they're talking about her, and I think even Tucker Carlson trying to put this spin on it, like, oh, it's this new era has opened up now. Politics is no longer, it doesn't have a racial subtext anymore. What a bunch of imbecilic assholes. So you're absolutely apologize, especially for the very young one that's about to be pushed out, who might be hearing this. We have, during the commercials, they're telling whites that non-white people make the best ideal mates. Yeah, we've talked about that. We talk about that in Going Free. They demonstrate that over and over. And there are a lot of wonderful non-white people in the world, without question. The problem is, and what we object to, is the encouragement of our members of our people to marry and reproduce because these people are, for some reason, better, because it's the moral thing to do, because you're an evil white person and you need to cease to exist, to marry and reproduce with these people when we have recessive genes, meaning that both parents have to bring the genes or they're gone. Doesn't mean that the genes are weaker. It means that the genes are special. So, yeah. And that, of course, if you look at the UN's definition, has a word attached to it that we won't say here. So let me see. Final things here. Jesse, no offense. Act like you're on a leash. Oh, you mean both mistreating each other? Run from that relationship. Yeah, if the girl is, if the lady in the relationship is being treated like she's a servant on a leash that's to constantly run around for the whims of some pathetic, I mean, nothing is more. The capriciousness of a woman, I think, is not a surprise to encounter. A capricious man, that is nasty. Yeah, don't be dump any guy like that quickly and get away, get far away. Alex says his parents acknowledge that it's deliberately being pushed. Fantastic. Remember, talk about its biological white eraser. That's what we object to. Isn't that her name? DG is asking. Laura Ingraham. Maybe I have her name wrong. She's on Fox News in the evenings. I probably have the name wrong then. Hansa says maybe she's sly and unprincipled more than stupid. Unprincipled. She's definitely unprincipled. But I don't know if she's sly. Maybe she's crafty. Maybe she's cunning. But the only people she's fooling are stupid. So then that's a stupid decision to make, isn't it? EW says, I really hate how the media entertainment industry everywhere is subliminally pushing. And then, of course, I'm not going to, this is the technical name for it, but we call it biological white erasure. The AI will be listening for that used in a way that is negative. You can only celebrate that on YouTube. So he says 24/7, they're pushing biological white erasure every second of every day, pisses me off, and the masses are eating it up. Well, I don't know about they're eating it up. A lot of people are finally seeing it, and they are very angry. And again, let's make sure that the world knows where we're coming from. The anger is that this white erases our people. That's where we are focused. That's what upsets us. The great Irish rose. And what you got to do, EW, is when you talk to people, talk about this. Say, hey, look, they are encouraging biological white erasure of Western kind. And this is how they're doing it. They're making it seem like it's cooler to do, it's smarter to do, you're better if you do this, and etc. Once you point this out, everybody will be seeing it everywhere. And then if they are the kind of person that says, well, who cares if the white race ceases to exist, you know that you have a real son of a bitch that you're talking to, and say, just go straight to hell, because that is the G word of a people, which we're not going to say because AI, big sister's listening. And they would be incensed, foaming at the mouth like rabid dogs if you'd said that about any other group of people. So that you should be absolutely incensed. The great Irish Rose says, top of the morning, a big top of the morning to you, dear lady. EW says, perfectly said. Jesse, no offense, says, no, that's her name. I'm not surprised. She said that stupidity. Oh, that is her name, is what you're saying. Okay. I thought it was a different subject matter. I was like, how does her name play? No, Laura Ingraham is her name. I see. And she says she's not surprised that she said that stupidity. Yeah, that was her. DG says, name right, just shocked. I know, I was shocked. I was like, you got to be kidding me. We lost. She's like, well, we lost the White House, but we picked up a couple of 3 points of non-white voters. And so therefore a new era in politics that's not race-based, and therefore we can't be called racists anymore. Big smile on her face. I was just like, what? How strong was the dope that you were smoking prior to walking on to your set? Did they carry her on to her set? I mean, anything that's going to make you that stupid is definitely something that I want to stay away from. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolutely magnificent night. I'll turn around back to here. Got to make a phone call right away. And the work continues for Going Free. We're not stopping here. And I know that you're not stopping. We're going to continue making a difference in the world. We're all going to be able to, you can be like Jack. You can be like Jack. Jack is going free. He reached out to Isabel, made such a difference, and you can too. I want to see you make a great difference in the world. I want to see Isabel go on now to be everything that she thought she couldn't be, to have the life that she thought she couldn't have. There's going to be a lot of difficult parts along the way, just like Eddie. There's going to be a lot of stumbling. You just got to get back up, keep going free, stick with us, and face full front with all intent purpose and tenacity, that western sunrise. Those rays are coming up over the horizon right now, over that mountain's top. And if you look closely, you'll see that there is a great splay of beams as a crown on the top of that mountain. That is what we're working for, ladies and gentlemen, the recapture of our destiny. And we'll find it where the air is thin and where only the heroes travel. I love every single one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go free.